Closest to the center of the spacious room were creatures that strongly resembled ordinary people, whose faces indicated that something very good for them was about to happen. But these were far from the only creatures that had gathered today near the stone that was located in the center of the room and was emitting light. Something cut through the air completely unexpectedly, becoming the last thing one of the monsters here saw in his life. As they began to turn around, those gathered saw a man armed with a sword appear in the room. It was Jim Hook, known to all as a master of the sword, and he was prepared to lead an entire army. Immediately after John, Bertrand Pennington, nicknamed the Leader of the Dead, burst into the room. But he was not the last one who came here today to disperse this whole bacchanalia. A saint named Jacqueline Mason shouted loudly and menacingly that they had to stop the ritual. But the time for this had already been lost, where the level of this tower had already changed, becoming higher. Where at that very second the system announced that a new target had been determined for those participating in today's game. Everyone who came to the room to fight the evil spirits gathered here looked at the appearance of the new enemy with some fear. It was the dominant creature of the 5th season of this game, at stake for which was almost the fate of all mankind. The enemy that appeared before the players, who had already managed to take up his weapon, was the so-called Plague Lord. Without moving from his place, the Lord made a sweeping movement with his arms in different directions, thus beginning his attack on the arriving defenders, after which the plague tentacles that appeared from the floor of the room began to do their dirty work. This attack by a new and incredibly powerful enemy has significantly undermined the ranks of those who came here to stop him. One of these tentacles tried to reach the saint, but she managed to repel the attack. Jim watched in horror as he and the other fighting warriors fell one after another, and finally, his nerves could not stand it. And with a cry that he did not want to die here at all, the young man rushed out of the room. Watching the escape of the Earth's savior, the Plague Lord only laughed, calling this mortal a fool. Having shouted that no one could hide from him, the monster struck again. But this deadly attack was interrupted by a young man who appeared in the room at some point. As soon as everyone who was still alive saw him, they immediately began to happily state that now they were definitely saved. After all, the guy who had just prevented another death from happening was a well-known player who was known as a master of the game. And now, this young man quickly jumped up from his place, heading straight towards the powerful enemy. The Lord instantly turned his attention to his new opponent, attempting to strike him. But just like the first time, the Game Master repelled this attack quite easily, and then his opponent jumped up from his place to try his luck in close combat, where, as they approached, the Plague Lord formed a real hurricane around himself and his opponent. Seeing the #1 hero disappear into the plague vortex, Jacqueline was horrified, screaming Matthew's name loudly. But the boy did not hear her words, not only because of the swirling whirlwind, but also because at that moment he was listening to the words of the Lord, who promised that today the main hope of humanity would lose and remain here, struck down by the plague. After all, in this plague hurricane, no one will be able to break through and provide the young man with any help or support. But the Lord's words had no effect on the boy, who only thanked him for making sure no one saw his true abilities, which saved Matthew a lot of unnecessary questions and problems in the future. Watching his opponent's attack in horror, the Plague Lord could not believe that a man could be so strong. Well, all those who were on the outside of the vortex only had time to shield themselves from the incredibly bright flash. As the light began to fade, people finally opened their eyes, looking with some joy at the place where the plague hurricane had recently raged. The winner himself simply stood in the center, completely oblivious to everyone else who was madly rejoicing at this victory. Well, the system meanwhile announced that the passage of the 5th season was completed with a successful victory over the Plague Lord. While the process of withdrawing players was underway, the system announced who received what rewards, where the most valuable, of course, went to Matthew. Returning to his home world, the young man continued to hear all the other players chanting his name. Closing his eyes, the boy thought that once again humanity was able to extend its existence for another year. A considerable number of journalists gathered in a fairly spacious room, and they did not let go of their cameras. One of those sitting in front of them was Matthew, who everyone knew as the master of the game, who had saved the Earth from destruction 4 times, had the best equipment, and always won any game. Clutching the Game Master figurine in her hand, the little girl was very happy to see this legendary hero on TV. T-shirts with the image of the one who once again gave humanity a whole year of peaceful life were also sold everywhere. A man standing behind the podium asked the Evergreen Star to say a few words for fans and ordinary TV viewers. The young man didn't really want to give any speeches, and so he cast a sideways glance at the presenter. Jacqueline, who was next to him, noticed the guy's mood and quietly urged him to calm down. recommending that he simply say a few kind words. The young man remained silent, and then the saint folded her palms together as a sign of petition and reminded the young man that they were still being filmed. In addition to Matthew and Jacqueline, there were many other equally famous players present at this meeting. These were the top 10 heroes of the season that had just ended, who were sitting in their seats with a not very happy look and looking sideways at Matthew. And then Matthew received another request, this time from a correspondent, asking him to tell about his heroism, to which the young man only grinned. He shocked all representatives of the media with his statement that he did all this solely for his own, including financial gain. The saint sitting next to the main character did not remain indifferent to such an unexpected statement. Well, the guy continued, directly stating that he had been interested in nothing but money for a very long time. At some point, the human world turned into one big game. Everyone watched with bated breath as the first towers appeared in the sky, eclipsing the sunlight and changing the course of human history once and for all. Quite soon, the first flood of monsters poured out from these towers onto the ground, and they knew no mercy, where every person perceived everything that was happening as not only a threat to his personality but also the end of the entire existence of humanity. It was then that those who decided to stand up for others emerged from the crowd. These were the first players, the new heroes of humanity, and the hope of the entire population of the planet for salvation. The protection of the weak gradually evolved into a systematic hunt for the monsters that had spread across the earth. Some of them had special skills that allowed them to defend and fight most effectively. After everything that happened, the human world began to live by new rules. The invasions from the towers continued, and each time the heroes had to destroy hordes of monsters, until finally someone realized that this could be prevented, where, in order to prevent monsters from crawling out onto the ground, it is enough to periodically make forays into the towers yourself. This is how the activities of the defenders were organized, and they became the heroes of this new world. Matthew was featured in a news story, heavily emphasizing his words about how he had long been interested only in money. Watching himself on the screen, the young man heard himself telling people to buy his t-shirts. Then Matthew moved to the forum, where they were already actively discussing everything he had managed to say in front of journalists. Some of the most common messages were requests from certain heroes to take him into their team next season. Having finished monitoring the forums and media outlets, Matthew walked over to the window of his apartment. But he couldn't do even that without being subjected to the scrutiny of those who waited for hours to take at least one photo. The young man had to demonstrate special skills of calmness when he found himself on the street. The persistent correspondents asked to tell whether the guy would retain his purely financial motivation in the new season. Generous in his comment, Matthew asked what movie stars are capable of giving to humanity today. Having answered his own question by saying that films have long been of little interest to anyone, the guy promised to give people good entertainment. The journalists, stunned by this statement, asked for clarification on how they should understand what was said. But the young man did not have time to answer, because the ground under the feet of everyone present suddenly began to shake violently. And then, the system announced the beginning of the 6th game season, where towers began to appear in the sky above people's heads for the umpteenth time. It was then announced that players could enter the new towers after reviewing the information. But the main message was that people had to go into the towers and complete tasks in order to prevent the destruction of their world. Taking advantage of the commotion, Matthew covered his head with a hood and quietly moved away from the intrusive press. After some time, the system announced to the guy that he had arrived at the place he had chosen. Looking around, the young man noted out loud that it was always quiet here on the first day of the game season. And then the system announced to the guy that most of the rulers were very happy to see the performer of the ruler of the Harlequin. Addressing these very rulers, the young man noted that they could laugh as much as their hearts desired. After all, his speech at that press conference, all those words he said, it was not just like that. He did this so that these so-called rulers who watch over the players would reward him with their gifts. After all, immediately after he declared his financial interest, he immediately received a message that the Golden Ruler was laughing hysterically and gifting the guy with a boost in luck, where within 3 sorties he would definitely receive a special item. The young man, smiling broadly, immediately ordered the award he had received to be opened. And now a playing card appeared in front of him, from which something very valuable could fall out due to the luck received. As Matthew watched the card's contents begin to unfold, he prayed that it was a high-level item, and his dreams came true as he received a high-level piece of clothing that had the ability to put up a shield and could also grant a blessing. Trying on this new and incredibly valuable artifact, Matthew mentally concluded that such a set would be quite enough to make a foray into the tower. And now he has already given the order to the system that he is ready to go to his first tower in this new 6th season of the game. While the transfer was taking place, the system informed the guy that the Golden Lord had now blessed his t-shirt business. Meanwhile, the first opponents appeared before the guest of this tower, and here they were orcs. The tower was only level 3, promising the player many consecutive fights that would give him the opportunity to test his new gear. The first thing Matthew did, of course, was create a weapon for himself, which in this case was an ice sword. And as soon as the sword was created, the system immediately announced that due to improved compatibility, the guy received an additional effect of ice breath, for which he immediately thanked the Ice Lord. And now he has already tried his strength on the first orc who stood in his way. A single swing of his ice weapon instantly spread the freezing effect to all those standing behind the boy's first opponent. Before they could even move, the orcs turned into ice sculptures one after another. Well, Matthew didn't stop in his attacking movements, continuing to spread the effect of his ice weapon throughout the room. When he finished his actions, he continued moving, walking through the room, which was filled with frozen orcs. The system announced several times that the player's level had increased, including his skills based on the use of the ice sword, and that he had successfully completed the first level of the tower. Smiling, Matthew noted that the beginning was quite good, where he should try to save this world one more time. Armed with his deadly weapon, the young man soon found himself on the second level of the tower. Approaching the edge, he looked at what was happening below without any enthusiasm. And there another squad of orcs threw a real party, where ale poured into their mouths straight from the barrels. At some point, one of them noticed a young man who appeared here. And now, instead of glasses and barrels, the monsters had weapons in their hands, and they confirmed the player's arrival. Matthew only smiled at their words that the orcs would now send him to his forefathers. And now he was already flying down, shouting that today he would show his opponents what the heavens looked like. Both this and the next level were completed by the guy incredibly quickly, and the system was already announcing his arrival at the 4th. Of course, the format of a battle without rest was unusual, and just as the young man was about to catch his breath, he suddenly heard someone's footsteps. It was another squad of orcs who, according to the system's message, were blocking the way to their leader's chambers. This squad was equipped much better than all the orcs we had encountered on other levels. Moreover, it was announced that the Iron Lord had given them his blessing, where the orcs responded to this blessing immediately, becoming inspired and praising the good ruler. And now this whole crowd has already rushed to where Matthew was in order to deal with the alien. For a while, the young man stood and silently watched the approaching crowd of opponents. Mentally noting that these orcs would definitely not let him catch his breath, he swung his ice sword. As the young man struck his blow, a chilling stream rushed towards the squad approaching him. But this did not stop his opponents, one of whom was already at a sufficient distance to strike. Matthew easily dodged it, immediately jumping up for his own close-range attack. He noted with regret that warriors of a higher level had good resistance to cold. Finding himself between two monsters, the guy was able to dodge the attack so that the blow from one of them hit the fellow standing in front. Having climbed onto one of the chandeliers, the young man noted that it would be nice to finish everything with one blow, for which, unfortunately, he did not have the appropriate skill at the moment. But then he remembered how he opened one of the cards that could give artifacts or abilities. After opening the equipment and using another card, the young man received a boost to all abilities that were based on the use of ice. The young man had never encountered anything like this before, as it was not usable by those with ice magic, which made Matthew worried about how to use the bonus he had received. Well, the opponents below were already calling on him to come down and continue the battle, saying that cowards will not get into the warrior's paradise after death. Tired of waiting, one of the guy's opponents threw his huge axe at him, realizing that now was not the time to doubt and that he needed to act. The young man activated the artifact. At that very second, his body itself began to spread powerful icy energy throughout the room, and now he was already going down in order to continue testing this tower. Clutching his ice sword, Matthew noticed that he was literally overflowing with energy, and all his fatigue had disappeared as if by magic. Meanwhile, one of the orcs had already managed to approach the guy, swinging his massive weapon. The blow was delivered by him, but the blade of the axe stopped when it rested right against the guy's ice armor. Immediately after which the young man dexterously pierced the enemy's body with an ice sword. The orc, whose body was gradually covered in ice, fell, and the system immediately announced a level increase. The other orcs did not wait for the same fate and immediately continued their attack on the arrogant player. The attack came from two sides at once, but the guy stopped both dangerous weapons with the help of his sword in his hand, which was covered in ice armor. But a second later, the axes of Matthew's opponents were shattered into tiny pieces, He then performed a circular attack that destroyed both of the orcs that attacked him, leveling up again. But that was not the end. And to continue the fight, Matthew cut one huge sword into two smaller ones. And now he was already attacking another orc rushing towards him. Where from this blow, his opponent was thrown far upwards, and his death marked a new rise in Matthew's level. Those of the orcs who were still alive now looked with apprehension as the boy grabbed the handles of his swords. Where after each of his movements, the system only had time to issue new messages about the level increase. A few more blows, and another enemy standing in front of him was struck down on the spot. Exhaling and not noticing the danger, Matthew noticed that he had finally passed the next level. However, after a moment, he realized that he had missed someone, since the system did not send a message about completing the level. Transforming his sword into an ice mace, the young man noted that he only needed one final blow to complete the level. Soon the guy completed both the current and the next levels. Having placed one of his feet on the orc's body for convenience, Matthew had already begun to open the trophy he had received. But this time, he received the usual ability in the form of the ability to inflict stab wounds due to a temporary increase in physical strength. Continuing to advance further, Matthew soon found himself in a room whose specifics were very different from the levels he had already passed. The one who was in this room greeted the guy like an old friend, noting that he somehow miraculously managed to stay alive for now. To this, the young man replied that he was sorry not to justify his interlocutor's hopes regarding his death, and she stated that she did not need this since he was much more profitable to her alive. But after that, the store owner Essa added that death could overtake the young man suddenly, and therefore, it would be better for him to spend it with her right now. While the girl was trying to persuade Matthew to buy a deck of cards from her, in which he would definitely find high-level artifacts or skills, he himself opened his storage. Looking at everything he had, he decided that he would buy acceleration and flame potions for his immediate needs today. The deal was completed and the guy quickly left, trying not to listen to Essa's request to buy a deck of cards after all. Soon, he found himself in a fairly spacious room, where the system announced that the player had reached the final level of this tower. The orc, incredibly large in size, immediately rushed towards the one who came to kill him, delivering a powerful blow. But the young man opposing him successfully blocked his opponent's first attack. Having felt the full force of the enemy, the guy cheerfully noted that compared to this orc, all the previous ones were just gnomes. Deciding to counterattack, Matthew threw the newly acquired vial of fire potion at his opponent, and as soon as the vessel hit the orc's body, a deafening explosion thundered, and the monster's body was engulfed in flames. However, it seemed that this monster was completely immune to the fire attack. The orc waved his arms as if throwing off this fiery blanket, preparing to crush the impudent enemy. But Matthew needed this fire attack only to distract the enemy, where he had already managed to get around him from behind. With his ice sword, he passed through his body like a bullet, where after that, a huge hole gaped in the orc's body, covered with ice at the edges, as evidence that it was left by the use of an ice skill. Well, Matthew noted that with the blessing, even normal-level abilities show unrivaled results. However, the noise behind him was evidence that the fight was not yet over. The surviving orc, who had activated his special mode, shouted that the fight would continue. Turning around, the young man cheerfully noted that he had not expected anything else, since it would have been too simple. And then his opponent struck again, attacking the guy with a shockwave from a distance. Using the ice shield, Matthew addressed the monster that its attacks were strong and could definitely end the player's life, but only if the orc could hit it. After these words, the monster came closer, and the young man prepared to take a new blow. It was an incredibly powerful attack that the orc launched using both of his hands, but the guy dodged this crushing blow quite easily, starting and continuing the countdown. He counted backwards from 200 to 115 as he dodged the deadly blade of the orc's weapon. There were still 59 seconds left to count, and Matthew jumped back from another blow from his opponent. And when the countdown was finished, the young man released from his hands the vessel that contained the acceleration potion he had used. Turning his head towards the enemy rushing towards him, he cheerfully noted that the time allotted for victory in the special mode had completely run out. Immediately after which the orc's huge body fell loudly to the floor without any signs of life. Then the young man only had time to read the system messages about how he had passed this tower and what rewards he had been awarded for it. One of the trophies was a card that randomly gives the owner an artifact or ability of a normal or high level, which was not bad for a Tier 3 tower. The young man decided to immediately find out what he could expect by activating the trophy card. His mood instantly changed when the boy received the most ordinary ice arrows as a prize. Quite quickly, he found himself in another tower of the same third level, where he decided to try his luck once again to get hold of some high-level equipment or abilities. As soon as he appeared in the room, the monsters living here immediately launched an attack. Taking a break from his sword, the young man activated his ability to throw ice arrows, which, a moment after they materialized, were already flying straight towards the little demons. Only when he managed to throw one arrow after another, Matthew noticed that he incredibly enjoyed upgrading his characteristics and abilities. At some point, the system announced that the player's proficiency with ice arrows had been increased, and also warned about the approach of the second wave of enemies. And they didn't keep themselves waiting, appearing before the guy in all their glory, where each had in their paw something like a kitchen hatchet. Having looked at the armed detachment that had arrived, and having heard how they were going to cut him into pieces, the guy let out a tired sigh. Materializing an ice sword, the young man noted that he had heard similar threats hundreds of times, but each time he sent his opponents to the underworld himself. With a swing of his weapon, he easily turned some of his opponents into ice. Well, those who were lucky enough to stay alive after this attack, he finished off with ice arrows. The bulk of the enemies were dealt with, and the system announced the appearance of the main monster in this tower. It was a huge demon floating in the air who promised to spill the player's guts. He ordered the two henchmen who were next to him to immediately attack the guy and kill him in the most brutal and painful way. But before they could even move, ice arrows pierced their bodies. Well, Matthew had already begun to attack their disproportionately large leader. The wave of cold he released took effect and was able to partially freeze the huge demon. The young man was glad that he had the opportunity to study his new skills a little by drawing another card. Activating another skill, the young man immediately transformed his sword into an ice spear. As he materialized a few more copies, he wondered how many weapons he could create. Matthew swung and threw one of the spears with all his might at the immobilized enemy in front of him. The first spear broke the freeze he had created, and the next ones pierced the demon's body. Not stopping there, the young man materialized his sword again, delivering the final blow to his enemy. Once the reward for completing the tower was received, Matthew quickly discovered that he had received silver armor, which he did not need due to having recently received higher-ranked protective equipment. He then began to consider dividing his weapon into several copies, where he did not feel any change in its power or effectiveness. His train of thought was interrupted by a message from the system, informing him of the need to meet with someone, where this someone turned out to be one of the groups living in the world of towers, which now showed interest in the guy. Players could join groups that interested them, complete their tasks and get better artifacts and abilities, where this time a shadow group showed interest in the guy. This group had many secrets that could be revealed to the player, and those who joined them could also count on access to the mystical powers of darkness. The conversation was started by one of the group members who appeared, who noted that they remembered the guy well and suggested working together again. Getting an offer from such a powerful group, which he had already worked with in Season 5, was quite good. But this time the young man decided to do things differently, saying that he might not be against making a deal, but there are other groups that offer much more than the Shadow Group. Then the member of the group talking to him reminded the boy that few could compete with their strength. And after this, Matthew condescendingly noted that it was for this very reason that he was ready to negotiate with the Shadow Group. And when he was asked what he wanted in exchange for cooperation, the young man, without thinking twice, said that he would be interested in receiving a Shadow Beast. Already stunned by the insolence of their interlocutor, the group's representatives were shocked even more when he added that he also wanted a card with a rare shadow ability. At this point, the leader of the dialogue with the young man casually remarked that a pathetic mortal should not be impudent in their world. And then Matthew simply turned around and walked away, recommending that his interlocutors not approach him with their proposals anymore. He had not yet taken 10 steps when he was called out to and stopped, which gave him good hope. Literally a moment later, a shadow cat appeared in the same room where the conversation was taking place. Matthew watched his approach very carefully. As soon as the system announced that the player had received a shadow beast, the young man immediately petted his new pet and assistant. A second later, the player's second wish was fulfilled, where he received a rare Shadow Blade card, which left him quite pleased. Since all his conditions were met, the young man declared that he was joining the Shadow Group, about which he immediately received a system message. After leaving the tower and returning to his world, Matthew reflected on how the current season was going to be interesting. And while he was deciding whether to continue leveling up right now or take a little rest, people were already approaching him from behind. The young man quickly turned around as soon as he heard his name. As it turned out, these were reporters with their cameras and stills who, as usual, wanted to get an interview with the #1 player. When asked the same questions about how he was able to achieve such incredible results, the young man answered with a bored look that he was simply a very talented player. Here, one of the journalists noted that just recently the Sword Master was able to pass the 4th level tower. Intrigued by this information, Matthew asked how many people worked with the Master, and the journalist replied that there were about 5 people with him, but 4 of them had already died. Where after these words, the guy noted that apparently the Sword Master's main ability is to use his comrades as human shields. Suddenly, someone from the crowd shouted that a Sword Master had just entered the 5th level tower, and the young man's question was answered by the fact that this time the Sword Master was acting alone. Matthew just chuckled, noting that Jim was somehow overly energetic at the beginning of this season. Each player conducted their affairs in a completely different way, where, for example, the Saint first accumulated abilities and artifacts. As for the leader of the dead, he had no plans to take part in the game at all. Returning to the Sword Master, the young man noted that only obtaining a good ability or artifact in the 4th level tower could give him enough confidence to go to the 5th level tower alone. The journalists were waiting for some kind of comment, and they got what they wanted when Matthew suddenly stated that the Sword Master clearly had a hole in his brain. After this answer, one of the correspondents asked whether this meant that the #1 player was giving up his rivalry with Jim. And then the young man suddenly laughed, noting that he, in essence, had exactly the same gap in his brain, and therefore if the choice was between a winner and a loser, then of course the victory was better. And now Matthew was already entering the very tower where the Sword Master had entered before him. And the system announced that the rulers were starting to place bets, where the majority were betting on Matthew. While the system was introducing the young man to the rules of the game, he himself mentally noted that this would not be just a battle, but a defense of his prestige in the world of players. 2 players in this tower could not occupy the same side, so the guy would have to fight Jim at least. The essence of the game was to either capture or defend the fortress, depending on who you were playing for. And then 2 cards appeared before Matthew's eyes, which provided a choice of the side for which he would fight. The attackers were already busy with the Sword Master, and therefore the young man had no choice as such. The young man chuckled and noted that he would have chosen that side anyway, since the game rewards those who find themselves in a less advantageous position more. The participants of the military council instantly turned their attention to the bright glow that appeared a little to the side. And when they saw Matthew, they all joyfully acknowledged the arrival of a player. Within a moment, they all began to thank the Almighty for sending them this savior. The unexpected guest himself assessed the situation and immediately understood that the development of battle strategy tactics was underway here. Having asked permission to sit down and having received it, the young man inquired who was in charge here, where after this question a deathly silence fell in the room. However, a few seconds later, another character from this game entered the room, and then some well-equipped fat man entered the room and declared that he was the boss here, and that the guest should be shown respect according to court customs. Matthew didn't let him finish, interrupting the man's speech by asking if he wanted to win this battle, to which his interlocutor responded positively, also noting that although they lacked military power, the soldiers had no shortage of fortitude, after which the young man had to listen for a long time to the fat man's convictions that their army could not lose in any case, even without the player's help. At some point, the guy interrupted this pompous idiot's speech again, but this time he did it in a more rude manner. He told the man who fell to the floor from his blow that from that moment on he was taking command, after which he ordered a report to be made to him about the number of soldiers in the ranks and with what skills. And now, he was standing on one of the walls of the castle where he was turning over in his head the information that he had about 5,000 mobilized peasants at his disposal, of which about 900 were archers. If we compare it with the quantity and quality of the invaders' army, the difference is colossal and not in favor of the defenders. In addition, we should not forget that Jim is patronized by the Iron Ruler, which means that this player has the power of fire. Most players can only cooperate and receive rewards from one overlord. But Matthew himself was a special case and received rewards from various rulers, which was facilitated by the ruler Harlequin. At the same time, the rulers themselves can patronize several different players, but only one of them receives his special rewards. Although the overlords support their players regularly, there are some restrictions where in the case of the Sword Master, the latter should not have direct abilities related to the Iron Overlord. Based on all this, the young man concluded that he definitely had a chance of winning this war. However, all his warriors clearly felt more depressed and did not expect victory at all. No one knew how real the worlds created in the towers were, whether they were real people or realistic creations of this game. But all this was not important, because as in relation to the most ordinary people, The guy needed to somehow raise their fighting spirit. A few minutes later, one of the warriors announced to the assembled soldiers that a guest had arrived in their kingdom, after which he added that that worthless fat man was no longer their commander, and that a player had taken his place who would personally command the battle. This clearly pleased the assembled group, who began to whisper that the Almighty had definitely not abandoned them, having gifted them this player and removed that fat man from the nobility. Matthew listened with joy to the words of gratitude that at least someone had finally dealt with that pig-like creature. This meant a rise in morale, but before the young man had time to think about it, a report was received from the observation post that the Imperial army had gone on the offensive. Ladders had already been placed along one of the walls of the castle, using which enemy soldiers tried to overcome the wall and break into the castle. One of the officers noted to the new commander that if they dealt with those who approached the castle, the enemy's fighting spirit would sharply weaken. Having decided to try out his new pet, Matthew decided that he needed to give him a nickname. The most suitable nickname for the guy seemed to be Churnish, where by shouting this word, he summoned his shadow pet. The soldiers on the opposing side immediately noticed some huge shadow that flashed by. While some were talking about this strange phenomenon, others, who did not notice it, demanded to hold the line and stop talking nonsense. Meanwhile, the shadow pet was already among the enemy, where it began to gradually show activity, the peak of which was the numerous huge thorns that suddenly grew out of the ground. Those lucky enough to survive are urged to leave this cursed place and try to target another wall of the castle, but they didn't have time to change their position, as a wave of icy cold turned their bodies into frozen statues. Turning to Churnish, the young man noted that he was probably very hungry, after which he wished his pet, who was preparing to swallow the entire squad, a bon appetit. The enemy was demoralized and the morale of the defenders was raised, after which hand-to-hand combat began, in which, of course, the leader of the defending side himself took part. At some point, the young man noticed that the swordmaster had not yet appeared on the battlefield. In essence, the appearance of a player for others on the one hand raises the morale of the army, but on the other hand reveals the location to the opposing player, which can end badly for the one who revealed it. Of course, inside the towers it also happens that one player kills another in one or another confrontation. But in this case, the player does not die, but simply flies out of the tower, where he can subsequently try his hand again. This way, players couldn't kill each other in the game, but everything that filled the tower could. Realizing what his opponent had planned, Matthew mentally noted that he had a plan of action for such a case as well. As time went on, the warriors of the attacking side died more and more often, covering the battlefield with their bodies. The young man noted with displeasure that it was time for the swordmaster to show himself because he really didn't want to destroy his entire army to get to Jim. And suddenly the weapons that remained on the battlefield began to rise into the air on their own. The defending soldiers watched in horror as the steel moved through the air on its own. Preparing to repel the attack, Matthew mentally noted that Jim had apparently been able to obtain exactly this ability in the level 4 tower, which allowed him to control weapons from a distance. Smiling, the young man noted out loud that his opponent was very lucky, but at the same time, he did not exclude the possibility that the Iron Lord himself had given his ward a card with such an ability. While dodging the attacks, the young man also concluded that Jim had prepared well for the fight while he was hiding. But Matthew himself did not waste time, developing a strategy and tactics for the upcoming fight. Using his pet sword and shadow spikes, he deftly deflected all the swords flying at him. At some point, the system announced to him that his level of mastery of the Shadow Blade ability had been increased. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the opposite side noticed that the player was now fighting for them too, after which Matthew immediately noticed how much the whole picture of this confrontation had changed. But all this was clearly not enough to break the resistance of the defense. Using his ice skills, the young man only managed to freeze the swords moving near him. After all, he understood perfectly well that using such an ability on him would definitely not work. The young man didn't notice how something almost approached him from behind while he was busy repelling sword attacks. But when the attack failed, he turned and just grinned in response. The protective function of his cloak worked as intended and repelled the attack of his hidden opponent. The system announced that it would take over 100 hours to reuse the protection, and Matthew was finally able to see his opponent in the game. Looking at the Swordmaster, he cheerfully asked if he had hoped to win with just his sword control technique. Gradually coming to his senses, Jim noticed that there was only one way to win this game, which consists of destroying the player, only thanks to which the enemy forces do not surrender. Looking at his opponent, Matthew asked him why he had chosen the attacking side, to which Jim confidently declared that every player is a hero who fights for peace. Well, Anyone who is unable to realize this has no right to be called a hero. After listening to his interlocutor, Matthew noted that the world does not consist only of the association in which a particular player is a member and the country that he defends. Deciding not to listen to his opponent any longer, Jim rushed into the attack, promising the young man that he would give him a terrible death. But he, activating the ice shield, stated that he intended to live a long life, and it was definitely not up to Jim to decide how long it would be. With one powerful blow, the approaching young man smashed the enemy's shield into tiny pieces. In response to this, Matthew immediately counterattacked, firing several ice arrows at the enemy. Jim parried this attack quite easily and declared that such simple tricks would not impress him. He managed to notice in time the appearance of a shadow cat behind him, from whose blow he also managed to dodge. Standing on one of the swords he controlled, Jim noted that the price of losing here was incredibly high, because several rulers were currently watching their duel. Laughing, Matthew cheerfully replied that this was precisely the reason he was now participating in the battle, where immediately after what was said, he quickly rushed into a new attack on his opponent. John prepared to repel the attack from a position that was not very comfortable for him, accusing the guy of meanness. But to his great surprise, the young man suddenly changed his trajectory, jumping off the wall, after which, with all his might, he rushed to where the headquarters of the attacking troops was located. Only now did Jim begin to understand that Matthew had not been actively involved in the battle to encourage his soldiers. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the attacking army scattered in horror, noting the player's approach. Realizing his opponent's true intentions, Jim immediately jumped off the wall and rushed after him. Chasing the guy, he shouted for him to stop and continue their duel. The commanders of the attacking army were in the headquarters tent, discussing the developing situation. When the Duke became indignant about their player not providing them with any help at all, others urged him to calm down. This discussion was interrupted by Matthew, who, looking into the tent, happily noted that he was finally able to find the command staff. Having prepared his sword, the young man, not hiding his joy, declared that there was another way to complete the tower's task. Only now did the commanders and the Duke begin to realize that a player who supported their enemy had broken in on them. Someone only managed to shout about the need to protect His Grace the Duke, but no one could defend themselves or save themselves in any other way from the striking movement of the sword, which became decisive in this game. The deed was already done when Jim just ran up to the headquarters tent. Matthew, who met his opponent with a smile on his face, cheerfully declared that his opponent should have hidden his officers and the Duke better, at least by dressing them up as soldiers. Jim couldn't hide his rage and anger at the guy for how easily he had been fooled. Unable to bear the nervous tension, the young man rushed forward, intending to pierce the young man with his sword. But then the system announced to Matthew that the battle and the game as a whole were over. Then came the news that the Duke and his entourage had been killed by an unknown mercenary, and so his army decided to retreat, which was accompanied by the disappearance of the weapon from Jim's hand, after which two different messages appeared before the eyes of the two opponents, one of which informed about victory and the other about defeat. In addition, the winner had the right to choose and appropriate one of the opponent's abilities as a reward. Without stopping the fun, Matthew thanked Jim for kindly giving him the opportunity to choose one of his abilities. The young man did not think long about what to choose, where after a couple of seconds the system announced that he had received the ability to control weapons from a distance. An enraged Jim shouted that their confrontation was not over yet, but Matthew didn't react to his words in any way, simply showing his opponent a card with his former ability. The clown mask lay swaying at the young man's feet. Matthew himself stood and, without uttering a word, looked at the object lying at his feet. The system message that appeared in front of him asked the guy whether he wanted to become a hero. Sitting down and taking the mask in his hands, the young man thought that he had been waiting for this day to make his choice. And now the Lord Harlequin was already towering before him, and the system was reporting that the young man was destined to become the best hero, which, however, would lead to the loss of understanding of him by other people. The Harlequin Lord laughed as he spoke through the system about how hilarious the irony was. The young man accepted his fate, placing a mask on his face under the system's message that the agreement with the Lord of the Harlequin had been concluded. The sound of a mobile phone made the young man leave the world of dreams and open his eyes. And a moment later they started knocking on the door with all their might, calling the guy's name and demanding that the door be finally opened. Swaying rather heavily to stand up, Matthew thought on the one hand about the strange dreams, and on the other about who and what needed from him at such an early hour. Forcing himself to get up, the young man opened the door, asking the guest what had brought him to him so early in the morning. Ryan Sellers chuckled and said that Matthew was acting like some kind of big shot. After this man made a deal with the Killer Lord, Ryan entered the top 30 players. In addition, he also headed the National Intelligence Department. As the man walked into the apartment, Matthew noticed that he looked tired, suggesting that his friend had already managed to visit a couple of towers, but his guest denied this, saying that he had not yet had time for the towers. After all, with the beginning of a new season, those who see good in war do nothing but sing its praises throughout the world. Changing the subject, Ryan asked the guy why he hadn't answered his calls, which he explained by arguing that Matthew was simply sleeping. The man was about to say something about the guy needing to work on his daily routine when he suddenly tripped, standing on one of the plates on the floor. While Matthew was collecting the scattered plates, Ryan noted that, given the guy's financial situation, he lived practically like a homeless person. While the guy was washing the dishes, his guest also touched on the topic of food, where, given the young man's financial situation, for some reason he orders food from a cheap Chinese restaurant. But when the young man described all the taste qualities of these noodles, Ryan asked to order some for him too, while lounging on the bed. In his not-so-distant past, Matthew practically lived in a computer club. Ryan, walking past the crowd of players with a bang, couldn't help but notice the enthusiastic shouts that Matthew had won again. At that time, this man was the owner of this computer club which the young man often visited. And then one day, he approached the young man and offered him the chance to become a professional computer game player. Of course, Matthew played for fun, but the man managed to convince his parents that he had outstanding abilities. By analyzing the way the boy played, Ryan was able to coach him to an incredibly high level of play. On the day he came of age, the young man made his debut as a professional player. But literally on the same day, the first season of the game began, which was marked by the invasion of monsters from the towers onto the earth. Covered in blood, Matthew sat helplessly and watched the monster approaching him. At that time, he could do nothing to counter this threat and simply prepared himself for death. His life was saved by Ryan, who appeared nearby and easily dealt with the monster with the help of his 2 daggers. When he asked if the guy was okay, Matthew didn't answer, just rushing off somewhere to the side. The man didn't know what to say to the boy bending over the bodies of his parents killed by the monster. It was that very day when the young man literally became an orphan, losing both his parents at once. And the only one he had left was his computer games coach, who became something like a relative to the guy. Soon the noodles were delivered, and Matthew was already asking his friend what brought him here today. He greatly surprised the young man by saying that he had come here today because of some interest of the association. But a moment later, he was already wondering what interest the association might have in using him this time. The State Players Association was the only organization in this country that governed the actions of each player. In response to the guy's question, Ryan recalled the existence of a players' academy, which the association opened a year ago. He then added that the first exams would take place there in a week, and the association members had invited him to attend them. Assuming the guy definitely wouldn't go along with such nonsense, Ryan said he would send them instead. He was quite surprised when Matthew suddenly announced that he was ready to attend this event. And the young man explained that he wanted to personally see those players who might one day be entrusted with the future of the entire world. The guy's only condition was that the exam be rescheduled for the following day at 5 a.m., so that he could personally test the skills of the new players. The next day, a whole crowd of newly minted players were already demonstrating their skills during the exam. Noticing the game master observing, the players noted that despite his judging, they would still be given a pass, but it was unclear why the exam was being held so early. Matthew himself watched very closely how each of the exam takers was doing. The man who approached the young man asked what impression the observer had of their personnel, who were trained according to special educational programs. The head of the Players Association particularly emphasized that these first students of the academy are their special pride. As Matthew donned his game gear, he noted that he wanted to personally check out the training of the new recruits. Materializing his weapon, he added that since he would personally be testing the students' abilities, he would also have the final say on whether they passed the exam or not. Of course, the head of the association was extremely unhappy that this guy was doing whatever he wanted. But at the same time, he believed that Matthew could not spoil anything for him, because it was only the beginning of the season, and the students' preparation was going according to schedule. But just a moment later, his expression changed dramatically from watching the #1 player conduct his test. Using swords from a distance, the guy knocked the newly minted players out of the exam one by one, declaring that they had failed. When only one girl remained in front of him, surrounded by his swords, the young man declared that she was the only one who passed. When she asked why she was considered to have passed the exam, Matthew explained that it was all because of her luck. After all, out of 12 players, she was able to hold out until the very end, which means she is very lucky, which is a very useful quality in the world of towers. He then asked his friend to turn off the camera as he was finished and congratulated the girl on her successful graduation. Naturally, this state of affairs did not suit the head of the Players Association at all, who burst into the room, not hiding his rage. But just as he was about to say something, Matthew suddenly interrupted him, noting that he had immediately figured out that the children of various high-ranking people were taking the exam today. Under such circumstances, they will not get normal players, but those who cannot even stand on their feet properly. And therefore, their plans are simply to put the golden kids in a better chair. The truth hurt the head of the association, who could do nothing to counter this young man. But then he finally broke down and began screaming hysterically about how Matthew didn't understand anything. He then stated that players are nothing more than weapons in the hands of the rulers of this world and are treated as expendable. And this world needs them only for the time that this war of humanity against the impending threat is going on. And so, having calmed down a little, the man asked the number one player to simply contribute a little to the interests of the country and the whole world. After listening to everything the man had just told him, the young man grinned in response. This conversation was interrupted by a young man who attracted the attention of the head of the association. Taking the tablet in his hands, the man looked in amazement at what he had just been told. Well, Matthew, smiling cheerfully as always, noted that in all likelihood the academy would close before it even had time to start working. Melvin was literally shaking with a new fit of rage while the young man was talking about how they all forgot that behind him stood the head of the National Intelligence Department, thanks to whom the news about the privileges in training was already online. As he continued, the system announced to him that his provocateur level had increased greatly, where the Lord of the Harlequin was very delighted with his actions and sent the guy a gift. By that time, the young man had finished his performance and left the academy grounds. Turning his head, he thanked his friend for such a great opportunity to raise his characteristics and even receive a gift from the ruler. When asked whether there would be consequences for the department for such a crushing of the association, Ryan explained that they are not particularly respected in the government either. And since conflicts between the government and the association occur regularly, everything will be fine. Satisfied with such explanations, the guy asked his friend to give him a lift to a level 5 tower. The young man was already heading towards the place of transfer, answering Ryan's question with the words that he was not at all tired and was completely fine. And now he was already moved to some desert under the system's message about entering the next tower. In this desert, a group of people desperately fought against the monsters attacking them. Players were always caught in the thick of things, and here Matthew was wielding his ice weapon, helping to destroy monsters. He came at the right time to save many lives. The young man used both his new sword control skill and his ice arrow throwing skill very effectively. And now several more opponents were destroyed by his effective and unpredictable actions. When the people he had saved asked who he was, the young man said they could call him whatever they wanted. And then all who took part in the battle began to speak in unison about how the deity of light had taken pity on them and sent his messenger. After listening to the men's conclusions, Matthew asked if there was any other threat here besides the recent monsters, and they explained to him that their main enemies should not attack on this section of the route, where their caravan had only about 3 days of travel left. Hearing about the 3-day journey, the guy literally grabbed his head, mentally noting that if he had known the situation, he would not have been in such a hurry to enter the tower and would have rested more. Well, a new batch of monsters was already approaching, and he had no choice but to tell the people that they could breathe a sigh of relief while he dealt with the new threat himself. After these words, the men asked the messenger of light how they could thank him for such generosity. In his mind, the young man noted that it would be nice to get an artifact in the form of a life force necklace. And then he remembered that he had an unopened gift from his patron ruler, where inside he discovered a special crystal that greatly influenced abilities and was of great value and rarity. But against his new opponent, this crystal would definitely not be useful to the guy, and he decided to save it for later. A moment later, the young man had already summoned his shadow cat, saying that it was time to have some exotic food. He himself also decided to take part in the battle, materializing an ice spear, since it was impossible to force only his cat to fight. He handled his weapons deftly, and the swords flying everywhere complemented his actions perfectly, destroying and finishing off his opponents. Once again, the young man noticed for himself that he had acquired a very useful and effective skill. His weapon pierced the body of his next opponent, and the system announced a level increase again. The last scorpion was destroyed, and the young man breathed a sigh of relief. noting that the battle was over. But then something huge burst out of the sandy depths behind him. As it turned out, it was an adult sandworm, which the caravan would never be able to defeat. Smiling, Matthew noted that he probably wouldn't get any sleep tonight. To confront the new enemy, the young man called his shadow cat. And now Chernish has already sunk his teeth into the flesh of the sandworm. His actions were immediately supported by Matthew himself, who directed several of his swords at the monster's body. This specificity of conducting duels, where he simply had to control the movement of weapons, could not help but bring pleasure. And his swords only gained speed, inflicting damage after damage on the worm. Soon the system announced both an increase in the player's overall level and an increase in his sword skills. The sun had already risen long ago, but the caravan continued its further movement towards its destination. Only now did the young man notice that this caravan was accompanied by a whole detachment of knights. When one of the men remarked that these were valiant warriors, Matthew asked with displeasure what these valiant warriors had been doing the previous night while he had been out single-handedly destroying monsters. To which the guy was told that the priority task of the knight's squad was to protect their valuable cargo. Casting a sideways glance at the men, the boy noticed that even in such a difficult situation they did not leave their post and guarded the cargo. As it turned out, these noble warrior knights belonged to the Order of the Red Cross, which was well known here. Without hiding his interest, Matthew turned to the knights, asking what they were guarding there. To this, one of them replied by saying that the messenger of light should not pay any attention to what was in the carts. Focusing his heavy gaze on the boy, the man said that the young man needed to focus solely on fulfilling the mission entrusted to him by the deity himself. Everything his interlocutor said, as well as the way he said it, only amused the guy. But he couldn't shake the thought that these men had been entrusted with transporting something very valuable, since even the player had been given the task of escorting the caravan. And now, he was already stating that after the man's words he became even more curious about what was there. After all, such a level and such a quantity of security cannot be assigned to simple goods from the market. Another man tried to ask the messenger of light to curb his interest, but suddenly Matthew grabbed his interlocutor by the clothes. As he moved it out of the line of attack, he simultaneously put up his ice shield, stopping the fired arrow. There were more and more arrows, and now the guy was already telling everyone to hide if they didn't want to die. But not everyone was as quick-witted as the player, and those who attacked the caravan were inexorably approaching. What happened was exactly what no one of the supporters of light could have expected, where the enemy decided to invade their lands. The player was very interested in how the knights would behave in the face of such a non-trivial threat to their cargo, and they showed themselves by lining up in a single line and activating an energy shield with their swords, which they used to cover the cart with their especially valuable cargo. At the same time, the members of the knightly order were not at all concerned that their other comrades were dying one after another. Leaving these strange knights to defend their valuable cargo on their own, the young man suddenly dashed in the direction from which the attackers were approaching. The system immediately reminded him of the task that the guy had signed up to complete. Once he was at a sufficient throwing distance, he threw his ice spear towards one of the opponents. And when it hit the target a few meters away, the rider shouted cheerfully that the opponent would not be able to reach them. But this action was only necessary to create at least some shadow from his object, from which huge spikes immediately burst out. Jumping high into the air, the young man prepared to deal a fatal blow to his opponent. But when he approached and saw the one to whom he was preparing to bring death, his face changed greatly from surprise. After all, right in front of him on the ground lay not some kind of monster, but the most ordinary desert elf. Landing next to him, the young man immediately activated his ice shield so that the arrows would not reach either him or the elf. But the arrow easily pierced his shield, as it was charged with mana, and the elf, taking advantage of the enemy's confusion, decided to try to deal with him. Leaving an arrow for his shadow pet, Matthew easily and quickly disarmed the attacker. And so, putting his ice sword to his throat, the young man asked the prisoner to tell him what was so valuable in that cart that the desert elves were so interested in. But his captive was in no mood to provide information, telling his comrades not to think about his life and to just shoot. As it turned out, this elf's comrades didn't need much persuasion, and they immediately opened fire. But the young man was now better prepared, putting up a stronger ice defense against the shots. Well, the elf he had captured continued to insist that he would not say anything to the one who had captured him. Matthew then stated that he was not interested in their secrets at all. All he wanted to know was what was in the wagon in order to determine whose side to fight on. Throwing the prisoner aside, the young man released his ice arrows, noting that he had not yet ground them all into powder, not because he was unable to do so. The elf, who found himself on the ground again, looked with horror in his eyes As the ice arrows approached his comrades, the arrows stopped centimeters away from the vital body parts of all his comrades, forcing them to instantly stop firing. Once again bringing his ice sword to the elf's throat, Matthew once again asked the question of what was in the cart. Finally, he gave the necessary information, noting that it was not things that were there but their dear princess. This changed the matter radically, and so the young man said that all the elves should immediately leave the battlefield and tell their master that he would do them a favor and save the princess. His interlocutor tried to say that they couldn't give up what they had started, but the guy reminded them that they only had one life, and it was better to take care of it. Deciding to trust this unusual stranger, the entire squad of desert elves left the battlefield. The knight who came running to him asked the player in amazement why he had let these villains go. To this, the young man simply stated that all this was in order to make sure of something. His interlocutor tried to find out what he meant by this, but Matthew suddenly jerked forward. When another knight on horseback blocked his way, the boy told him to step aside, as he wanted to see what was in the cart. But the man threateningly declared that he could not allow even the messenger of light to get to the cargo. Then the young man called upon his shadow cat and once again demanded that it clear the way for him. And now he had already approached that very heavily guarded carriage, sharply throwing open the tightly locked doors. Inside was exactly what he expected to see there, where, looking at the captive, the young man asked if she wanted to be saved. After these words, the face of the chained elf girl was greatly distorted, expressing extreme disdain. And now the princess has already declared just as dismissively that she absolutely does not need sympathy from her enemy. But suddenly a system message appeared before the young man's eyes, according to which the Lord of Light gave him a warning and demanded that he continue to carry out the mission assigned to him. As soon as the guy read this message, he noted that if the princess was begging for rescue so much, then he was not at all against helping, where he had already used his weapon to free her. When the shackles were rescued from Adelena's body, Matthew was immediately informed that he had completed the hidden task of rescuing the princess, for which he was awarded a considerable number of additional points. The following messages informed the young man that his task in this tower had been changed, and the level of this game had been raised to the 5th difficult one. Laughing, the guy turned to the princess, saying that he had, of course, played half of the previous game in vain, but freedom was a very cool thing. At the same time, he received a new message from the Lord of Light, who stated that the traitor would pay for his betrayal, which was accompanied by the appearance of some flying creatures in the sky. As it turned out, these were the brave winged warriors of the Lord of Light, sent to help the earthly servants. This phenomenon greatly inspired the knights, one of whom loudly declared that the Lord of Light himself was with them, where now it was completely unimportant that some alien had come out against them, whom they could easily kill. The princess standing nearby reproached the guy for not thinking through his actions when he noted how suddenly the knights became bolder when help came from the heavens. But to this, the young man replied to his interlocutor that he also had some support from higher powers. As soon as he shouted that darkness should reign here, the system announced to the guy that the Lord of Darkness supported this decision. And so the shadow group gave the guy support, where everything around was literally covered in complete pitch darkness. The young man smiled contentedly and noted that he had always known that the dark side had much better skills and support. Then his shadow spikes came into play, mercilessly destroying his enemies lost in the darkness. But the warriors of light, observing what was happening, did not remain idle, calling to their Lord of Light. Their prayer was heard, after which a bright beam of light partially dispelled the thickening darkness. But the forces that the enemy of the warriors of light controlled were much more powerful than they could have imagined, where at some point a sword blade suddenly flashed before the eyes of one of the winged warriors. The rest of his comrades didn't even understand where Matthew had appeared from next to them, cutting one of them into 2 pieces. When the fatal blow was delivered, the young man performed a backflip in front of his astonished opponent, after which he sank back to the ground, ahead of the remains of his opponent. After this action, the young man was told that the Lord of Light had an irreversible dislike for him, and the level of favor the shadow group had for him was, on the contrary, significantly increased. As his status in the group was raised, the young man gained the ability to see at least something in pitch darkness. At the same time, Matthew was very interested in the information that a huge number of different groups were currently monitoring his actions. The world of towers and the world inside the towers were different concepts, where knights, elves, and other people and creatures were nothing more than a component of the world of towers. But as for the lords and their wards from the various groups, they were on a completely different level, being the world of the towers themselves. The player was something of a mediator between these components, the one who gave the ruler the opportunity to interfere in the life of the component of the world of towers. At the same time, players are not those who blindly follow the orders of their masters. Despite the initially stated goal of the game, the player can also look for other hidden tasks and meanings of each game. And having found such, players have the right to make an independent decision to change the direction of their game. Having rebelled against the Warriors of Light, the young man understood that the Shadow Lord would reward him much better. Looking at the messengers of light circling in the sky, Matthew mentally noted that there weren't many left. But then one of his opponents swung and threw his deadly weapon down, accompanying it with not the most flattering words addressed to the traitor. After which he shouted to all his other comrades that the darkness should be immediately destroyed by light. The Warriors of Light, shouting "Down with the darkness," threw their glowing spears down one after another, and most of their weapons were pierced into the bodies of their own earthly supporters. Another knight pierced by a spear, dying, asked the messengers of the Lord of Light why they were doing this to them. Well, the young man just grinned, watching how the Warriors of Light destroyed their own forces. Remembering how the knights themselves abandoned their comrades to their fate, Matthew concluded that now they were getting what they deserved. Turning his attention to the action of the Shadow Curtain, the young man noticed that his vision seemed to work in some kind of periodic flashes, only showing the situation for a moment. The enemy was strong and did not stop the attack, and therefore it was necessary to take decisive action. At this time, in pitch darkness, the princess of the desert elves, Adelina, stood and prayed for salvation. The girl was very scared when she suddenly felt that someone had touched her, asking for forgiveness in advance for such liberty. And now, the young man was already leading the girl he had saved out from under a deadly blow. While the young man was moving, he managed to summon his shadow pet. Taking out the crystal he had received as a gift from the Harlequin Lord, Matthew told Blackie to eat it and guard the princess. And so he crushed the crystal right above the head of his wonderful shadow cat. But suddenly his attention was drawn to the cry of Adelina, who noticed several bright flashes in the sky. Death was inevitably approaching, and the girl closed her eyes, preparing to die from this attack of the Warriors of Light. But then a shadow cat intervened in the situation, instantly increasing in size and stopping the attack. Leaving Adelina in the care of his pet, Matthew decided to continue the battle with the Warriors of Light. He summoned his shadow spikes to attack, but his opponents immediately stated that it was completely useless since he would not be able to reach them. However, the guy had no intention of reaching them with the spikes, simply using them as support. Observing the actions of the enemy who had gone over to the side of the forces of darkness, one of the Warriors of Light materialized a sword of light. He tried to attack the guy who was getting closer and closer, but he skillfully blocked the attack with his ice sword. And just a second later, the Warriors of the Lord of Light were attacked by several more swords, which the young man controlled from a distance. As he continued to fight, Matthew noticed that close combat with these creatures was not very convenient for him. After all, in order to dodge attacks, he had to constantly move along his shadow spikes. And now, his opponent's next attack reached its target, where the blade of his sword slid across the guy's body. Deciding not to remain in debt, the young man struck back at the Warrior of Light. But he managed to dodge the blow, leaving his opponent to wonder why these creatures were so fast. As he changed position, Matthew had to use the ice shield to cover his rear. But before he could move a little to the side, the next attack of the Warrior of Light was already flying at him. He was pretty tired of jumping on the thorns, first one way and then the other, and so thoughts came to his mind about how he needed to somehow deal with them all at once. As Matthew dipped his hand into the shadow, he mentally noted that in this case he would have to radically change his battle strategy. Noticing this action, one of the warriors dispelled the darkness with a ray of light, saying that the guy would not be able to escape, where the young man himself, with great difficulty, managed to remove his hand from under this blow. He didn't have time to understand or do anything when suddenly his body was pierced by a glowing object, where this object was the lightsaber of one of the Warriors of Light who had managed to get close to him. As soon as the blow was delivered, all the swords that were attacking other warriors ceased their active actions, hanging in the air. At that very moment, all the Warriors of Light turned their attention to the body of their enemy, which was being held by one of the warriors, deciding that this was their chance to finish him off once and for all. But the young man was alive, and all he had time for was to receive messages about how blessings were being placed on him for this deadly adventure. Because of this adventure, the Warrior of Light's fatal blow was rendered ineffective, and the sword began to disappear from Matthew's body. The messenger of the Lord of Light who had pierced his body looked in amazement at his weapon, which was now simply hanging in the air in front of his face. Without delay, he called on his comrades to stop moving in his direction, as something strange was starting to happen. to which Matthew himself noted that it was now too late to change his mind. And so, at his command, dozens of ice swords rushed from the darkness beneath his feet into the sky. The guy managed to cheat death by risking his life, and now he was ready to finish off the warriors of light. Trapped, his opponents' bodies were only pierced by swords and ice arrows. One of the messengers of the Lord of Light tried to avoid this reprisal and rushed downwards, but Matthew saw it all too well, jumping off the huge sword he was standing on and throwing it straight at the fleeing man. The warrior of Light's body was literally driven into the ground by this gigantic weapon. The fight was over, and Matthew was already on the ground among a pile of corpses of servants of Light and his messengers, receiving messages about the level increase. Looking around, the young man exhaled tiredly. Only the sound of the wind created a sense of reality, since there was no life anywhere else. A moment later, the young man's attention was drawn to his shadow pet, which had returned to its normal size. And right after him appeared the princess saved by the guy, whom, as ordered, the cat guarded all this time. Turning to the savior, Adelina asked him why he decided to switch sides and save her. But it was her interlocutor who noted that the rewards on this side were much better than on that side. Then the princess noticed that these were his people, after which she fearfully assumed that the savior wanted to receive a ransom for her. Then Matthew declared that he was sick with a terrible disease that made him hate people. And when he called Adelina's questions and doubts strange, the girl no longer knew what to say or ask. Matthew himself continued to praise and caress the shadow creature, whose shadow continued to cover a significant area. A few days after this incredible battle with the forces of light, Matthew and the princess he saved arrived in the kingdom of the elves. Until the very end, the girl did not believe that everything would end well for her. But she thanked the guy for everything he had done, noting that she was now in his great debt. To this, her companion stated that he would be satisfied with simply receiving a reward for completing the task. Laughing at the young man, Adelina extended her hand with a clenched fist, asking him to accept it as a gift. What turned out to be a necklace that was essentially a sign of trust and did not give any additional abilities or skills. The system also announced to the player that the true value of this item is not yet known, but it will definitely be useful to the player sooner or later. While he was leaving the game world, the system continued to send messages, according to which the princess he saved would become the rightful heir to the throne after the death of the king. Wrapped up so that no one would recognize him, Matthew looked out the window of the train, which had just arrived at the town he needed. A few hours ago, his friend Ryan suddenly announced the need to visit this city. When the young man asked him questions, he explained that nothing had happened there yet. Well, he needs to go there for the reason that an emergency could happen there in the very near future. As Ryan began to explain in more detail, he showed his friend a photograph of a black player from Russia named Irina Svetlova. Already leaving the carriage, the young man recalled the information that she had taken refuge in their country from the government of her homeland, and was now carrying out raids on the towers here with several other accomplices. Taking out his mobile phone, Matthew contacted Rayon, asking him to arrange a car for him. But he reported that, according to intelligence, Irina had already managed to enter the next tower on the 5th level. Having arrived at the tower, the young man put on his game clothes and was already studying that the goal of the game here is simply to survive until a certain moment. A few seconds later, the young man reported to his friend that he was already in the game. As soon as the guy found himself in the tower, he looked ahead and noted, not very cheerfully, that he had not expected to find anything good here. After all, right in front of him stood an incredible monster created from human bodies. Activating the powers of darkness and his ice sword, the young man prepared for confrontation. But at some point the guy stopped, watching what suddenly began to happen, where, even without his command, his shadow pet suddenly rushed forward, watching the monster with interest. This observation did not last long at all, where at some point the shadow cat attacked the enemy. The blow was powerful and threw this unknown mass of human bodies back. The monster didn't have time to come to its senses before some new creature burst out of the shadows and completely devoured the monster, after which this whale-like thing dove back into the depths of the shadow, from which it had burst forth. After watching all this, Matthew happily noted that the use of that crystal had greatly changed the abilities of his pet. The cat was very pleased with the attention and praise of his owner, responding to him in the most ordinary cat language. At some point, the young man suddenly heard applause behind him. Turning his head, he saw Irina approaching him, who stated that she had been eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Game Master, where she considers it a great honor to personally meet such a famous person as Matthew. After all, she knew for sure that he would not be able to miss the chance to meet such a beauty as her. But the young man did not at all share the joy of this meeting. The young man reminded his interlocutor that she was wanted by the Russian government, and that her presence in that country was also illegal. Laughing, Irina said that in that case the guy should arrest her and send her to prison. Activating his sword control skill, Matthew cheerfully noted that prison would not be necessary. Moreover, he believes that Russian intelligence has gone beyond the limits of what is permitted, and now he has already begun his movement towards his new opponents who, quite obviously, did not come here for peaceful negotiations. Activating her own weapon, Irina was surprised that the guy was informed about her affiliation with the Russian intelligence service, but nevertheless was not afraid to come here. To which the girl immediately received an answer that Matthew would not be frightened by any intelligence service. Stopping and pointing his swords towards the enemy, he also added that this was a great opportunity for him to get one of the rarest abilities. But the girl had no intention of parting with her skills so easily, deftly dodging the weapon flying at her. At some point, she gave the order to her squad to begin the attack, where at that very second a group of fighters used their weapons, opening massive and dense fire. But Matthew's skills allowed him to dodge the bullets flying towards him quite easily, where he at the same time managed to get closer to his main target, already swinging his sword to strike. But at the very last moment, the girl suddenly smiled broadly, demonstrating a very indecent gesture to her opponent, after which everything around was plunged into darkness, and the blow missed the target. All this only amused Matthew, and suddenly something flashed behind his back. Having put up an ice shield in time and protected himself from the path, the young man realized that a sniper was also working against him. Jumping from his place, the young man deftly dodged all the bullets flying in his direction. He couldn't shake the feeling that something strange was happening. Surrounding himself with ice shields, Matthew noted that this shadow curtain should affect everyone. Therefore, none of the fighters could shoot at the target so accurately, because they simply should not have seen the guy. And then his shadow pet appeared on his back, and he decided to ask for help in overcoming this situation. Always ready to help his master, Chernish meowed contentedly. One of the shooters noted that the enemy's ice shield was too strong, and therefore they should change their battle tactics. He was quite surprised when he heard a cat's voice behind him, and soon saw the cat himself. He didn't have time to say or do anything before he was pierced by the shadow spikes of Matthew's pet. The life of another fighter was saved by his weapon, into which a spike that had burst forth from the shadow of an animal had stuck. Another fighter who survived this attack shouted for everyone to leave the area of effect of this cat's shadow. Meanwhile, the young man stood calmly and waited for his shadow pet to finish eliminating the threat. He didn't even notice how a hand armed with a knife appeared from behind his back. Bringing her second armed hand to the guy's body, Irina advised him not to twitch, which would give him a chance to leave here alive. To this, the young man noted that it was unlikely that his interlocutor would be able to kill him, and Irina recommended not to underestimate their intelligence service. After which the girl suggested talking a little about the number of points that the guy had recently received in an incredibly large amount for playing in the 5th level tower. Where did she guess that he was playing on hard mode, which he had already done in previous seasons? Meanwhile, the cat continued to eliminate other members of Irina's group. At some point, the young man suddenly grabbed the girl by the hand, saying that he had only one question for her. Bringing the blade of the knife straight to his throat, he noticed that she would not be able to kill him today. He himself drew the tip of a knife across his throat, saying that it was impossible to kill someone who was not real. And then his body disappeared, and in its place several ice swords appeared near Irina's throat. Standing opposite the girl, Matthew noticed that this entire veil of darkness was nothing more than an illusion that was created only to try to fool him. Cutting through the darkness, the young man noticed that in this case, the ability used by Irina worked with the enemy's sensations. His opponent, who could do nothing to counteract her opponent's actions, listened silently to his reasoning. Well, Matthew was already sorting out his feelings from Irina's use of the ability, where his perception was greatly clouded. And so he came to the conclusion that this wonderful skill makes it possible to simply manipulate what the enemy sees. This completed the revelation of Irina's ability, from whose hands her weapon was already disappearing. Exhaling heavily, the girl sank to her knees as the darkness around her dissipated. Readying his swords, Matthew noted that she had become very good at deceiving people. But that was definitely not her main ability. But now her destiny will be to become food for the zombies living here. The system's message that one of the players had actually died caught the young man's attention. Irina also could not leave unnoticed the fact that one of those who was part of the group she created died. A quadcopter hovering in the air reported that a group of survivors had been discovered in one of the zones. And after him, some creatures appeared on the edge of the half-destroyed building, who were given the command to destroy the living. Realizing that he had to run immediately, the man tried to somehow free himself from the shadow thorns. But one of those who was on the roof was already below, right in front of one of the members of Irina's group. Claiming that a special protocol was being carried out, the giant android destroyed the target, and the young man received a system message that one of the players died during the game. Watching what was happening, Matthew tried to decide for himself what would be the best thing for him to do now. Well, the steel giants who arrived for the cleanup have already tried to attack them and Irina. Having prepared himself for defense, the young man simultaneously activated his ice arrows to counterattack the enemy. But at some point, everything that was happening around the young people suddenly froze, and Essa, who appeared in front of them, noted that two had already died without using the points they had earned. Pointing to her old friend, the girl declared that it was all Matthew's fault. Laughing, the guy pretended to apologize, asking his old friend how he could make it up to her. To this, his little interlocutor replied that if he bought a set of cards, she would be kind to him. Then, Matthew quietly whispered to her that she should try to sell the cards to the girl behind him, who was currently not in the most enviable position. And now Essa was already attracting Irina's attention, saying that she had a lot of points that would be nice to spend before she died. The girl, like any other player, understood perfectly well what Essa's appearance with her store meant. Forcing herself to her feet, Irina headed towards the girl, who continued to declare that she would definitely die today unless she was lucky enough to draw a good card. While Irina was walking, Essa tried to convince Matthew to buy some cards, assuring him that he would definitely be lucky today. The young man didn't have time to respond to this, as Irina, who had approached them, loudly announced that she was ready to spend her points, of which she had about 400,000. And now she has loudly announced that she is currently buying several decks of cards with random abilities. Matthew sat boredly and watched as his recent opponent went through the cards she had just acquired, one by one. But so far she hasn't had much luck, as only the most ordinary cards have dropped out, accompanied by boring announcements from the system. For a long time there was not a single card with any special skills needed in such a critical situation. Essa urged Irina not to stop since the card she needed was about to fall out very soon. At some point, the young man noted that, according to the prevailing opinion in society, there is no more fascinating spectacle than watching someone's slow death. The deck was running out, and Irina still couldn't find the necessary cards with the rarest abilities. Taking another deck, the girl listened to Essu's words, who assured her that this deck should definitely contain the necessary card. Glancing sideways at the beam projectile frozen in the air, Irina mentally noted that she absolutely had to draw a rare card, otherwise she would simply die. And so, finally, the cards ran out, and while the girl was tormented by despair, Essa coldly noted that, unfortunately, the player was unlucky today. Reminding Irina that she still had some spare points, she immediately suggested that she buy some kind of potion. And when Matthew intervened in the conversation, declaring that the time for trading was over, Essa again tried her luck at selling another deck to the guy. And when he asked why he needed it, she, in her eternally icy voice, noted that the previous player had failed to draw a card many times, which increased the young man's chances of winning this lottery. This statement made the young man think. This conversation was interrupted by the screams of Irina, who went into hysterics and cursed Matthew, the store owner, and everything that was happening there. While the girl was furious, Matthew decided to buy one card for luck, for which he gave 10,000 points. He was dealt a normal card with the ability to create ice arrows that he already had. But this was also useful, since the skill level of ice arrows could be increased thanks to this card, which he did, simultaneously attracting Irina's attention. But she was in a state of uncontrollable rage, asking the guy to just shut up and not talk to her. And while she was once again showing everyone present her middle finger, Essa managed to say goodbye. Matthew tried to stop the saleswoman, but the time for buying goods had indeed already passed. As soon as Essa disappeared, the flow of time in the game was resumed, and Irina, who was on the verge of death, continued to shower the young man with curses. The revived guards menacingly declared that they were continuing to carry out the special protocol, where everything living that was in their field of vision was subject to total destruction. But before they could do anything, Matthew, having attracted Irina's attention, deftly decapitated the player. Her body had not yet fallen to the ground, and he was already rushing rapidly towards the steel opponents who had appeared before him. With no less agile movement, he destroyed the android closest to him, after which he activated his ice sword control skill, materializing them. And now, his deadly weapon was already blowing apart the others who had come to cleanse all living enemies. Two more robots joined forces, preparing some kind of weapon for use, from which they released a powerful stream of light at the guy, capable of turning everything in its path into ashes. While escaping this attack, the young man noted that playing in this tower turned out to be very fun, And when the stream of light died down, he was able to see the fiery trail it left on the ground, gradually fading away. Then he decided to expand the massiveness of his counterattacks by materializing dozens of objects to throw. This time it was ice arrows that rained down on the androids opposing him. They literally pierced their bodies, turning the robots into a real sieve. When a powerful explosion occurred, the system announced that the game in this tower was completed, and the guy leaving the scene with the Shadow Cat would receive a reward in the form of a random piece of equipment. But the most coveted reward was the opportunity to take one of the losing player's abilities, and the choice here was quite simple. Very soon, he, Irina, and 2 members of her team returned to their real world. Looking at those who came out of the tower with him, the young man noticed that their condition was so weakened that they definitely would not be able to fight with him. As Matthew turned and left the scene, he said goodbye and that they had played well. Looking at her opponent as he walked away, Irina asked him why he was doing this. Pausing for a moment, the young man noted that if she wanted to be arrested so badly, she could call the police herself and surrender to them. The girl could not believe that the guy would just leave her here. And then Matthew said that she should tell everyone how cool the Game Master was. After all, the dead cannot tell about what they saw and experienced. When Ryan asked why he left the Russian spies alive, the young man explained that it was his gratitude for the cool ability, as well as for the opportunity to see the breath of death. But his interlocutor clearly did not understand the logic, literally starting to yell into the speaker, reproaching Matthew for his carelessness. To this, the young man stated that he was not some kind of psychopathic killer who would just take everyone's life. Ryan had nothing to say to this, and then he asked the young man what goal the Russians were pursuing. But he didn't bother to give him such an explanation, simply smiling as he listened to Ryan continue to yell. At some point, the conversation reached a stage where the man recommended that his interlocutor be more careful on the way back. Matthew thanked his only close person for the care he showed. When a player starts the game, everyone he meets in that world calls him differently. An alien, a messenger, a player, and sometimes even the Almighty. In the human world, the player was a weapon, an indicator of the level of military power of the country, a living hero. But the players were not just heroes, they were heroes of a real human war for survival. But there were also players like Irina Svetlova, whom he had recently met, who were waging war on a different level and against other states. The young man guessed that the country was expecting similar actions from him, where he would start a battle against other people as well. He walked down the street, going through all these thoughts in his head, and people kept recognizing the #1 player. It wasn't until he heard his name called several times that Matthew remembered that he had completely forgotten to disguise himself a bit. The young man stopped the girl who was pointing at the player, quietly saying that he was a thug, but she immediately declared that it was just an image, and in his soul Matthew was a great and kind guy who had saved humanity more than once. The guy heard the girl's words and that, according to rumors, he donates part of his income to charity. Continuing on his way, Matthew exhaled heavily because it was very strange to hear the opinions of himself from people who were completely unfamiliar to him. At some point, the young man realized that reporters had managed to track him down before he had time to get to his home. After thinking about the situation, Matthew came to the conclusion that the best solution now would be to simply hide. And now, the system has already announced to him that he has entered the next tower, where he must follow the development of the plot. As soon as he appeared, he immediately heard joyful cries that the saint's ceremony of calling the warrior had been completed successfully. And a second later, the warrior from another world was greeted by the girl herself, who was also glad that her prayers were heard. The girl introduced herself as Arya, who was another saint of this sacred kingdom. In response to the greeting, the young man said that he was a hero who saves worlds. When the welcoming ceremony was over, Matthew asked how he could help the girl. And when she noted that first she needed to explain something to the guest, the young man immediately added that most likely the matter was in some kind of confrontation between holy forces and demons. Happily declaring that the warrior was absolutely right, Arya began to tell the story of how, long ago, a war began between the saints and demons living here. About half an hour had passed and the flow of information still did not stop. And then Matthew asked if they could already go and save the world. To which the girl noted that the story had only just begun, but the main concern was that someone might abuse the power of the stone. Tired of listening to all this completely unnecessary information, the guy suddenly turned around and walked away. When the saint asked Matthew where he was going, he explained that he was going to carry out a task, but the girl tried to stop him, saying that he didn't even know where he needed to go. Then the young man asked if Arya herself knew where the stone was, and having received a negative answer, he added that in that case, nothing would change. His interlocutor wanted to say something else, but bright red discharges in the air interrupted this dialogue. First, the huge hands of an unknown monster appeared from the portal that appeared in the void. Looking at what was happening, Arya noted that nothing good could be expected from this. But what she found most confusing was how demons were able to stand on holy ground at all. The knights in the room instantly activated, drawing their weapons and preparing to confront the monster. Matthew stood and watched as they tried to defeat the demon with attacks of holy light. But their sacred attacks did not bring any results, which stunned the warriors even more. Entering the battle, the young man activated his ice shields and sword, ordering everyone to retreat back. But Arya was in no hurry to carry out this order, saying that they would provide assistance to the messenger. Blocking her path with an ice shield, the young man said that he could handle it himself, repeating his request to move to a safe distance. The girl was very scared. Something dark rushed towards her. Knowing that she was powerless here, all Arya could think about was that this warrior was putting himself in great danger for them. Then the girl fell on her knees and began to pray to her goddess to grant them her blessing. She was joined by other priests who also asked the goddess for mercy. At some point, the ice shield shattered into small pieces, which forced the girl to raise her head. Seeing the warrior covering his face with his hand, she asked if everything was okay with him. And Matthew, without taking his hand from his head, began to say that he was receiving telepathic messages from the demon that their forces would reach the stone before the saint and plunge the world into chaos. And so they demand that the warrior not stand in their way, unless he wants to be wiped off the face of the earth like the others. The saint felt real horror, listening to the words of the stranger and not understanding how this was even possible. Matthew said that there was no time to waste and asked the girl to at least tentatively tell him where the stone might be. Not believing that the end of their world was so close, Arya said that she had one thought on the matter. Pretty soon she was already sitting on horseback, only having time to urge her horse on. The young man moving behind her was mentally very glad that they had finally started at least some active actions. Turning to his shadow pet, the young man noted that they had done well, where his cat did a great job of imitating the sounds of demons. Chernish was very pleased with his master's praise and thanked him in his cat language. The guy thought that after this performance he needed to be more careful with the use of his shadow abilities. At one point, Arya, who was riding ahead, asked if they were going too fast, and Matthew replied that they definitely shouldn't slow down. Deep down, he was happy with how he managed to arrange everything the way he wanted with the help of his illusion skill. A pleasant-looking girl greeted the young men who had arrived. Matthew immediately told her the purpose of his visit, where he really wanted to get into the labyrinth. But as it turned out, in order to get into the labyrinth, you had to stand in a whole line. While they waited for the invitation, Arya told the alien about this place. The girl explained that the settlement they arrived at was built around an ancient labyrinth. After listening to the explanation, the young man noted that this was an ideal place to hide such a valuable thing as the artifact they were looking for. And finally, it was announced that it was their turn to enter the labyrinth. When the young men returned to the counter, the girl handed them some papers asking them to sign them. Arya had already started to sign when suddenly Matthew stopped the girl's impulse. But the young man was confused by the clause that if someone died in the labyrinth, then his body and property became the property of the city, even if he was resurrected and restored. To this, the girl cheerfully stated that everyone here has equal opportunities, but as we know, adventure always goes hand in hand with risk. Then the girl added that, in other words, whether or not to go into the labyrinth, where danger certainly awaits them, is entirely their choice and responsibility. The young man was clearly not very happy with such vague conditions for entering the labyrinth, but there was no other way out, and so the girl who met them, having made sure that there was a signature, wished them a good time. As soon as Matthew and his companion descended the stairs, the system immediately announced to the guy that he had entered an ancient labyrinth. Materializing his ice sword, the young man told Arya to prepare for battle, where their first opponents on this first level of the labyrinth were giant mutant rats. While holding back the onslaught of his opponents, the young man at the same time managed to direct the girl's actions, which, on his command, shot rays of sacred light at the monster. So they passed one level after another, very soon reaching the 5th level of the labyrinth and noticing that their progress was going quite quickly. Matthew noted that all this was thanks to the remarkable sacred magic of his companion, which she uses against enemies. But the girl was not sure of this, recalling that along the way they often met other adventurers who took it upon themselves to fight the monsters. But the young man understood that they were only taking on the battle to gain experience, and were simply glad that other adventurers were passing by. Arya did not abandon her optimistic attitude, stating that if everyone who entered the labyrinth supported each other so much, then even when the demons invaded, people would unite. To this, the young man stated that even if they did not unite, she should not worry about it, since they would soon obtain the ancient weapon. The conversation of the young people was interrupted by some big guy who greeted the newcomers to this labyrinth. But after greeting them, he immediately stated that they had forgotten to pay them for walking around here. The saint's expression changed dramatically, as she did not expect to meet bandits here. Matthew noted that such individuals, profiting at the expense of others, exist in literally every world. The big guy then cheerfully noted that if the guy already understood everything, then in that case it would be better for him to part with all his belongings right now. Arya tried to resolve the situation by calling on the man to be reasonable and engage in constructive dialogue. The guy supported her, asking the big guy if he was ready to talk and listen to what he was about to tell. And so he began his story, telling how demons appeared, seeking to destroy the world, and he is a warrior who came from another world to save this one. The whole gang stood there and did not understand at all what this strange young man was talking about, when he had already moved on to the part where he went in search of weapons against the demons. Matthew continued, pointing to his companion and explaining that this saint was helping him in his search for what would save their entire world. Having finished, the young man asked to let them through, and the girl, inspired by his story, added that it was for the sake of peace throughout the world. After this, there was a deathly silence in the air, where all the gang members just stood and looked at this clearly abnormal couple. But the man burst out laughing, deciding that the boy and girl had simply lost their minds from fear. The saint clearly did not expect such a reaction after her companion's fiery speech about saving the world. Matthew, however, exhaled heavily and noted that he had not expected any other outcome from his speech. The bandits continued to say something as he began to move forward, wielding his ice sword. None of his opponents, nor the saint who remained in her place, even had time to understand what had just happened. But a second later, all that could be heard from all sides were the cries of those who had already managed to lose one limb or another. The big guy tried to do something, but his hand, clutching the axe, suddenly separated from the rest of his arm. At some point, the young man noticed that some energy was moving towards him. Turning sharply, he deftly parried the attack from behind. The new participant in this confrontation menacingly declared that he did not dare touch her people, after which the girl clutching the axe cheerfully declared that the young man turned out to be much more capable than it seemed at first glance. Arya was once again shocked to recognize the same girl who met them and gave them the agreement to sign. When she pointed out that the girl was an employee of the company that organized the access control to the labyrinth and could not do this, Matthew explained that the company was in collusion with the bandits, where this group deliberately creates dangerous situations for adventurers, forcing them to pay for their lives. Well, those who are unable to pay are killed, and then their bodies are sold. For the saint, all this was a wild shock, and she could not understand how people could be so ruthless and cruel. Having called Arya an incredibly naive girl, the company employee noted that such are the laws of life in this labyrinth. And a moment later, she rushed at the young people with the words that they needed to think about all this earlier. Having easily stopped the movement of his opponent's weapon, the young man recommended that she turn her gaze slightly to the side. Turning around, the girl was shocked to see something dark rising from the floor of the cave. The last thing all the members of this gang saw was the satisfied face of the shadow cat. When it was all over, Matthew told his companion that the passage was clear and they could go. Having come to her senses a little after everything that had happened, the girl continued on her way with the warrior she had summoned. After some time, Arya was already warming herself by the lit fire, and the young man climbed higher and looked around the area. He jumped right next to the girl and said that they would spend the night here and continue moving in the morning. But the saint did not answer him, simply silently continuing to look at the flames of the fire. Looking sideways at the girl, the young man noticed that she had become more depressed after meeting with that gang. His companion remained silent, and then he concluded that she was simply not accustomed to facing the horrors of the real world, constantly being in her holy abode. And then finally, Arya spoke up, quietly noting that the world was on the brink of destruction, and people were killing each other instead of uniting. Raising her head to the warrior, the saint asked whether he himself could come to terms with this state of affairs. After this question, Matthew immediately remembered the situation in his own world, where people also simply used each other as resources. The young man came to the conclusion that the essence of people was the same, no matter what world he found himself in. His interlocutor asked the guy to tell her a little more in detail about the world from which he came to them. And the young man explained that their world had experienced more than one crisis situation in its history. But they didn't have a saint who could summon a warrior who would stop all this. At first, it all seemed very difficult, but gradually they got used to coping on their own. But at some point, he looked at all those who were also busy saving the world. And I realized that in reality, everyone is not concerned with the well-being of humanity, but is pursuing only their own interests. And when Arya asked the guy about what goals the warrior himself pursues, Matthew answered the question with a question, asking the girl her own opinion on this matter. This made the saint think, and for a while there was silence, where only the crackling of wood in the fire could be heard. Soon the young man also took a seat to rest, immersed in his own thoughts. He was just thinking about how for some reason nothing was happening, even though it was the right time, when his attention was drawn to the glow that appeared. Looking up, the young man saw Essa standing in front of him, who asked him if he was asleep and immediately offered to buy the map. But the guy wasn't interested in the cards. He wanted to look at the other products available. A few days later, the young man was already fighting on the 100th level of the labyrinth, where the creature opposing him said that the stone would be taken by demons. While the young man pierced the huge serpent with shadow spikes, the saint accompanying him prayed to the gods for a blessing. Leaping high into the air, the young man brought his ice sword down directly on one of the heads. Having broken through it, he was able to reach the one that controlled the movement of the snake. As he died, the monster asked the devil himself for forgiveness for not having dealt with these aliens, and the winner wished his opponent a safe journey to hell. The system announced that the player's level had increased and that points had been awarded, and Matthew himself sighed wearily, noticing how tired he was of all this. He was extremely indignant that he had just now received a card with a random ability as a special reward. The saint was incredibly happy that the warrior she had summoned was so strong and was able to defeat another demon. With this battle, the passage through the labyrinth was completed, and the purpose of this entire journey began to appear before the young people. Approaching the glowing object, the young man noticed that for an ancient weapon against demons, it looked somehow too simple. Since the stone had been mined and the labyrinth had been completely completed, a portal opened before Matthew and his companion through which they could leave this place. They immediately took advantage of it, and now the girl breathed a sigh of relief, finding herself again under the open sky. But suddenly the girl's speech was interrupted by the one standing opposite, who suddenly praised the saint and the warrior from another world for their efforts. The fair-haired young man, with quite a large number of warriors standing behind him, happily declared that thanks to their efforts, his task of obtaining the ancient weapon had been greatly simplified. He sincerely believed that this power should be exclusively in his hands and ordered the stone to be given to him. Matthew chuckled and noted that this guy was definitely not on their side, and the saint explained that he was the first prince of the Duar Empire. The young man continued to insist that the stone be handed over to him, but Arya resisted, saying that it was needed to save the world. But then Duar showed another stone, saying that she could not worry about it, because when he collected all the fragments, the demons would bow before him. At that moment, Matthew activated, drawing his sword and noticing that the item for completing the task had come into his hands on its own. After this movement, Duar ordered his knights to deal with the stranger and the saint, obtaining the desired item for their master. The system meanwhile announced to the player that this was the final part of the scenario in which he was taking part. As the first prince's warriors approached, the saint cast her prayers of protection on the stranger, and Matthew himself activated his swords, which quickly soared into the air, destroying the approaching knights one after another. At some point in this hopeless battle, one of the commanders suggested that the prince retreat before the entire army was destroyed. But the one who possessed the stone, Duar, had no intention of leaving empty-handed. The system immediately warned the player that his opponent was using the power of the stone. Turning to his companion, the young man informed her of the first prince's actions, after which he instantly activated his ice shield in order to protect them from the first attack. But the energy release was not a deliberate attack, where the use of the stone caused Duar's physical transformation. The knights tried to ask him if everything was okay, but the prince immediately destroyed his own warriors, calling them worthless creatures. As Matthew watched the knights try to escape their own master, he asked Arya to renew the protection she had placed on him. He himself began to put on armor, which, of course, was created by him from ice. Before the attack, he used the earthquake and fire potions he purchased from Essa's shop that night. And while his opponent was discouraged, the young man dealt him his first powerful blow. But this was clearly not enough, and the mutated prince tried to catch the warrior from another world, shouting that fire would not help him. But when Duar tried to grab his opponent, the guy only grinned, not even trying to avoid it. And after the monster's hand flew through Matthew's body, the prince realized that it was just an illusion. The young man who appeared behind Duar noted that the possession of power intoxicated him so much that he stopped noticing anything around him. The guy quickly dropped to the ground, literally passing through his opponent's body. This short confrontation ended with Matthew's complete and unconditional victory, and the system announced that the player had received the second fragment of the ancient weapon and that the next task had been completed. Immediately after that, a beam of light fell from the sky onto the guy, which reminded him of some hackneyed scene from an ancient computer game. The saint, standing a little to the side, watched with interest everything that was happening. The stone was in the hands of the winner, and the system issued a new message about the player's level increase. When this light show was over, Matthew turned to the girl saying that now it was definitely over. But Arya was very surprised when the guy handed her the stone and asked her to take it into her complete disposal. When the girl asked why her, the young man replied that there were no other candidates. When she tried to plead that she did not have sufficient abilities, Matthew stunned her by asking if he should then pass it on to the people of the Empire. While the saint was in a state of some stupor, her companion remarked that he personally considered it a better decision to give the weapon to the saint than to someone else, and so he took the girl's palm with one hand in order to place this sacred weapon into it. When the stone was handed over, he also noted that in any case the girl would not wage war alone. It would just help her win. Arya was in a state of complete confusion as she held this treasure in her hands, but the girl pressed the stone to her chest, thanking the brave warrior for both his help and his kind words. At this point, the game was over, and Matthew only managed to say goodbye, saying that he was pleased to hear such words. Lying in his bed, the young man thought that he had only wanted to rest and relax a little, but had spent a whole week in the tower. After reading more news about himself, where it was assumed that he would be able to clear all the towers alone, the guy tiredly closed his eyes. A few days later, the young man walked carefully along the street. But he still couldn't remain unnoticed. And now a crowd of annoying reporters was already pursuing the guy, who decided to hide from them in yet another tower. When the reporters approached, all they could do was note that the guy had started a new game. But unlike the others, there was no information about this tower, which gave reason to assume that it was a special kind of tower. Having moved inside, the young man received a message through the system that the child with 1,000 faces and talents had been long awaited here. Matthew's eyes widened and he coldly asked to spare him the unnecessary words and get straight to the testing. And then a multitude of mirrors appeared in front of him, the player's reflections in which were in a variety of poses. Well, the one who arranged this for him noticed through the system that the guy was very impatient. And then, one of his reflections made it clear that the test was about to begin. And the one who gave him this test confirmed that there was very little time left to wait. Where after these words, all the mirrors that were in the room shattered into small pieces. And then, from the darkness, a dark figure clutching a weapon slowly approached the guest of this world. The man in the clown mask looked at the applicant and noted that he was not at all surprised to see him. Seeing his opponent, Matthew prepared to use his sword control skill, but his opponent immediately copied his actions. They threw their swords at each other at exactly the same time, and they collided exactly in the middle. Then the young man jumped up from his seat and headed towards his opponent. And now the opponents were already a meter away from each other, and only ice swords managed to circle around them. Matthew was confronted by an exact copy of himself, who copied his every move and use of abilities. Where the guy felt like he was literally fighting with his reflection in the mirror. And if he tried to use an ice arrow, then his clone would immediately repeat the same action. Despite the fact that the young man fought with his reflection every season, he could not get rid of the strange feeling. To continue the attack, Matthew used his shadow spikes, but his reflection instantly performed an absolutely identical action towards him. To protect himself from the impending threat, the young man used the shield provided by his cloak, immediately after which he tried to reach the enemy with a blow of an ice sword, which was instantly copied by the clone. Then the guy tried to summon and use his shadow cat, but the system gave a message that summoning creatures is prohibited in this tower. And so, Matthew had no choice but to continue the battle on his own. But at the same time, he understood that in reality, fighting with one's reflection was not so difficult. And so he made a sharp lunge forward, thrusting his sword into the clone's body and immediately feeling his sword in his body. Looking at his opponent, the reflection suddenly asked why the guy was so serious, after which the reflection added that they can become either a hero or a villain, where only they themselves can make this choice. Releasing their swords, Matthew and his reflection suddenly reached for each other's heads. But unlike the clone, the young man knew how to defeat his opponent. And then he suddenly pulled his hand back, which immediately caused a corresponding reaction. After a few seconds, the guy's reflection turned into smoke and disappeared into the air. And the young man himself put on his face the mask he had torn from the reflection. Then, raising his head, he asked if there was anyone else here who needed to be dealt with. And then the patron Lord Harlequin appeared before him, who gave the young man the opportunity to take on a new face and a new talent. Ryan was running like crazy down the hospital corridor. He threw open the door to the ward and saw Matthew lying there carefree on a hospital bed. Taking a break from his system windows, the young man was glad that his friend had come to visit him. And when he asked Ryan if he had brought him any treats, the man laughed, noting that, judging by his mood, the guy was clearly feeling better. And now he was already talking about the young man stopping pretending and going on to support peace throughout the world with his game. Matthew tried to refer to his injury, but Ryan immediately noted that the guy had definitely already managed to heal himself with some kind of healing potion and was just chilling out there. To this, his interlocutor noted that the wound was not quite ordinary, and Ryan agreed because he knew very well about passing the test from the Lord of the Harlequin. The man also noted that this ruler was very peculiar, but the young man stated that everything was within the norm. Each player has periodic challenges from their patron after the player reaches level 50. In Matthew's case, it was a kind of overcoming himself. After completing this test, players usually receive the most significant rewards. This time, too, he received another gift from the Lord of the Harlequin, which significantly enhanced his abilities. Then the conversation turned to the task Ryan had brought him this time, where the man explained that the guy would need to find one villain and deal with him. In the modern world, real villains were a rarity, and often they were the so-called black players. One of these was the man who stood and enjoyed the screams of people who were trying to escape from his hellish flames. Smiling from ear to ear, the man who called himself the Maestro sang about how he would show humanity the true path. And while he was pretending to be a conductor, having carried out the task of spreading fire, the system announced to the madman that the Lord of Fire expressed his admiration for him. The guards of order were already sneaking up on him from behind, while he was shouting in admiration that only the Lord of Fire understood the essence of his creativity. At some point, the Maestro noticed armed men approaching, who once again decided to make an attempt to catch the criminal. The police didn't have time to do anything when suddenly this black player literally disappeared into thin air. While Matthew was climbing the stairs, everyone else was discussing what the tower that Maestro had entered was like. While everyone was bustling about and trying to figure out what to do, since entry into the tower was severely restricted, Matthew calmly walked forward. Approaching the very place where the one he was ordered to destroy had stood a few seconds ago, the young man looked around. He saw the grief-stricken people who had lost their loved ones in the fire, and he knew full well that this player was a real madman who definitely deserved punishment. Without a second thought, the young man gave the system the order to move him to the tower. In the world where the Maestro had fled, the criminal was in the very center of attention, as befits any artist on stage. Noticing the young man who appeared behind him, the man called the one who dared to come here after him a fool. But when he turned completely around and met the guy's eyes, the Maestro's expression changed. He never expected that the #1 player himself, who had already materialized his ice sword, would come for him. But a moment later, his face lit up again, and the man noted that the #1 hero would definitely be able to appreciate his art. But Matthew clearly had no intention of admiring what this psycho was doing, stating that he had always been interested in the question of where such abnormal people come from in their world. These words clearly hurt the Maestro, who immediately became very serious and said that the boy did not dare to speak to him like that. Activating his abilities, he shouted loudly for everyone to see his fiery, hellish orchestra. And now the first instrument had already begun to play its part, striking at the place where Matthew was. After the flute, the brass instruments came into play, shooting fiery projectiles at the guy. But the young man quite easily repelled all the attacks of his maddened opponent, which of course could not help but anger this lover of a wide audience and applause. Then he waved his wand, and a new threat appeared above Matthew's head. When the metal landed on the arena with an incredible noise, the Maestro exclaimed with delight and joy that now his opponent was caught. But he clearly didn't fully understand who he was dealing with, because a moment later Matthew smashed the object that covered him into tiny pieces. Addressing his opponent from the height he had gained after the jump, the young man noted that it was time for them to end this performance. However, his speech was interrupted by musical symbols that quickly connected right where Matthew was. But it was not just a blow, as each of the objects began to engulf the victim in real hellish flames. Watching the young man's body fall to the floor, the Maestro admired himself, not even believing that he had been able to create such a masterpiece that had defeated the #1 player. But his joy was interrupted by the words of a young man lying on the floor, who noted that there was nothing to be happy about. After all, there was nothing more than an illusion between the plates, and the real Matthew was already attacking the man from the other side. At the same time, the young man was surprised at how the Maestro was able to evade this unexpected attack of his, which did not turn out to be fatal for him. The criminal himself could not understand how the guy was able to make his illusion talk. Matthew chuckled and said that his opponent was not good enough for him to explain how he achieved such a result. But considering how much the maestro loves the audience, he is ready to gather a whole hall of himself for him. Suddenly, the guy's face became incredibly serious, and he said that he was being generous only because this was the maestro's last performance before his journey to the next world. He then directed a crowd of clones at his opponent. But his opponent was not so simple either, clutching his conductor's baton, which immediately began to burn with a bright flame. And now his whole body was already engulfed in fire, and the maestro himself screamed that his art would not die today. When the glow faded, the system announced to the guy that he had won the duel, offering to choose the place where he would like to exit the tower. Matthew knew that he had to catch up with this madman and deal with him at any rate. And now he has already chosen the very path along which his opponent left the confines of the tower. Standing on the ledge of one of the buildings, the young man, observing the target, noted that the choice to end his days in France was not so bad. The young man, without taking his eyes off the maestro, concentratedly followed every movement. Shouting that he would not be able to escape, the young man jumped down, simultaneously materializing his weapon. And so the guy's ice sword was set in motion, aimed straight at the criminal trying to escape. The maestro instantly felt the effect of this chilling cold on his back. This was enough to slow the man down and get him close enough to strike. He struck, but was quite surprised when he saw that his blow hit some kind of protective dome. But it was not the maestro himself who created this protection, but a girl who appeared nearby. It was Jacqueline Mason who sternly asked Matthew to lower his weapon and stop attacking. Approaching and knocking his fist on the protective dome, the young man asked his old acquaintance what had brought her here. And while he was waiting for an answer to the question he had asked, he looked with interest at the crowd of companions accompanying her. Approaching the boy, the saint explained that they had been warned that the black player might flee to France, which was why she had mobilized. Laughing, Matthew declared that in that case she should assist him in making a huge hole in the monster's belly. But his interlocutor suddenly declared that she could not allow the young man to kill this man. The guy laughed while she was talking about how murder during arrest is only possible under exceptional circumstances. The young man tried to find out from Jacqueline whether she cared about the fate of this scumbag who had killed hundreds of people, but she resisted, declaring that revenge would not bring anything good. And if one person behaved like a monster, it does not mean that others, including Matthew, should act like him. Then the guy tried to use the argument that the destruction of a black player cannot even be considered murder. But the saint responded that she cares not about the maestro, but about the health of Matthew's soul. And while she was saying something about global consequences, the ice that had bound the criminal's body had almost completely melted. Without a second's hesitation, the man immediately activated his wand, preparing to throw fire. But something went wrong, and the maestro let out a mad scream as his own flames scorched his body inside the dome. After watching this pathetic attempt, Jacqueline continued to talk about how she was trying to protect Matthew himself, first and foremost. After all, the criminal is caught and will be placed where he should be, which closes the incident and allows the young man to return to his business. While listening to his interlocutor, the young man glanced sideways at the burnt maestro lying on the ground. And so he retreated, putting away his ice sword, saying that if the girl was asking him so much, then he was ready to meet her halfway. As he walked away, Matthew noted that he had only wasted his time chasing and fighting. With another step, he suddenly activated his shadow skills, preparing to deal the maestro a fatal blow. But Jacqueline was prepared for such a turn of events, reactivating the dome and noting that the young man might not even try to get it. Matthew glanced sideways at the holy protector and exhaled heavily. Having said that he would not try again, the guy also noted that he had also expected such actions from the girl. Jacqueline didn't even have time to understand how the shadow creature of her interlocutor literally absorbed the maestro's body. Within a moment, everyone accompanying her pointed their weapons at Matthew, ordering him to freeze in place. The system informed the player that his level had increased once again, and the Lord Harlequin was so delighted with his actions that he was rolling on the floor laughing. Turning to the girls, the young man suddenly noticed that this black player had killed a huge number of innocent people, among whom were many women and children, and therefore he had no reason to spare him and allow him to live carefree in prison. The saint, however, could not come to terms with the murder. But Matthew immediately added that people like this maestro destroy the world and humanity faster than the towers. And then he remembered his friend's words that the one who kills the monster can become one himself. He ended his words by saying that he was not at all afraid of how others would speak of him. But then Jacqueline came closer, placing her hand on the guy's shoulder and thereby attracting his attention. Looking her interlocutor straight in the eyes, the girl stated that she had never considered him a monster and did not consider him one. The young man did not respond to these words, simply continuing to look into the eyes of his longtime friend. Ryan yelled at the guy so loudly that Matthew had to take the phone away from his ear. He didn't understand what the problem was, because the man himself had given him the task of dealing with this bastard. To which his interlocutor resignedly noted that no one had spoken about the public reprisal that the guy had committed. He then said the French government was begging the #1 player to go home, but Matthew cheerfully pointed out that he had no plans to go back just yet, as he had a personal life too. As he disconnected the connection, the young man said that he would definitely tell her everything upon his return. When the conversation was over, Matthew thanked the girl for helping him resolve his problems with the authorities. He also noted that since he was her debtor and saw no reason to refuse, he agreed to help. Jacqueline, who was in the room, was very pleased with the guy's words. As soon as the guy plopped down on the bed next to her, she suddenly rose from her seat, saying that they would meet tomorrow in Paris. Looking at the girl walking away, the young man noticed that she had drawn quite clear boundaries between them. Jacqueline continued walking towards the exit when Matthew asked if there was anything else she wanted to tell him. Smiling mysteriously, the girl replied that she had nothing more to say, wishing her interlocutor good night. A couple of seconds later, she had already closed the door behind her and left the room. Her expression changed dramatically, where she mentally wondered if she should have asked him for this favor at all. The tower that the players gathered in was level 6, where they had to complete the scenario. Leaning out of the window of the rapidly moving carriage, Matthew protected himself from flying bullets with the help of an ice shield. But he himself did not remain in debt, attacking his pursuers with his ice arrows. Having stopped shooting back at his pursuers, the young man turned his attention to what was ahead. Drawing the Saints' attention to the fact that there was a bridge ahead, he suggested stopping their opponents on it. And so the players left the carriage in one leap, landing on the pavement. While Matthew covered his companion, she destroyed part of the bridge with one powerful movement. The pursuers could not go any further in any case, and Matthew rather invited them to go on the offensive. But then a man appeared ahead of everyone and asked the aliens what they were doing here. He ordered his men not to shoot, and recalled that they had previously fought on their side. Addressing Jacqueline, the man shouted loudly that with her support they would definitely be able to win. With her eyes closed, the girl listened to his questions about the reason for her defection and his pleas to return to their ranks. Now the young man began to understand perfectly why the Saint had asked him for help. After all, it is obvious that this is not the first time she has been in the world of this tower, and has already fought for the side that she is now opposing. Jacqueline confirmed that she had indeed been to this world before, having entered it by accident through another world. Then, without a second thought, she joined in and began fighting for the side she was currently opposing. She was attracted by their motto, which included 3 words: freedom, equality, unity. After listening to his companion's explanation, Matthew immediately understood her feelings, where she clearly felt like a traitor by changing sides. And Jacqueline explained that in order to pass to the next level, it was necessary to change sides, since the battle for the previous one would not ensure a level increase. When she finished, her interlocutor calmly said that in that case they would do whatever was required of them. Jacqueline was very grateful to the young man for agreeing to help her and being there. She had already managed to activate the protective field, while the man who had stepped forward continued to try to persuade them to return to their side. But his speech was suddenly interrupted by an icy attack, where the young man only grinned, remembering how this man called them dear guests of this world. As he prepared to continue, he noted that his opponents apparently did not quite understand who they were. The man he attacked was still alive, as Matthew had deliberately hit his helmet and, without hiding his feelings, listened to his words about how they had only one chance to get out of here alive. However, he could not accept this generous offer, saying that retreat was an unaffordable luxury for him, where he would prefer to die for his cause. As he donned his battle gear, he added that if he was to die, it would be in battle. At his command, all those who took part in the pursuit donned exactly the same armor, preparing to use their magical weapons. Shouting their motto, the men in steel magical armor attacked the aliens opposing them. The very first shots destroyed the created holy protective dome. But then the girl gathered her strength and cast individual protection on the one who was preparing to confront this squad. The system immediately sent the guy a message that he had a saint on his side who cast a protection on him that significantly strengthened his armor. An additional effect of the saint's help was that everything around the guy seemed to slow down. The young man then activated his ice swords to attack the enemy, and then he turned his attention to his companion, who had also managed to arm herself. Rushing forward, the girl ordered the young man to step aside while she dealt with the opponents. But before she had even taken a few steps, everything around was suddenly covered in impenetrable darkness. Frozen in place, Jacqueline tried to at least see something and at the same time talk to Matthew. But her companion and comrade was already among their opponents, whom he mercilessly destroyed one after another. One of them managed to defend himself from the guy's deadly blow, and when he saw the knight activating his weapon, he immediately shouted to the girl to prepare for defense. Jacqueline managed to raise her shield in time, and a shot from the enemy's magical weapon landed on it, after which the saint shouted for the young man to remove this shadow curtain. To this, the young man explained that the mere presence of the saint strengthened his characteristics, and therefore there was no need to fight her at all. The guy also noted that despite the fact that he would destroy all opponents, the system would still divide the experience points equally between the allies. While he was explaining all this, the darkness gradually began to dissipate, and now Jacqueline could clearly make out the face and figure of her partner on this expedition, who, sitting astride his shadow cat, said that he had already finished dealing with the problem. Looking around, where dead bodies were lying everywhere, the saint said nothing, only exhaling heavily. Approaching the saint, who was very much depressed, the young man offered to help her climb onto the cat's back. Jacqueline was in no hurry, and then the young man had to remind her that they still needed to catch up with someone. After all, she must understand that all these deaths will be in vain if the city still falls without their support. Already sitting on the shadow cat, the saint said that Matthew did not have to do all this, to which she immediately received the answer that it was all wildly fun. Besides, the boost that the girl's presence gives him really helps a lot. Then the girl said that she asked for help, and not for the guy to do all the work for her. They soon approached the burning city, and Matthew ended the conversation by saying that in any case, he was already in business. Inside the city, the situation seemed even more terrifying than when approaching it. The soldiers mercilessly destroyed literally everyone who came their way, unquestioningly carrying out the order of their master to destroy all adherents of the old system of government. As Matthew and Jacqueline walked through the city streets, they encountered nothing but death in its most disgusting forms. Of course, the impressionable holy girl was much more horrified by everything she saw here. She could not understand why it was necessary to destroy the most ordinary innocent citizens. Matthew took a much more relaxed view of such manifestations of cruelty, noting that this was the ideology of every coup. And then he received a message from the system, which informed him that the Duke's special guard stood in his way. Looking at his new opponents, the young man concluded that they were now confronted not by revolutionaries fighting for their just cause, but by the most ordinary murderers. Having warned the girl that in a moment darkness would reign here, the young man snapped his fingers. The saint was surrounded by a whole crowd of reporters, each of whom was interested in how the joint clearing of the tower had gone. The girl was silent, and Matthew stood and looked sideways at his comrade in the last game. Jacqueline started to say that they had done it for everyone's safety, but the young man interrupted her, cheerfully remarking that it had indeed been a hot night. He then suggested that everyone think for themselves about what an adult young man and woman might do alone in a tower throughout the night. And when Jacqueline tried to explain to the press that everything was not at all as it might seem from his words, Matthew recklessly said that she herself called him dear and expressed joy about spending time together. At some point, the girl couldn't take it anymore and simply demanded that the young man shut his mouth. And while she was somehow trying to justify herself to the general public, Matthew received a message that the Lord of the Harlequin was very pleased with his behavior and was ready to burst out laughing. He was very pleased that with the help of the girl, he was able to please his patron. It didn't take long for the reward from the Lord of the Harlequin to come, as he gave the guy cards with various rare abilities. Deciding to immediately examine what he had received, Matthew opened his system window. Soon, he and Jacqueline were sitting in the back seat of the car where, after reading the latest news, the young man cheerfully noted that now no one would believe that they were just friends. Looking away from her mobile phone, his companion smiled mysteriously. After some time, Matthew, in the company of the saint, was already in another tower, where an army of ice-dead men was advancing on them. The young man began a conversation with the saint, again wanting to fight alone. But she discouraged the guy by asking him what had happened to her darling. And while he was recovering from such an unusual treatment, Jacqueline suddenly rushed forward. Preparing to attack the icy enemy, the girl menacingly declared that after a hot night it wouldn't hurt to cool down a little. And then her weapon threw a dense stream of bright, scorching light at the enemy. Receiving the system message, the young man watched in admiration as his girlfriend fought. For the next month, Matthew and Jacqueline spent all their time playing in one tower or another, where they destroyed hundreds of different monsters, following the given plot of the games. And then the day came when the young people had to say goodbye. Turning to the saint, the young man noted that lovers, as far as he knew, should kiss goodbye. And the girl never ceased to be amazed at how carefree the young man could be. But at the same time, she expressed her joy that now she has at least one of the players whom she can definitely trust. Having responded to this courtesy with exactly the same words, Matthew said goodbye to his friend until the next meeting. Seeing the guy off with her eyes, Jacqueline wished him a safe journey and urged him to be careful. But the words of gratitude she voiced made the young man turn around, where she meant not only that he helped her, but also everything that he does for this world as a whole. Already sitting on the plane and stroking his shadow cat, Matthew noted that although it is much more effective to work in pairs, each player still primarily pursues the interests of his country, and therefore you can't trust anyone. He was just voicing his thoughts about inviting Jacqueline over to play sometime, when suddenly his cat asked how much longer the guy was going to scratch his head. The fact that the shadow beast suddenly started talking shocked the guy a little, and so the cat had to explain that it was because of his leveling up. When the young man asked why the cat had only just started talking, he explained that he was simply tired of the boy dreaming about a girl, where he would have been better off getting to know the latest gifts from the Lord of the Harlequin in more detail. It was a reasonable point, and Matthew had already opened the system window, deciding to open the gift cards. He was already looking forward to how he and the cat would fight together, using the new abilities they had acquired, where he predicts their team will become completely invincible. While the cards were being revealed, the young man remembered how he had already acquired certain abilities. Now he was able to acquire a completely new skill that allowed him to reach a new level of his game. Completely satisfied with the result, the young man leaned back in his chair, noting that upon his return he would definitely need to test all the updates. As he approached the place he needed, Matthew, as usual, caught the quiet exclamations of people who recognized him as the master of the game. It was extremely surprising to everyone what he could do here in broad daylight, without hiding his identity. Once Matthew was inside the room, he kicked the table hard, shouting at the guy sleeping behind it that they had agreed to meet at 9, where he never showed up. Still not quite recovered, the young man sitting at the table asked the player to be quieter, as his head was splitting from the noise. But the master of the game cared little about the state of his interlocutor, and he continued to insist that he get up and follow him. Instead of an answer, one of the glasses on the table was thrown at Matthew's head, which he, however, easily dodged. Meanwhile, continuing to remain in his place, the guy at the table noted that the one who woke him up did not even imagine what his influential father could do to him. Looking Matthew straight in the eye, he loudly declared that no one dared treat him like that. At one point, the threats pouring out of the alcoholic's mouth were interrupted when the number 1 player suddenly put his hand on the guy's head. Before he could even realize it, Matthew was already dragging him out into the street by the hair, demanding that the gathered onlookers move aside and let them through. He was already remembering a very recent conversation that had taken place between him and the head of the Players Association. When he told the man that he wanted to test out new skills, the man asked the player to take a promising and very capable newcomer with him. And now Matthew, turning to this newcomer, said that looking at him, he could not believe what the head of the association had said about him. Only now did this reveler realize that in front of him stood the Game Master, who was supposed to help him pass the tower of level 4. Matthew couldn't believe his ears when he heard this guy's words, which basically meant that he intended to use him to increase his level and rating. However, very soon both he and his new ward were already inside the 4th level tower. Matthew turned his head and looked closely at his young and absolutely reckless companion. Literally kicking the guy forward, he told him to show him everything he was capable of. And the inhabitants of this world, who were called butchers, were already approaching him. With great difficulty dodging blows from meat axes, Duke demanded that Matthew deal with this threat already. But the young man did not intervene, noting with a bored look that he was not at all interested in what his companion was saying. Well, he was already practically in hysterics, again threatening the Game Master that he would be in great trouble if something happened to the person entrusted to him. Well, Matthew, watching this guy receive one blow after another, mentally noted that he had decent equipment and weapons, which he would not have time to handle at all. Soon, Duke began to openly cry and beg the Game Master to save his miserable life. Having materialized his sword and activated his shadow abilities, Matthew finally came to the boy's aid. Having dealt with butchers with skill, he noticed that the best way to learn anything was always to just try it. The guy's next opponents were huge bats that appeared in the room from a gaping hole in the ceiling. The young man decided to try one of his new skills on this opponent. And so the bloody hands that had burst forth from the very depths of hell began to destroy one flyer after another. At one point, Matthew asked if his partner had managed to wet his pants, to which Duke responded with an obscene gesture and more threats that his all-powerful father was supposed to carry out. But the game master responded to this with humor, saying that he did not mean to be rude, but simply gave motivation so that his new dog would become the best and most formidable dog. With his meager mind, the boy, of course, could not fully comprehend that Matthew was simply making fun of him, saying that he thought it was a strange comparison. But at some point, Matthew put on a serious face and added that he used this comparison only to avoid saying openly that the Duke player was completely worthless. Along the way, the young man used another of his new skills, placing a black mark over the head of the grieving student, the appearance of which caused a lot of questions in him. But before he could ask even one question, he suddenly felt something pierce his body. The guy sank to the floor bleeding, and Matthew coldly noted that he never worked as a team with people like Duke. Well, if he considers it unfair, then they can always meet and resolve this issue in a duel. A moment later, both young men returned to the real world, and the system announced that the game had failed. Duke, who had not yet had time to come to his senses, raised his frightened eyes, asking his playing companion about what had happened. With absolute calm, Matthew reminded the guy that he had just finished him off right in the game. Duke was instantly furious, declaring that his father would definitely find out about what the #1 player had done. Laughing, Matthew replied that of course his father would find out everything, since he himself would tell him everything in the very near future. Duke, however, was not calming down, saying that the player apparently did not understand how seriously he was stuck. After these words, Matthew suddenly moved closer to the guy, showing him in return an obscene gesture similar to the one he had seen earlier, and at the same time asking what exactly he could do with him. He then put his index finger to the boy's forehead, noting that he was not at all afraid that there would be one more person in this world who wanted to kill him. Matthew then moved on to the personality of his hopeless interlocutor, asking him whether he really considered himself special in any way. And without waiting for an answer to the question posed, the young man forcefully poked his finger into his forehead, saying that he personally did not notice anything special about him. At that moment, a system message suddenly appeared before the eyes of both young people. It was a forced movement of players to participate in another type of game, something Matthew had not expected at this time. Soon, he and several other people found themselves inside the tower, where the task was to emerge victorious. Literally clutching his head, the young man looked at everyone who was on his team today. Among them was that spoiled, worthless Duke and several other less experienced players. The man, beginning to rise to his feet, was the first to notice that the master of the game himself was on his team. While the others were still only guessing that they needed to work as a team, this man was already thanking the Almighty for the fact that he ended up on the same team as Matthew. The only one who was unhappy was the #1 player himself, because he understood that in this game all the work would fall on his shoulders. Soon, a system message appeared with the rules that were in effect when playing this game, one of which stated that it was impossible to allow more than 3 team members to die. The girl who stepped forward noted that, as always, if the players killed each other, they would be able to resurrect, but death from the tower's powers would be irreversible. Realizing that everyone would rely only on him, the young man suggested starting to play this game. Matthew's team really wasn't the best, with the only one with the highest level being the man who was glad that they were on the masters of the game team. Of course, most of the young man's companions were in genuine horror from the appearance of the monsters attacking them, but the young man confidently defended the team. After the ice shields prevented any damage to the team, Matthew destroyed the attackers with one swift move. Having dealt with the first threat, the young man looked at the most inexperienced player, for whom this was his first game, and who had just risen from level 1 to level 5. In general, he understood that such a distribution was intended to balance the strengths of the teams. Given this, it was no surprise that their team looked like very easy prey. Ordering everyone to gather in one spot, Matthew surrounded them with protection using his shadow skills, noting that they had guests. These were players from the other team who believed in themselves too much and threatened to dismember their competitors. Ignoring the others, the young man easily and quickly dealt with the 3 players who were closest to him. He then cheerfully noted that one of the rules of the game states that when 3 players on a team are eliminated, the remaining ones are disqualified. The members of the rival team, who had not noticed how they were left alone, were of course upset. However, they were not going to stop their attempts to destroy the enemy, addressing Matthew with several curses. But then the system announced that this team had lost and was leaving the game, after which the 2 remaining players were torn to shreds by huge spiky tentacles. After their death, the system announced that the players had failed the game, and Matthew's team breathed a sigh of relief. The game master himself noted that it was merciful on his part to kill those 3, who, unlike those torn apart by the tentacles, would be able to be reborn on Earth. The group continued on their way, but their movements were already being observed by their new enemy. Of course, the spy immediately recognized Matthew as the Game Master, deciding to tell his comrades about it so that they could join forces to destroy him. This man didn't even notice how that same Game Master suddenly appeared right behind him, asking if he was having a good time here. Looking at Matthew with fear, the young man in the mask declared that he was in fact his big fan. Responding that it was even nice, Matthew asked the player to tell him where his team was now. Swiftly approaching his comrades, the young man shouted that he had managed to find another team. And so all his comrades rushed after him in order to become one step closer to the desired victory. While they were running, they clearly decided that they needed to first destroy the most dangerous one, and then deal with the rest without any problems. At some point, one of the men noticed that it was getting a little too dark in there. Well, the one who brought his comrades to this godforsaken place suddenly declared that he was very sorry that everything turned out this way. All the others didn't even have time to understand what had happened, as they were already destroyed by the Shadow Cat, who had taken on a different form. The system only had time to send messages that yet another team of players destroyed by Matthew was leaving the game. And finally, the players were told that they had passed the labyrinth in which they found themselves. No one was left indifferent by the fact that the level of all the team players without exception rose, despite the fact that only Matthew fought. After which, all players were asked to choose a player who would receive a special reward. As it turned out, the system only gave out 2 gifts for the entire team, and not 1 for each player. Matthew immediately declared that this award should go only to him, since he did all the work single-handedly. He was very surprised when he suddenly heard a voice saying that he did not agree with this. It was Duke who suggested that Matthew give him 1 gift, and then he might forget everything that had happened earlier. But then, a level 20 man joined the argument and loudly declared that Duke had done nothing at all, while he had helped drive the monsters to Matthew, for which he should receive 1 gift. And now, a brawl has begun among his own people, in which Duke once again began to hide behind his influential father. Matthew watched silently as the 2 cadres tried to divide up his gaming property. Naturally, he did not like the behavior of these 2 completely worthless players at all. The other 2 urged the guys to calm down and resolve the problem of distributing gifts peacefully, but they were shocked when they suddenly saw blood spurting out from everyone's body in all directions. Having eliminated 2 members of his team, Matthew noted that everyone present had already received a large amount of experience points to level up without any effort. Turning to the 2 surviving members of the group, he inquired whether any of them also felt that they should receive one of the special gifts. Of course, none of them even thought of claiming it. And so Matthew announced to the system that he was the one receiving the reward for the entire team. But when the cards were revealed, the young man noted, not without regret, that he already had what had fallen out now. The young man was already in his room, upset that he had not had the best skills, and the Shadow Cat sitting on his legs did nothing but make fun of the boy. When the system offered Matthew to combine the skill he already had with the one he had received, he had no choice but to agree to it. After the fusion was completed, the young man was able to familiarize himself with the updated characteristics of the Fire Shield skill. After finishing his research, the young man wondered if he should go to a tower to test his new abilities, considering the fire world as an option. But the cat immediately declared that he did not like fire and would prefer a place where it was dark and cool. After listening to the wishes of his shadow pet, the young man thought about where he could go. But suddenly his attention was drawn to the artifact that he received from Princess Adelena, and the system announced that he was being summoned to that very world. It was a level 7 tower, only accessible to 1 player, and had a shop. While equipping himself, the young man agreed to answer the tower's challenge and participate in the game. A moment later, he found himself in the throne room, where someone was sitting on the throne right in front of him. It was Adelena, whom he had once saved, who was very happy that the gods had heard her prayers and sent a warrior. Looking at the girl, images of the past when they first met instantly flashed through the young man's mind. Smiling, Matthew, with all his simplicity, noted that he was glad to meet his friend again. But immediately after these words, 2 spears crossed in front of his face, and their owners demanded that the guest show respect to their queen. But Adelena immediately stopped the impulse of her guards, noting that she was in an unpayable debt to this warrior, who had now come to help. Matthew cheerfully noted that everything worked out well for the princess, and she put the crown on her head. And so, while playing out the plot of the game, the young man asked how he could be useful this time. And events here developed in such a way that at some point the Pope was informed that part of the lands remained under the control of the desert elves, which was a strong blow for him, which led to cardiac arrest and the death of the priest. Then the new pope addressed all the rulers among the people with a fiery speech. They were the evil King Aldwin, the Redbeard Hemming, and the High King Edmund, who started the war between the desert elves and humans, calling it sacred. After hearing all this, the young man immediately realized that there was some kind of conflict of interest here. Adelena continued to explain that the three kings had gathered their armies, where the current goal was to capture this castle, which was located closest to the land that they considered sacred. When the explanations were finished, the queen asked the stranger directly whether he would fight on their side. But the girl was amazed at how good the boy's eyesight was when he noticed the evil king's army a couple of kilometers from the castle. A brilliant idea came to his mind, where he opened up his skill sets and started making some changes. And now he was holding in his hands the ice firearm he had designed and materialized. Having checked the operation of the optical sight, the guy noted that Her Highness had absolutely nothing to worry about. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the young man watched the huge army moving below. He raised his weapon and took aim at one of the marching soldiers. The ice bullet hit its target, causing the knight to throw his head back and fall down dead. Immediately after this, one of the officers gave the order to prepare the shields, which was done immediately, and the next bullet hit the magical protection. Looking at his future opponents, the young man tried to figure out whether the shields of these warriors were blessed by the Lord of Fire. Well, the knights below were already sending out reconnaissance squads to search for the one who had just attacked them. Matthew, meanwhile, decided not to waste any more time on empty thoughts and rushed down to start a real battle. A couple of meters from the ground, the young man was picked up by his shadow cat, while a squad of desert elves attacked the group of knights. But their magical protection did its job, not letting a single arrow through. Someone wondered whether it was worthwhile to unite the two groups of knights, but the commander gave a negative answer, since the main task was to find the shooter. Just as someone was hinting that no arrow could penetrate the defense, his speech was suddenly interrupted by such an arrow, which went straight into his head. The shooter was very pleased with the results and the fact that everything was exactly as planned by the guest from another world. Meanwhile, Matthew's shadow pet was having fun with the knights in one of his monstrous forms. The knights screamed, called for help, and did not understand why such powerful forces were fighting for the elves. But then a new character appeared on the battlefield, who easily dispelled the darkness, calling on everyone to move only forward and not take a single step back. It was the evil King Aldwin, who managed to amaze even the shadow cat with his skills. But the creature of darkness was not going to give up its position so easily, transforming into yet another terrible form. Turning his head, Aldwin noticed a huge black mouth appear above him and his knights. But he did not react to this threat in any way, raising his fiery sword and calling for the attack to continue. And as soon as he lowered his weapon, the shadow creature was dispelled and disappeared along with a threat to the knights. After which the evil king and his inspired knights rushed towards Matthew, who was standing alone in the middle of the field. The young man looked a little confused at how easily and casually Aldwin was able to neutralize his shadow pet. But there was no time to fall into melancholy, and now he began to materialize his ice weapon to counter the threat. But before he could even take the sword that had begun to appear in his hand, something suddenly appeared from behind his back. It was his desert elf allies who told the boy to just focus on the main goal. He didn't even have time to say anything before all the elves who had arrived to help rushed into battle, carrying out the orders of their queen. Looking at their devoted faces, Matthew noticed that they were just a bunch of brainless fanatics. Well, the faithful servants of their queen were already fighting with all their might against the approaching knights. Having destroyed them, they headed towards their main target, the evil King Aldwin. But they were not destined to come even 10 meters closer to him, since with one powerful movement of his weapon, the king destroyed them all. After which, Aldwin had no choice but to destroy Matthew, who was still nearby. And so he rushed forward, and the young man already had his ice weapon at the ready. He tried to stop the king's further advance by delivering 2 consecutive blows, but Aldwin was able to defend himself from them, continuing to move forward and reproaching the alien for having allowed himself too much. While trying to attack the guy, the evil king shouted that his opponent had no idea what he was capable of, to which Matthew cheerfully replied that Aldwin was nothing more than his next opponent, for the victory over whom an excellent reward awaited him. Deciding to check something out, the young man approached his opponent and with a light movement of his hand, placed a black mark above his head. And now she has already begun to act, revealing the enemy's weaknesses and making these places even more vulnerable. But then the evil king suddenly raised his flaming sword, loudly declaring that the guy would definitely not be able to win like that. His sword entered the body of the horse beneath him like a knife through butter. Matthew, however, could not understand how the king could continue to act while under the influence of the black mark. Well, Aldwin loudly declared that he had sacrificed this blood and asked to be given the strength to defeat the alien. As the king approached him, the young man revealed his ability cards, replacing his main weapon. He was already defending himself from the enemy's attack when his usual ice swords began to appear in the air, where he decided to further confront the evil king using his remote weapon control skill. In addition to the swords, the young man activated the Bloody Hand summoning skill, which began to restrict the king's movements. And now, some hellish hands were already reaching even to Aldwin's head, who could not free himself. Very soon, his entire body was literally covered with bloody limbs that came from hell itself. Watching the action of his skill, the young man noticed that due to the presence of a lot of spilled blood around, his skill was working in an enhanced mode. There were also ideal conditions to try to increase the range of the skill, which is what he tried to do, spreading his arms out in different directions. And as soon as his energy spread, the young man ordered his new warriors to rise. At that very moment, the eyes of the fallen knights glowed red, and their bodies began to move. But while this was happening, the evil king was still able to tear off his bloody bonds. Looking at the astonished guy, he shouted that such cheap tricks would definitely not stop him. But then Aldwin noticed how all those who had recently been on his side, and who had been lying dead on the ground just a second ago, were moving around him, where his people were not only resurrected, but had already begun to transform into something more terrifying. And now, the mutated warriors have already rushed at their former leader, intending to tear him to shreds. Having slain the dead, Aldwin fell to his knees, begging the Lord of Light for help. But there was no help, and Matthew had already managed to get closer to the exhausted enemy. With one short swing of his sword, he ended the standoff in favor of the desert elves. Returning to the castle, the young man opened the box and revealed the head of the evil king. The queen, seated on her throne, thanked him for his service. But at the same time, she noted that this holy war had only just begun, and the elves were confronted by two more equally powerful kings. As evening approached, Matthew enjoyed the pleasant coolness, greedily inhaling the freshest air in this world. After some time, the young man decided to take a short walk through the empty rooms of the castle at night. He immediately felt how unusual things began to happen behind his back, where, after a few seconds, the young man heard Essa's voice, which was already familiar to him for a long time, who noticed that he had reached the highest level of mastery of the ice sword, and therefore could improve the store and purchase goods of a completely different level. Turning to his old acquaintance, Matthew noticed that he had already begun to worry that Essa would not show up at all. Of course, he immediately spent experience points on upgrading the store, and was able to acquire new artifacts and skills. The young man was pleasantly surprised when he learned how his new ice-related skills worked. The very next day, he was moving deftly between the knights, controlling the icy chi energy that he could materialize straight from his hands. The opponents around him, watching the death of their comrades, came to the unanimous conclusion that the enemy was too strong. Matthew, in addition to fighting, also managed to curse at the leader of those who were now trying to oppose him, where he found their leader to be a completely worthless creature who would never show up on the battlefield despite his soldiers dying like flies. Soon everyone around the guy turned into ice statues, and he himself decided to go into the tent and visit this grief king. A little earlier, he had a meeting with the queen, who invited him to give valuable information about the location of the Red Beard. When Matthew noted that the elven intelligence had done a great job, Adiwina suddenly declared that the information had not been brought by elves, but by humans. This information surprised and greatly interested the guy. But the queen explained that the kings had never gotten along with each other. But now it was completely unimportant how true this information was, which in any case gave them a chance. Hemming was considered the most powerful of the three kings, and so Adelena decided to send her army with the boy. And so, the young man opened the entrance to the king's tent in order to personally look at this fat boar hiding from him here. In the far corner of the tent, the young man saw the man he had come for, where Hemming was sitting quietly, clutching a mug in one of his hands. Matthew didn't even have time to say anything when suddenly his opponent staggered and fell to the floor. Looking at what began to evaporate from the mug, he immediately realized that it was some kind of strong poison. And so the young man stood and simply did not believe everything that had just happened right before his eyes. The elf who came in after him began to say that everything outside had been cleared, but her words were interrupted by the alien's laughter. Turning her attention to the body of the Redbeard, she also noted with amazement that by the time they arrived, he was already dead. Matthew remembered his own world, where there are people who, pursuing their own selfish goals, are ready to destroy the best players. Having turned all these thoughts over in his head, the young man crushed the mug lying on the floor with one strong blow. The queen was very alarmed by the way the situation with Redbeard had developed. where it turned out that they had been given information to achieve some other goals, to which her interlocutor only threw up his hands, and Adelena herself could not believe that someone would not disdain to wage war using such methods. Matthew responded to this remark by noting that whoever came up with and implemented this was killing two birds with one stone, where this shadow character receives at his disposal the armies of three kings at once, all their lands as possessions, and fully claims victory in the war. The queen knew who exactly could play the role of this character, which meant they had to prepare for a battle with the third king. Matthew fully agreed with this, noting that the troops of the two destroyed kings had most likely already joined Edmund's army. The knight entering the tent reported that the stranger who killed the evil king had also attacked Hemming's warriors. This means that it is now possible to pin the death of Redbeard on him. This news satisfied King Edmund, who noted that under such circumstances the Beard's army would also obey him unquestioningly, and so he announced to everyone that two kings had fallen at the hands of the desert elves, where everyone in the room immediately declared that they were ready to follow their king. Well, he, with a crazy look, moved the figures on the map, saying that very soon all this land would belong to them. After which he ordered the remaining army of the evil king and the Red Beard to be sent forward. The last king also reminded them that their actions were being monitored by the heavenly angels themselves, who would not forgive any mistakes. Once again, Matthew was on high and watched as a huge army approached him. He immediately recognized among the warriors those who had fought for Aldwin and Hemming, as well as soldiers previously unknown to him. Taking a closer look at the arrangement, the young man instantly realized that the king had decided to use foreign troops as human shields in this battle. But despite this, the warriors themselves were eager to fight and shouted in unison that the vile enemy would be wiped off the face of the earth. Turning back, the young man noted that violence would never establish peace. Well, at the same time, behind the castle wall, an army of desert elves was already ready for confrontation. Taking out one of his knightly acquisitions, Matthew considered whether it was worth trying out in the upcoming battle. And so the decision was made, where the system immediately announced to him that the enhancement was activated and would be in effect until the end of the battle. After which the guy's energy spread over a very large area, where after this, the warriors of the evil king could not help but notice him, and they immediately decided to begin to take revenge for their monarch. Directly behind them was a horseman clutching a sword that belonged to Aldwin. Activating the weapon, he asked the Lord of Light to guide them and help them in this battle. His prayer was heard, where the Lord of Light not only blessed the army of people, but also sent his warriors of light to help. This greatly raised the fighting spirit of the soldiers, who shouted in unison that the bishop had not abandoned them in trouble. But the Lord of Shadows meanwhile blessed the army of desert elves, which they all immediately felt. Their arrows were charged with dark energy, and the system also announced that the Shadow Group would join this battle. Moreover, the desert elves were also blessed by the Ice Lord. Receiving all these system messages, the young man immediately noticed that, apparently, this battle was very important for the rulers. And on the battlefield, a real massacre was already beginning between the followers of light and darkness. Matthew, however, reflected that if the lords were so thirsty for battle and death, then this made them lords of evil. He was distracted from these dark thoughts by a shadow cat, who noted that the guy needed to forget about this and just do what he gets paid for. Heeding the advice of his shadow pet, the young man materialized an ice sword and rushed to attack. As he was descending, the shadow group informed him that they were putting 100 shadow warriors at his disposal. Finding himself riding on one of them and soaring into the air, the young man was glad that they were being supported, which was very useful for confronting the messengers of the Lord of Darkness who appeared in the sky. And now, all the shadow warriors that appeared have already headed off to confront the warriors of light. The young man himself could in that case switch his attention to the main enemy, where a man clutching Aldwin's fiery sword fluttered through the air with the help of wings that appeared behind his back and shouted that he was fighting in the name of the light. With one powerful move, he destroyed the shadow warrior that was helping Matthew move through the air. Well, the young man suddenly noticed what the clothes of the guy opposing him looked like, where for a moment he assumed that another player with valuable artifacts might be opposing him now. But then Edmund turned to his opponent, asking him if everyone knew him as an alien from another world. Landing on another shadow warrior, Matthew mentally noted that he was not facing a player after all. Listening to Edmund's speech about how the alien would be slain in the name of the Lord of Light, the young man came to the conclusion that he had met another fanatic. Meanwhile, his opponent approached and threw a punch, which Matthew blocked without difficulty. Counter-attacking with shadow spikes, the young man noted that the game had become worse than ever, where all of his main opponents for some reason had wings. And then he received a system message that the Shadow Lord was blessing him with the wings of a shadow raven. and within a second, he no longer needed the help of the flying shadow warriors to stay afloat on the air currents. Looking at the improvement, the young man noted that he had not meant that he needed wings so badly. After all, with the advent of this improvement, his entire previous battle plan could be safely thrown into the fire. Edmund shouted that he finally saw before him a worthy opponent, a battle with whom would go down in history. And so the two opponents, inspired by the rulers who patronized them, continued their fight in the air. Putting pressure on the guy with his fire weapon, the king noted that all this was punishment for the fact that he had once betrayed the service of the Lord of Light. But Matthew immediately asked Edmund if it was his master who wanted him to poison the red beard. Meanwhile, something suddenly flashed in the distance behind him. Calling it a very outdated technique, Edmund quite easily destroyed several ice swords that approached him from behind. After which he answered the boy's question, stating that the Lord, of course, really wanted Hemming dead. Calling himself the Chosen One, the king dealt the boy a fatal blow, which, as it turned out, hit the copy he had created. Meanwhile, the real Matthew attacked the enemy from the other side, but it was blocked by the shield created by his equipment. But the whole point was that this shield, like the one on the player's equipment, only worked for a short time. And so the cold blade of the sword the young man pierced the king's body, which Matthew accompanied with the words that his wings also greatly narrowed his horizons. But as it turned out, this was not the end, where the system suddenly announced that the Archangel Seraphim himself had moved into the body of the defeated king. The young man only managed to break the distance with his opponent, whose body immediately began to emit an incredibly bright light, from which the guy even had to cover himself with his shadow wings. While this bright light illuminated everything around, the fatal wound on Edmund's body healed, crumbling the sword blade located there. And now, before all the participants of the battle, a completely new, incredibly powerful creature appeared. Matthew was quite surprised that archangels were able to inhabit human bodies like this. And then the system announced that the archangel's weapon had acquired different properties, after which it began to glow not with a red, but with a blue flame. Now Seraphim was fully prepared for battle, and the fight continued. At some point during this confrontation, one of the warriors noticed drops of water that began to fall to the ground, which instantly formed a real downpour. Well, Matthew and his renewed opponent did not stop their air confrontation. At one point in the battle, Seraphim, with a precise movement of his armed hand, cut off one of Matthew's shadow wings. Deciding that this was the final victory, the renewed king prepared to finish off his opponent. But then the young man let out a piercing cry, the meaning of which his opponent was not able to understand right away. He only realized this when the severed wing circled his body from behind and pierced him with a multitude of spikes. But this was only the beginning of the end, as after the spikes, all the ice swords circling nearby immediately rushed towards him. Matthew, meanwhile, touched his throat, noting that this could have caused him to lose his voice. Well, Seraphim couldn't believe that an alien from another world could defeat him so easily. The body of the defeated ruler was already falling down when the system announced to Matthew that he had managed to defeat the last king and his more powerful incarnation. The winner himself declared that he would no longer need wings to continue the battle on Earth. And so, having separated them from his body, the young man sent them back into the darkness from which they came. The entire army on the ground froze, watching as someone's body rapidly approached the ground. Very soon, the knights saw that it was the body of their dear King Edmund, pierced by ice swords. Following him, the exhausted angels who had lost their leader, the Archangel, began to fall from the sky. Well, suddenly, strong changes began to occur with Matthew's equipment, where the Seraphim crosses that provided protection instantly disappeared from the shoulder area. The system announced that the player's equipment was irreversibly damaged and could not be restored. After this, the young man began to receive messages about how many experience points he had received. Overall, the young man was pleased with how he had handled the mission and that the game was finally over. But as soon as he appeared in the real world, he was immediately attacked by a whole crowd of journalists who were interested in the details of his passage through the 7th level tower. The young man did not understand why he ended up here and not near his home, from where he had entered the tower. One of their correspondents noticed changes in the equipment of the #1 player, from which the crosses disappeared. And then all the questions returned to how the game master could comment on his victories today. Meanwhile, Ryan, who had gotten out of the car, noted with annoyance that they were late. However, having taken a closer look at the guy's behavior, he immediately noticed that something had changed in him. Where at some point the young man suddenly grabbed one of the microphones and started talking about how journalists like to write about what the players do. Turning to attention, all the reporters stood and listened to the guy's words about how he was tired of risking himself to save the world. And suddenly, a young man asked everyone present how they all felt about the war. The female reporter did not understand what the game master meant by this question and asked for clarification. And the young man repeated the question again, asking about the attitude of journalists to the war process itself. Where in the world of towers are people's heads broken by boulders falling from castle walls, entrails falling out after a sword blade passes over a body, and other unpleasant things? These words had already shocked everyone gathered. But Matthew was not going to stop, noting that now was not the Middle Ages but the 21st century. And then he gave the example of how bullets pierce people's bodies and how missile warheads and bombs generally blow bodies into small pieces. He smiled and noted that although the principles of warfare were different in the 21st century, it did not eliminate the sight of spilled entrails. After all that had been said, Matthew returned again to the question of how those gathered felt about the war. Of course, everyone started shouting that no one likes war, and it's unlikely that there's a person here who would like it. After all, regardless of whether one side wins or loses, human casualties cannot be avoided. When the battle was over, Matthew stood and listened to the Queen's speech, who said that she was both happy and afraid. Not understanding what was said, the young man asked Adelena what she could be afraid of if her people had won the war. And she explained that what scares her most is what comes after the end of the fighting. This is a horrific scene of the collection of Allied corpses and mass burial. Seeing this makes her begin to doubt that their lord had worthy goals. Now, standing before a crowd of reporters, the young man noted that he held exactly the same opinion they had voiced, that war was bad in any case. And since no man in his right mind would ever enjoy war, he has a further question for the press about how they treat the players. To this, the completely bewildered audience declared that they all liked the players very much, after which the young man asked if anyone had ever thought about how players become popular, where, without waiting for an answer, he stated that for this the players have to kill, and since without war there would be no players, he again asks the reporters about how they all feel about the war. Calling on everyone to be honest at least with themselves, he said that people actually like war. Immediately, cries were heard from all sides that this was nothing more than a provocative statement from the number one player, where his arguments were just fantasies. Smiling, the young man declared that it was not his imagination, but the neighbors of their state from all sides that regularly sent assassins to him. After all, this is also considered a war, as are the espionage activities of neighboring states. After this statement, Ryan was already trying to break through the crowd of reporters who, like sharks, were clinging to information about the attempt on the life of the game master. Well, Matthew himself continued to play, suddenly cheerfully remembering that this was classified information and scolding his careless mouth, which does nothing but give away secrets. As he continued to speak, the phone in his pants pocket continued to vibrate. All the media representatives continued to greedily absorb every word the guy said, who stated that even if the world collapsed today, people would continue to destroy each other tomorrow, where already now the governments of all countries use their players as weapons, despite the looming threat to the life of all mankind. Matthew stated that he was being told to draw his sword not before the enemy of humanity, but before the enemies of their state. And now he wonders why he should go through all this and save this worthless world and its worthless rulers every time. Making his way towards the guy, even Ryan himself, who had planned to stop this flow of information, froze, catching every word. The saint watched this performance live, where she was listening to her friend's rhetorical question about whether humanity deserves salvation at all. But she wasn't the only one who focused her attention on this fiery speech. Jim Hook and Bertrand Pennington also listened to every word that was said. Someone from the crowd of reporters suddenly shouted out that humanity deserved a chance to be saved. Turning his attention to the man, Matthew asked him to explain what it was that these outstanding people had done to deserve this. But not only the one who voiced his statement, but also many others immediately began to say that the innocent should not suffer for no reason. The young man grinned as he listened to the press tell him that he could not afford to give up playing. And the Lord Harlequin whispered to him that he would either die a hero or live long enough to become a villain. And then the young man, in an incredibly cold voice, said that this was just a dialogue, where what he said should not be taken too seriously. At that moment, the guy suddenly felt someone grab him by the wrist and pull him towards themselves. It was Ryan who advised his friend to leave the impromptu stage. As he led the young man away, he demanded that the assembled reporters and ordinary people move aside and clear the way. But Matthew wouldn't let up, turning to the cameras and telling everyone watching and listening to never again even try to talk about players owing someone anything. From the inside of the car, he declared that if they could piss off a player like him with their demands, the world would go to hell the very next day. Journalists tried to somehow detain the master of the game, but security did not allow anyone near the car. And while the car was driving away, the young man managed to get acquainted with two system messages, according to which the Lord of the Harlequin and the Lord of War expressed their satisfaction with what he had just arranged. Ryan drove while Matthew stripped off his gear and studied the system messages. One of the messages was information that the ruler of an alternate reality gave the guy an amulet to find the weak points of enemies. After opening a bottle of beer, Ryan walked into the room where Matthew was listening to the latest news broadcast. Turning to the guy, he asked him why he was listening to all this, since his words had provoked the authorities' reaction. However, his friend's reaction greatly surprised the young man, who had assumed that Ryan would be very angry after what he had done. To this, the man, ruffling Matthew's hair, replied that he had no intention of being angry, since he understood perfectly well what he was going through. And when he asked whether he had anyone closer to him, the young man thought for a couple of seconds. And now he absolutely recklessly declared that he also had Jacqueline in France, which of course greatly outraged his friend, who rightly believed that he was the only person close to the guy. And while he was taking a solid sip of beer, Matthew noted that, in any case, he was very grateful to him for everything. Then the conversation turned to what abilities each person had acquired and what equipment they had from the game. Ryan immediately showed his friend both his suit and his assassin weapon, but the man had already heard rumors that the boy had managed to get his hands on the legendary equipment, which he did not deny. After which Ryan suggested Matthew to have some fun, where he knows one good 7th level tower located nearby. As usual, the tower that the friends decided to visit offered to participate in a storyline, where the task for the players was to help the family of a mafia clan get rid of enemies. The maximum number of players allowed was exactly 2, and now the friends were already getting acquainted with the rules of the game. After reading the information, Ryan broke into a wide smile, telling his companion to get ready. After all, in all likelihood, they will find themselves in the midst of intrigue, lies, and betrayal. But Matthew just chuckled, saying that it was still not possible to change the genre here, after which he suggested that they start playing. In a dark alley, protecting herself from the pouring rain with an umbrella, stood a fair-haired girl who passed something on to her interlocutor, asking him to sort it out before the upcoming meeting. Having accepted the assignment, the young man promised to do everything in accordance with the instructions. As they parted, the young people said in unison that all their actions were carried out solely in the name of justice. Left alone, the girl looked at her watch, which her godfather had once given her, and which had not worked for a long time. It was at that moment that she saw the players appear in the middle of the street, who were not very happy about being caught in the rain. Looking carefully at the aliens, the girl instantly understood what she needed to do, and now she was approaching them with a request to help their family, which was in great decline. When Ryan and Matthew said that this was the purpose for which they had come here, the girl suggested that they follow her straight to the boss. While they were moving, the guide told the guys about how everything was arranged here, where their city is being divided into parts by 5 respected mafia clans, whose leaders are scheduled to meet in a few days. Just recently, the head of the Moretti family, to which she herself belongs, was killed along with many of his close associates. The girl then said that she was still a child when the Moretti family picked her up from the street. She had certain abilities since childhood, but they were of little help in this struggle for survival. Her life changed dramatically only when her godfather himself found and practically adopted her. Soon, she had already brought the guest to the place where the meeting with the boss was to take place. Pushing the door, the girl added that on the day of the attack she managed to save the godfather's son, who now heads the family. When the trio entered the office, the man sitting in the chair with his back to them immediately identified himself as the current head of the Moretti family. But when he turned to face the visitors, Ryan couldn't contain his emotions at the sight of the one who was called the boss here, which of course caused a very violent reaction from the child sitting in front of him, who really didn't like the fact that he wasn't perceived as the head of an entire mafia clan. The girl tried to smooth over the situation by noting that these aliens, apparently, simply did not shine with intelligence and actually respected the boss very much. This explanation satisfied the boss, who, smiling, asked Judy to get straight to the point, after which the players' attention was switched to the one who brought them here. Judy said that, in short, the goal of all their actions is to restore the Moretti family to its former greatness. As she had already said earlier, in a few days there should be a meeting of the heads of all 5 families, where the Moretti family should somehow stand out. Namely, they must find and punish those responsible for the death of the former head of the family. When asked if anyone was under suspicion, Judy said it could have been people from any other family. But the head of the Caruso family was most susceptible to the creation of strife between them. Taking the photographs of the heads of the mafia clans in his hands, Matthew looked closely at the face of each one. The silence that reigned for a while was broken by Ryan, who suddenly suggested that they simply destroy them all. Judy found this idea quite good, as with this approach, any potential threats to the family would be destroyed. All this time, Matthew, who had been watching the boys' reactions, noticed that the boss himself didn't seem to like this idea at all. The girl immediately turned to the boy, asking if this was really the case, but he immediately began to assure her that everything was fine. And so Lorenzo explained that their family gained weight only under his father, whose strategy of action Judy had observed for 20 years. And everything she does or approves of, without a doubt, demonstrates the very essence of their family. Matthew, however, did not calm down, noting that despite Judy's talents, the head of the family is Lorenzo, where he should have the final say. But when asked more specifically, the boy replied that he did not really think it was necessary to kill everyone, where it would be better to maintain good business relations. Adding that his father would have done the same, Lorenzo turned his gaze to Judy standing next to him, to whom he cautiously asked if they could leave everything as it was. Noticing that the young boss was very kind, the girl smiled and said that of course they might not kill all the families. When the players found themselves on the street after meeting the boss, Ryan suggested that they take out the family closest to them, which was the Lombardo clan. Noticing that his friend was now speaking just like a supervillain, Matthew nevertheless agreed with his proposal. The man, not without humor, noted that in order to deal with a villain, you need to think like a villain. When they burst into Lombardos, Ryan added that everyone chooses the role they will play, including in everyday life. The family's security guards responded immediately to the threat, preparing to open fire on those who dared to attack them. But none of these guys had the slightest chance of beating the players. Ryan offered the guards to surrender, promising to spare the lives of those who did not continue to resist. But in response, he heard only that everyone here was ready to die for the Lombardo family. This made things much easier for the assassin, who instantly rushed between the men, deftly wielding his blade. Watching his partner work, Matthew could only marvel at how excited he was. Here, reinforcements arrived to the main security, where the first man with machine guns to appear loudly declared that this attack did not just happen before the upcoming meeting. Having caught one of the guards, Ryan asked if the guy with the machine guns was the boss, to which he immediately received the answer that their boss would never stoop so low as to fight with people like them here. Since the prisoner was no longer needed, the man threw him with all his might at the guy with the machine guns. As he shielded himself from the bullets flying at them, Ryan reminded his companion that they were there to relax. After listening to his comrade in arms, the young man smiled broadly. Since he was so eager to fight, Matthew said that in that case he would now clear the way for him. And now, Ryan was already moving along the icy corridor in order to deal with the boss of the mafia family himself. Continuing to fight off the guards, the young man did not notice that someone was watching him from the roof of the building. Without interfering with what was happening, the man with wings continued to follow his goal. As he passed the window, he saw Ryan dealing with those inside, but the man himself couldn't help but notice that huge shadow that flashed by. Matthew, who was on the ground, also noticed something strange and as yet unexplained. Picking up the fallen feather, the young man noticed that he had a strange and not very good premonition. Soon it was all over, and the Lombardo family was no longer a part of this great power game. After some time, something unimaginable was already happening in the Caruso family home, from which the building was practically shaking. Matthew, watching this, wondered what Ryan was doing, who apparently hadn't fought in a long time. He himself sat peacefully on the ledge with Chernish in his arms, controlling only his own shadow currents. He asked the cat not to forget to finish off everyone there, and after that his shadow pet noted that his owner had become completely lazy. Once again, sitting in a cafe, Ryan asked his friend if he was tired of eating only local cheeseburgers and tortillas every day for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. To this, the young man replied that the local fast food was simply something, and therefore he wanted to enjoy it to the fullest while they were here. Ryan tried to tell the guy that there were other normal cafes here that served very tasty food, but he didn't want to risk a single meal. Then the conversation turned to the Caruso family, which Ryan had recently broken into. When Matthew asked, the man replied that the interrogation of the chief yielded nothing, where he had absolutely no idea who destroyed the old Chief Moretti. After which he also added that this scoundrel would definitely not show up to the meeting with good intentions. Having dialed another number, the man, tightly clutching a cigar in his teeth, once again heard only long beeps. When his patience ran out, he threw the telephone aside, cursing foully as he did so. At some point, his speech stopped and was replaced by a violent cough, causing blood to fly out of his mouth. He remembered very recent events where a certain killer who had penetrated him said that after a certain amount of time the blood flow in his body would stop, which would cause death. At the same time, Ryan noted that it was within his power to prevent this not very pleasant end for the family boss. After thinking for a few seconds, Chief Caruso said that their family would not organize anything bad at the meeting and would provide all possible assistance in finding those responsible for the death of the old Chief Moretti. After which, Ryan stated that his interlocutor turned out to be a very smart guy. Leaving the man, the player added that he should not even think about trying to escape from the city, as he would simply die. And now, sitting on the dirty floor, the head of Caruso clenched his teeth in rage until he bit off his cigar. Chewing on the ice chunks from his drink, Matthew noted that even though they had destroyed 2 families, they had still not found out anything. Hearing a loud crunch, Ryan declared that chewing ice is very harmful to teeth. After which, returning to the topic, the man added that they would most likely only be able to obtain more information at the meeting. He also voiced his suspicions that, in addition to these 5 families, there is another interested party. The very day came when the surviving heads of families arrived at one place to hold a meeting. And so all 3 sat down at one table to discuss the most pressing issues. The badly injured Chief Lombardo said after a few minutes that enough time had passed. His words were fully supported by the surviving head of the Caruso family, noting that the other 2 families, for some reason, are still missing. And so the young boss of the Moretti family angrily declared that, in all likelihood, Parisi and Rossetti, who had not shown up, were the ones who had destroyed his father. But Judy, standing behind him, advised the boss not to jump to conclusions and just observe what was happening. At some point, one of the assistants of the boss of the Lomverdo family burst into the room. Even Matthew and Ryan, who were standing on the sidelines, were interested in the information that had just been announced to everyone, where all members of the Parisi and Rossetti families were found dead. Since the players had nothing to do with it, Matthew immediately declared that everyone gathered had one common enemy. He continued to eat his burger while Ryan made his own conclusions about why families looked so weak. But at some point, the light in the room where the meeting was taking place suddenly went out completely, causing a new commotion among those gathered. But after a few seconds, a single lamp turned on, which illuminated a strange figure that appeared nearby. The man in the bird costume said out loud that he found it very convenient that all those who slandered this city had gathered in one place. This uninvited guest then began to list all the sins of each of the remaining 3 families, accusing them of regularly breaking the law. In conclusion, he said that before him he saw only a crowd of liars and criminals who could not be shown mercy. When he raised his hand up, the room instantly filled with crows as black as the darkest night. The hero himself called himself a night raven, who will immediately reward all those gathered according to their merits. While defending himself from the claws of the birds attacking him, Lorenzo asked the one who interrupted the meeting if he had accidentally destroyed the other 2 families. To this, the Night Raven directly and openly stated that it was he who had really destroyed those families, as well as the boy's father earlier, whom Lorenzo would certainly meet today. After these words, he made a sharp movement with his hand and wing, throwing several sharp feathers towards his interlocutor. But then his faithful Judy stood up to protect the guy, putting up an energy shield. The Raven looked in amazement at the girl who was protecting the little boss of the Mafia clan. He immediately remembered that rainy night when he and his sister had last met and talked about justice. And now the girl quietly noted that a fair price must be paid. The Raven jumped up from his place, heading towards Lorenzo and firmly intending to finish off the guy. But Matthew immediately intervened in the situation, and with complete seriousness stated that the son should not be held responsible for the sins of the father. Immediately after that, the crows flying everywhere began to become covered with a crust and fall, and darkness from the shadow creature spread throughout the entire room. While praising his pet, Matthew noted, not without a smile, that the man in front of him was the main villain of this plot. Meanwhile, the Night Raven dodged the shadow creature's attacks as best he could. Periodically, this overgrown chick tried to attack the shadow surrounding it. The shadow cat asked to be more careful with his manifestations, and Matthew had already managed to approach the Raven. And now his hand with its finger extended forward has already approached the head of the Night Raven. The result was the appearance of a system message about the establishment of a black mark on the enemy. And now the young man was already receiving information about the weaknesses of his flying opponent. A bird literally sang to the guy that the maximum dark energy comes from the feathers of a night raven. Meanwhile, the raven tried to attack the young man, which did not bring him the desired result. Left on the sidelines and with nothing, the boy in the bird mask was very surprised that the young man opposing him was able to weaken his characteristics so drastically. Deciding to change strategy, the night raven used a whistle to produce some strange activation of the birds fluttering around. which at that very second began to explode everywhere, right in the places where they were located at the moment of activation. Ryan, watching the scene, noted with concern that there were too many exploding birds. He then turned his attention to Matthew, who continued to fiddle with the Night Raven, suggesting that they switch places. But the young man refused, saying that he could handle the enemy himself, and that Ryan needed to protect the little boss Moretti. The man literally went berserk and insisted that he was a natural-born killer when the young man remarked that he would be better suited to the role of a security guard today. Well, today he will try on the role of a killer, immediately after which he attacked the Night Raven with a blow from his ice sword. Having felt the full power of the enemy, the guy in the bird mask was very indignant, since before that, he thought that the aliens were also interested in eradicating the Mafia. Having stopped the attack, Matthew asked his opponent why he even thought that their interests could be similar. Then the Night Raven told the boy about how the Moretti family killed his parents, after which they were able to avoid responsibility in court. And all this was only because they had connections, money, and decided the destinies of people the way they wanted. It is for this reason that he believes that everyone who is involved in the criminal world should be punished for their actions. Their entire city was rotten to the core, and that was precisely why he had dared to take on the difficult task of cleaning it up. Matthew stood there, showing no emotion, listening to the entire stream of information that flowed from the mouth of his opponent. And so the Raven declared that justice must be restored right now. He started to directly invite Matthew to take his side, but then several shadow spikes pierced his body, and the board player called on him to stop these fiery speeches and useless agitation. Approaching his opponent, he abruptly tore off his mask, saying that it did not suit him at all, where underneath it he saw a guy, practically still a child, who continued to talk about justice. And without even thinking of giving up his intentions, this guy suddenly shouted out that his justice would prevail today. When the button on the detonator was pressed, Matthew asked him what he had just done, and the Night Raven explained that Judy had told him about today's meeting 3 days ago, where he had plenty of time to place tons of explosives here. And then loud explosions began to be heard under the vaulted ceiling, and escaping flames began to fill the room. Of course, the Shadow Cat rushed to save his friends, taking on a different, more convenient form for this. The shadow animal managed to escape from the room, taking several people with it before everything inside was blown to pieces. The crows that were everywhere simply watched as the top of the multi-story building was blown away by the explosion. The players were already at the Moretti family home, where Judy thanked them for helping raise their family. After all, now the Moretti family has become the only powerful family that has taken over literally everything in the city. Matthew noted that their young boss was now completely safe. Just as Judy said that the aliens' work was finished, the young man suddenly activated his ice swords, holding them to the girl's throat. When he pointed out that it was apparently she who had arranged everything that had happened, she asked her interlocutor why it mattered to him at all. And then the young man explained that he was originally hired to eliminate all the enemies of the Moretti family. Now he knows for sure that it was Judy who organized the murder, including the old head of the Moretti family. When the girl stated that there was no evidence, Matthew added that it was not needed, since the information was provided by the Night Raven, who at the end declared that the traitor to his ideology would also go to the next world along with everyone else. Having realized all her plans, Judy eventually became the Grey Cardinal who really rules this city from behind the back of the little boss Lorenzo Moretti. Under these circumstances, the girl standing in front of the players was the main enemy of the Moretti family. When the young man finished, Judy said that she had done all this only for the good of the young master. Activating her defense, the girl noted that she had eliminated the old head of the family only because he wanted to make Lorenzo the heir to his dirty deeds. And since she was the head of security, she only did what could contribute to the safety of the little gentleman. After listening to his interlocutor's words, Matthew noted that she literally stabbed the man who saved her in the back. But then Ryan entered the conversation and concluded that Judy was only thinking about her own safety. Because of her actions, Lorenzo grew up to be a completely dependent person who cannot make firm and balanced decisions. To this, Judy only laughed, declaring that the man did not know her at all. Then Ryan suggested doing something different and asking Lorenzo himself what he thought about the matter. And then the girl, who continued to be in the protective dome, saw the tear-stained face of her little boss. She tried to justify herself somehow, but her defense suddenly fell to pieces from the actions of the guy, who had already lifted the criminal's body into the air. With his free hand, he pulled out a gun, saying that Judy had always been right, including that the world could be cruel. Soon the partners and friends returned to their world, where, moving along the street, they discussed what they had to get into to complete the game. Ryan suggested that they periodically choose a time and arrange such joint excursions, when his attention was suddenly drawn to one person from his service. The situation concerned one of the fifth-level towers, which was located in the very center of the city, where in the very near future it was expected that a breakthrough of monsters would occur from it. The players who entered this tower failed and sorted out their relationships outside of it in their own world. One of the young men was extremely unhappy that, because of some weaklings, a level reduction was threatening all the participants of this sortie. The one who failed the game said fearfully and timidly that they would try to fix everything right away. Where is his proposal to try to win back everything that was missed at a higher level of the tower? And now, he was already inspired by his own idea, saying that it was enough for them to be slaves to the association. With their heads down, everyone timidly agreed that they were tired of being in the service of the association. It wasn't long before the guy who had failed the game opened his system window, saying that their only chance was to increase the difficulty and try again. However, the second attempt to win at a higher level ended even more disastrously, where the entire team was simply destroyed. Matthew received all this information while he was in the car taking him to the place of the upcoming events. He knew that the association's point system was cruel and came to believe that it shouldn't be that way at all. In those days, a tower break was a fairly rare occurrence during the games. But during the first and second seasons, when the tower game system had not yet been established, such breakthroughs were a regular occurrence. Many died then, and the young man himself lost people close to him. He lost loved ones both before he became a player and after his rise. Now things were different, and so the young man turned to his system, beginning to manipulate the equipment. Now he had a magical cloak, ring, bracelet, and amulet at his disposal, which was generally not bad. However, he decided to slightly change the set of artifacts in order to most effectively counter the threat. They had already arrived at the scene when the system announced to all players that they should prepare to meet the breakthrough. The appearance of the Game Master among those gathered was met with joyful cries. Many people came to the conclusion that they were definitely not destined to die today. But then something flashed above, after which the countdown from 10 began. The faces of the assembled defenders of the planet became as collected as possible, where they all prepared to meet the enemy. But then the voice of the Game Master was heard in the crowd, who declared that all those who fall under one of the following definitions should get out of here as quickly as possible. The first were all those who would now be touched by the shadow of the skill he was using, and to the second he assigned those who could not keep up with his movements. The young man assigned to the third category all those who were not himself, thus leaving no player a single chance to participate in the battle. With his last word, the countdown ended, after which a whole stream of monsters literally poured onto the earth, who were immediately met by the most terrible shadow creatures created by the Shadow Cat. Matthew himself also took an active part in the battle, marveling at the great variety of monsters that burst forth from the tower, where there were even such creatures that he did not even know how to define and name. However, judging by the specifics of the tower, those who came out of it must have been people. Therefore, the monsters he is currently fighting have nothing to do with this very tower where the players failed the game. This meant that one very serious question arose as to where they were coming from during the breakthrough. While the guy was fighting, a helicopter with reporters was circling above him, broadcasting live, telling how the master of the game was holding back the breakthrough single-handedly. Where the reporter said that Matthew is a controversial personality, but he knows his business and has exclusive skills. But then, both on the ground and in the air, something completely unimaginable began to happen, where everything indicated that soon a monster of a much higher category than the tower's level would appear on Earth, which in itself was something incredible. Matthew, meanwhile, continued the battle, recommending that the annoying journalists leave the place as soon as possible before they were swallowed up by a new monster. Forming ice steps, he moved forward, and his thoughts revolved around the fact that this time the ruler who had done all this was acting the way he wanted. Finally, the system issued a message about the appearance of a high-level monster on Earth. But the young man seemed not to be at all frightened by this, where he noted that he had been waiting for such an opportunity for a long time. His shadow pet was already attacking the enemy, while the guy himself was relocating in order to act most effectively. Focusing his gaze on him, the young man addressed the monster that was now going to cut him into many small pieces. After saying these words, he used his ice control abilities, where huge ice spikes immediately grew from the ground. Matthew then activated the recently acquired skill of creating a spider lair, where all the ice spikes he created were immediately connected by thin and incredibly sharp threads. This was enough for the monster to actually fly apart into small pieces, which the guy's shadow pet immediately feasted on. At this point, the breakthrough was complete, and now the young man was already receiving the reward and the accompanying whole bunch of system messages. The dark crystal that his fingers were clutching was a gift from the Lord himself, who was very satisfied with how the player dealt with the threat. As soon as the danger had passed, a whole crowd of journalists literally rushed to the place where the battle had taken place less than a minute earlier. As everyone began to surround Matthew and his shadow pet, they all asked the same question as to how he had even managed to pull off the breakthrough on his own. When the young man gave an interview, he did not hesitate to point out that the Players Association was a completely useless organization. Those players who failed the game and tried to rehabilitate themselves at a more difficult level did so only because the association fined them. Matthew was listening to the news with Ryan, where the host was already talking about how they had asked questions to the association representative. And based on the answers, it appeared that the players were indeed in some kind of bondage. Both friends liked the fact that this time everything was being said quite openly in the press, where it could have a positive impact on the situation as a whole. Clutching the empty can, Ryan noted that they couldn't pass up this chance to clean up the association's ranks. And when Matthew asked him whether his friend was planning to get involved in politics, the man explained that he was thinking about creating his own association. The guy's face immediately became serious, because the current legislation did not allow this to happen, where only one association of players could exist in one state. But Ryan was not backing down, saying that now was the chance to change everything by showing the government that the association was run by people who had never played the game themselves. And such completely worthless and inexperienced people set some rules for the players. Moreover, the association's leadership promotes only those who have money and position in society, where often such players are not capable of anything, but literally walk over the backs and heads of the best. And when Ryan finished by saying that they should try to influence the repeal of the law by creating a public outcry, Matthew chuckled, saying that his friend could try. In response to the man's question, the young man cheerfully replied that none of this had anything to do with him. But he was stunned when his interlocutor suddenly declared that it was the guy who would need to organize and open a new association of players. While Matthew tried to be indignant, Ryan suggested that he soberly assess the available facts. The latest news broadcast reported that a public petition to change the current legislation managed to collect about 200,000 signatures in just one night. As for the question of who should organize and lead it, most people spoke in favor of the game master and several top players. While the head of the association listened to all this, he was literally shaking from the understanding that Ryan and Matthew had organized these problems for him. Gritting his teeth, he told himself that no one understood the full danger that players pose to other people. After all, besides the regular ones, there were also black players who could kill ordinary citizens without a twinge of conscience. In countries where the association's influence is weakened, black players gain strong influence. There are countries where private associations of players are allowed, but their governments also keep them under control, including active military personnel. Melvin was furious, noting that the independence fighters did not understand that the players were simply ticking time bombs. And suddenly he received a message from the system that the Lord of Evil was showing interest in him. After a system message noted that geniuses are often unrecognized by society, the man was offered to play. With a finger shaking from fear and excitement, the head of the association chose one of the proposed answers to the proposal. Matthew clutched the new model of smartphone in his hand with a satisfied face, while the voiceover talked about how good this model was and the reason why the game master chose it. Watching himself on the screen, the young man was surprised that this old advertisement from the last season of the game was still playing on the channels. But then his thoughts returned to the question of forming a new association of players. He recalled a recent argument with Ryan, who insisted that the boy should create his own players' association. To which he answered in the negative, since more than anything in this world he hated working with people. Then, the man noted that the whole task of the young man would be to become a pioneer and to shine his face a little, where then associations would begin to be created one after another and, competing with each other, would gradually destroy each other. And when Matthew asked why they were starting all this, his interlocutor said that it was for the sake of a bright future. After all, the whole world has already become accustomed to and knows that a master of the game is a person who is always ahead of everyone else. Going over all these thoughts in his head, the young man came to the conclusion that being the first to play in the towers literally became his duty. Having finished his thoughts, the young man opened the system window in search of a tower of the 7th level or higher. A few seconds later, the system returned a result where the nearest tower with the characteristics the guy was interested in was more than 200 kilometers away from him. In the world of towers, there was always the possibility of entering one of them from a distance, and even when you did not plan it at all, where one of such methods was the artifacts received from the tower characters. The young man received a similar artifact at the end of the story about saving the head of the Moretti Mafia family. All these objects were something like communication channels between the towers and the ordinary world of Earthlings. However, none of the objects, no matter how much the guy turned them, worked to summon him to the tower. He then decided to continue his walk, hoping that something would come his way. But then the system triggered an emergency alert. It was a very loud announcement that could not fail to attract attention. The announcement announced the emergence of a new tower that would allow all Earthlings to enjoy a show featuring the best players on their planet. The young man had not yet finished listening to the announcement when he received a system message from the Lord of the Harlequin, who insisted that his protege take part in this player's show. Bertrand Pennington received the message during a meeting where, according to the rules of the game, only the top 10 players, one player per country, will be able to enter the tower. The Saint had also already read the rules, according to which no one could die in this tower, and everything that happened would be broadcast live. Player Jim Hook dropped his glass from his hand when he read about the consequences that await humanity if the game fails. This message did not leave the game masters indifferent either, because if they fail, 100 million people on Earth will instantly die. There was no other choice, and so the young man had already changed his everyday clothes for play clothes. Everyone on the street watched with bated breath as the game master moved to a new tower to take part in the player's show. The live broadcast was about to begin, but in the meantime, the young man announced that he was one of the volunteers to participate in the show. A moment later, Matthew found himself in a room where several players who had arrived to take part in the show were already there. Jim was obviously not as happy to see the master of the game as Jacqueline was to see him. But the first to extend his hand to the guy was the oldest player, the leader of the dead, Bertrand Pennington. However, the young man did not greet the man, continuing to play the role he had chosen. Having looked at everyone gathered, the guy noted with obvious irony that he was glad to see everyone gathered, although the only person he was truly glad to see was, of course, the Saint. Still standing in front of the old man, he immediately noticed how the girl headed in his direction. When Jacqueline found herself next to him, she expressed her joy that her friend was now okay. And when Matthew asked about when he was not okay, the girl reminded him of that strange speech in front of the press, when he expressed his misunderstanding about the need to save humanity. Recalling those events, the girl explained that she was very worried and was very worried about her friend, who looked very exhausted. At one point, the young man interrupted Jacqueline's speech, saying that he was perfectly fine and would not stop playing. At some point, someone's voice from the outside noted that if the guy was tired, then he just needed to stop playing. It was Jim Hook, who also noted that the one considered the hope of all mankind was the last to arrive, where it was meant that Matthew was the last one to arrive at the tower to participate in the show, apparently thinking for a long time about whether it was worth saving 100 million lives. Turning the attention to himself, Jim noted that he had come here first because real heroes do not think about saving human lives. But Matthew responded to this with a smile that Jim had come here unprepared, had not read the rules of the game, and for this reason he would never be able to get around him, or even the leader of the dead. The guy's interlocutor was already starting to lose his temper, but Matthew added that Bertrand always calculated everything very carefully. But only now did the young man notice that the old man was completely unequipped and unprepared for battle. Smiling, Bertrand will note that he hasn't even started this game season yet, and also reminded that according to the rules of this game, no one will die here, which eliminates the need for equipment. In addition, the old man reminded them that the whole world was watching them now, and therefore they should all behave with restraint. But now the system has announced that for the duration of their participation in the show, players will be provided with their equipment from the 5th season of the game, where literally after a few seconds there was a forced change of clothes for each player, which greatly amused Bertrand. The changes affected even those who came to participate in the game in their new equipment. The Saint looked in amazement at the shield and sword that appeared in her hands. At some point, another participant in today's events approached Jacqueline and noted that the male half of their group had definitely chosen an unfortunate time to sort things out. It was a girl player named Mariana, who in everyday life was a law enforcement officer. After hearing what was said, Jacqueline agreed, noting that most here apparently forgot that 100 million lives were at stake. U.S. General Thomas Wilson added that they now have a duty to fulfill their duty to their countries and to all humanity. Meanwhile, Bertrand, separating the Game Master and Jim, once again recommended that they watch how they behave while the game is in progress. Of course, Jim could hardly contain the rage that was overwhelming him, practically not listening to everything the old man said. And suddenly everyone heard a new voice asking everyone for forgiveness for keeping them waiting. A masked man who appeared next to the players cheerfully declared that today's show is, first and foremost, a celebration where recognition is given to everyone who has gathered here. The first to greet the host with a sharp remark was Matthew, who noted that it was rather strange for those who had dragged them here to arrange such fun when one of their rulers was dead. Instantly turning his attention to the young man, the host noted that here he was, known more not as a master of the game, but as a killer of lords. He was given this title when he single-handedly defeated the Plague Lord at the end of Season 5. Jim, who was listening to this dialogue, was quite surprised to learn that Matthew would receive such a title. This couldn't help but anger the guy, and so he decided to take a little break by asking the host what the goal of today's game was. When the masked man reiterated that it was a holiday for Earth's players, Jim attempted to attack him. As he attacked, the Swordmaster furiously shouted that none of those who had arrived were going to put millions of people's lives on the line. Well, everyone else just stood and watched how events would develop. Matthew noted with a bored expression that such actions were expected from Jim, who liked to play to the crowd. When the young man finished, the host calmly said that it was useless to try to do anything against him, and therefore the guy should calm down. Snapping his fingers and materializing a microphone, the masked man explained that he would now announce the rules of the upcoming game. While the situation around him was changing, he addressed all the viewers, saying that they would need to vote for the best player. Where immediately after this, a system window with the ability to vote appeared in front of every person on the planet. Here Matthew stepped in, asking how they would be protected from possible vote rigging. But the host literally shut him up, saying that the game has rules that he follows too. And finally, the masked man outlined the goal of the game, saying that the players had to attract as much attention to themselves as possible and entertain the audience well. It doesn't matter how exactly the players do this, but the main prize will go to the one who collects the most votes from viewers. But there is also the opposite side, where there will be too few audience votes, or the player's show will be too boring. Where in that case, as stated, 100 million people all over the world will die. In this game, players can use either their tongue, their head, or their body to complete the task. Jim was the first to take advantage of the situation and decided to challenge the master of the game to an open duel. Still held down by the host, the young man shouted that his longtime opponent was quite quick to figure out what the audience wanted. Well, the host announced that no one can refuse to participate in anything, where in case of death the player will later be reborn, but in any case will not be able to leave the tower until the end of the game. After these words, the vaults of the room's ceiling began to move apart, letting bright sunlight into today's arena. Both girls stood silently and looked around a little confused. As Jim approached, Matthew asked him for permission to ask one question of the guy, who menacingly declared that the interlocutor should not call him by his name, but by the Swordmaster. But this did not cancel the question and did not change its essence, where the Game Master noted that a simple duel would not add many votes to him. But he stubbornly declared that the votes did not matter to him at all if he lost the fight. Well, this fight is only needed to take revenge for the last time when Matthew took away his amazing ability by winning the game. And now he began to move chaotically from side to side, swinging his sword wildly. Well, the young man just grinned in response to his opponent's actions. As he activated his abilities, he noticed that he didn't want to take the candy from the child, even though it was very simple. And so Matthew began to move in exactly the same way as the Swordmaster who opposed him moved. The other players, who had only been watching this battle so far, were greatly amazed by Matthew's abilities. Marianne quietly noted that now the Game Master not only uses the exact same weapon that Jim has, but also uses his own technique. Old Man Bertrand quickly realized that Matthew was using the ability to copy abilities. And the Swordmaster himself, of course, could not help but notice that his own skills were being used against him. He could not believe that Matthew could be patronized by some Lord of the Looking Glass. But he had never heard of anything like this, and therefore did not understand how, in such a short period of time, his opponent had learned to do what he had been studying for years. Well, the old man watching the battle noted that now they could see a real miracle, and no one present here will definitely be able to compare with the master of the game and defeat him. After listening to Bertrand, Marianne sarcastically remarked that it was rather strange for her to hear such words from the lips of someone who was constantly trying to push the master of the game aside. But to this, the old man said that the girl needed to look around herself a little more closely. After all, besides him, there is a whole crowd of those here who would not mind removing Matthew from his position. Only the saint stood and looked down, thinking about how the players were behaving incomprehensibly, considering the difficult situation they were all in now. The girl looked at all those who were standing and enjoying the duel between two top players. Suddenly, she remembered the guy's words to the press, where he quite accurately noted that even if the end of the world came tomorrow, people would continue to conflict with each other. Now the girl understood that having said all this, the young man was right as never before. Here she remembered the first war of seasons of this hellish game. Back then, all the players fought not driven by their own personal interests, but by the common goal of saving humanity. But now, at the beginning of the 6th season, everything has changed dramatically. All the players have turned into some kind of beasts, just waiting for the moment to tear apart their next prey. With each season, the players became stronger, but the difficulty of the towers did not lag behind their skills, also regularly increasing. Now Jacqueline began to realize that all the talk about saving the world was nothing more than a children's fairy tale that she herself had once believed in. People themselves have always differed from each other in skin color, language, religion, and worldview. However, now there was a much more important question regarding the possibility of uniting players to save people. After all, if they are unable to put aside their differences in order to achieve the common goal of the game, then they certainly cannot count on saving humanity. Meanwhile, the Sword Master, holding back the enemy's onslaught, mentally noted that he had always guessed that the games were unfair. But it doesn't matter how strong a particular player is, where Matthew, who is opposing him, must have some kind of weak spot. It was only necessary to observe the enemy a little in order to identify it. While Jim was thinking about this, his opponent made several quick moves, after which the blade of his sword finally reached the enemy's body. But this injury did not at all dampen the general mood of the Swordmaster, who had already taken retaliatory action. But no matter how many times he tried, Jim could not break through the defense and reach Matthew with his weapon. When the young men found themselves face to face once again, the Game Master coldly remarked that his opponent had probably simply forgotten his place. He then abruptly pulled his sword aside, directing one of his feet straight at Jim's chin. The blow was powerful enough to throw the guy's body back several meters. Matthew, however, did not stop, swinging his sword and saying that now he would demonstrate what a huge gap there really was between them. With the end of these words, the young man plunged his sword into the floor of the arena where the battle was taking place. And his opponent, frozen in horror, watched what happened after Matthew's action, where, in a matter of seconds, a real tornado was circling before the young man's eyes. Hidden from prying eyes, Matthew meanwhile carried out the replacement of skill cards. As the storm slowly began to dissipate, everyone was amazed to see the new image of the Game Master. It was the use of an incredibly high-level skill that everyone knew was the coming of a heavenly demon. Once the skill activation and accompanying transformation were complete, Matthew immediately attacked his already kneeling opponent. This was the first level of the heavenly demon's attack, after which the enemy received numerous cut wounds. The second level of attack in the form of a powerful energy flow also did not take long to arrive. The top players, who were currently spectators like everyone else, did not hide their amazement as they watched such a spectacular end to the fight. When the fight was over, the host who appeared in the arena cheerfully noted that it was some kind of absolutely incredible spectacle. Jim was bleeding, and in the meantime the system had already opened voting for the players. The defeated opponent was no longer of interest to the young man, and so Matthew turned his attention to all those who still remained in the audience. As he approached, his appearance and costume underwent some new transformation. He was already smiling widely, while his armor began to more and more resemble the armor of the leader of the dead. Bertrand himself was literally shocked to see how the master of the game literally copied him completely. After all, this transformation did not end with just the suit, where Matthew immediately activated the necromancer's abilities. Both Jacqueline and Marianne, who was next to her, were also in a state of complete stupor from what they saw. All those who watched this incredible show on television screens were no less amazed. When one of the civilians dared to call the Game Master not a man, but a real monster, his comrade called on him to watch his language, because the one he calls a monster has repeatedly saved humanity. After which, raising another shot to his mouth, the guy added that this player could only be called a master of the game. And here was that same master of the game, who today had also become a master of copying equipment and skills, standing opposite his colleagues. Turning to them, the young man asked what was with their faces and whether this was the first time in their lives that they were observing the use of the copying skill. Bertrand responded by noting that the use of this skill could hardly be called ordinary copying. Marianne, who once had to fight a black player known as a personality collector who copied everything, even their appearance, agreed with him. Now they see that the principle of using Matthew's skill is similar to that of a collector. And then the young man cheerfully admitted that his skill was not quite ordinary copying, but something more. but its use was worth it to look at the amazed faces of his colleagues now. While one of the dead men was bringing him a weapon, Matthew decided to tell his comrades something. Smiling broadly, the young man declared that he had simply made a deal with the Master of Truth itself. Mariana, with a serious face, asked what the conditions of the contract with such a ruler were, and Matthew explained that he could now tell the absolute truth, even if the rest of the world was watching him at that very moment. After these words, Bertrand noted that, in all likelihood, he would be the guy's next opponent. But then the young man, with all his frankness, declared that more than anything in the world he hated battles. But even more, he hates unworthy characters who don't know their place. These words could not help but touch the attention and feelings of the leader of the dead who was listening to him. Looking intently at the boy, the old man asked him what his future plans were, and Matthew replied that he would continue what he had started and would bring the truth to the general public. After listening to the young man, the host, having performed some manipulation with the players, noted that the choice to tell the truth was an excellent move for gaining votes. Well, Matthew himself had already returned to his usual appearance and was preparing to address the audience, taking the microphone in his hands. And now he was asking people to be patient for a little while he was broadcast on all channels, although they had no other choice anyway. The conversation turned to the fact that out of the dozen players gathered here, humanity must choose the best. And the importance of voting is underscored by the fact that if the required number of votes is not collected, 100 million people will die. The young man felt his head begin to hurt as he spoke about how anyone, even the worst player or some tyrant, could rise to the top as a result of such a vote. The young man's words alarmed the old man, who advised him to watch his words. The young man immediately noticed this reaction and asked what in his words made him feel uncomfortable. Without taking his attention off the old man, Matthew continued to speak, asking him what he was saying wrong now. And now, he openly stated that Bertrand's plans included the creation of a third branch of power. The leader of the dead tried to cling to the fact that all this was an unproven assumption, but the young man reminded him of his deal with the Lord of Truth, where because of this concluded agreement he cannot lie at all today. Therefore, everything he just said is the pure truth. The young man finished his fiery speech by expressing hope that every inhabitant of the earth will approach voting responsibly. Bertrand, meanwhile, was already in an extreme state of rage, not taking his burning gaze off the speaker. And suddenly, after a short pause, the young man decided to continue, turning to a player with the nickname Sepish, to whom he noted that there were more than one or two crazy players gathered here today. He laughed and replied that he had no idea what the game master was talking about. But his mood instantly changed when Matthew reminded him of his own words about wanting to create his own empire. A bloody thorn grew behind the boy's back the moment he began quoting Sepish's words regarding the assassination of the president. One of the skeletons he summoned neutralized the threat with one blow, which was accompanied by Matthew's words that his current interlocutor should not demonstrate his skills out of turn. And then Sepish replied that he would not tolerate insults either towards himself or towards his country. After listening to him, the young man could not help but notice that the Bloodlord was behaving quite nobly. Suddenly, he turned his attention to Thomas Wilson, asking him if it was surprising that everyone around him loved to play with fire. After all, the general still loves to drop bombs on enemy countries, without caring about the civilian population, which he tries to keep secret. What was said made the man squeeze his fingers tighter, and now he was wondering whether the guy even realized that all his words would entail certain consequences, to which he cheerfully stated that he was aware of what had been said and was fully aware of all the consequences. In conclusion, the young man declared that the heroes here, whom everyone loves and respects so much, are in fact crazy nationalists, imperialists, and fanatics. The young man was saying that the planet's population would definitely not like such news, when Thomas suddenly jumped up from his seat, intending to teach the impudent man a lesson. But the young man, without moving from his place, easily stopped the movement of the fist rushing towards him. The general wasn't going to give up so easily after activating his abilities. Everyone was shocked when the man suddenly opened a portal right there, calling for his fighters. But right after the first, a second portal opened, from which a group of planes also appeared. Thomas, watching his planes being blown to pieces, couldn't believe that this guy was able to copy his exclusive skill. Matthew helped his opponent to find himself in a prone position, noting that his skill was not so exclusive. Here Bertrand also began to show himself, who declared that after all this, the master of the game would definitely not be able to get out of this unscathed. Matthew responded to this by saying that he does not understand why the players were united only by the need to cover up dirty secrets, but in everyday life they are ready to stab each other in the back. However, the leader of the dead stated that this was nothing more than a misunderstanding, Then the young man reminded that today he was under a contract with the Lord of Truth and therefore could not lie. And then the guy added that the heroes do whatever they want, but immediately begin to try to justify themselves when the truth comes to the surface. At some point, the young man noted that he could communicate many different truths to the population of the planet. But it was unlikely to change anything in the current state of affairs. After these words of the guy, Bertrand noticed that he was behaving like some kind of offended child. Matthew, having become amused, noted that he was a child, and therefore he was very bored with old people. After all, the Lord Harlequin himself, who really liked everything that the young man was doing and saying now, called him nothing less than a child with 1,000 faces and 1,000 skills. Matthew's patron asked him what he wanted at the moment, and while the guy was answering him, Bertrand became wary, thinking about what this crazy player would do now. Well, the Lord Harlequin promised the young man that his wish would be fulfilled in the very near future. Here the host of the show reminded us of his presence, saying that the master of the game had already succeeded, and therefore others should be given a chance. Immediately after this, the saint asked for the opportunity to speak, explaining that she too had something to say to people. After listening to the girl, the man in the mask thought for a moment. But with a snap of her fingers, the scenery instantly changed, with Jacqueline in the center of the new space on a sofa, and everyone else turning into an auditorium. Of course, none of the players were happy with such sudden teleportations in space. Matthew tried to get indignant, but then the girl asked him to shut up for a while. Turning his attention to his girlfriend, the young man said that for his dear saint he was ready to fulfill any of her wishes. But she suddenly declared sharply that today she was ready and would show the true face of the master of the game himself. This statement was quite non-trivial, where many immediately understood that the girl knew this guy quite closely, since she was ready to talk about such a thing. The subject of the upcoming discussion was quite shocked by such an unexpected statement from his friend. Trying to do something, the young man stood up from his seat, attracting the girl's attention. But she ironically asked the guy what was wrong, calling him darling, which interrupted his attempt to stop the beginning storm. The game in this completely non-trivial tower was over, and Matthew was already in his apartment. Soon, the system issued a message, according to which he took first place in the show. The saint came in second, and the leader of the dead came in third. After which it was announced that in the very near future, all those who took the prize places would receive their awards. And now the guy was already holding in his hand a special card with a very high-level skill, where the Lord Harlequin fulfilled his wish. Holding another trophy in his hands, the young man thought about the fact that about 3 months had already passed since the end of the 5th season and the beginning of the 6th, where he has never used the trophy of the Plague Lord he defeated, because using weapons and equipment without reaching a certain level can be fraught with danger. This was demonstrated to him perfectly by Jim, who eventually lost to him because he aimed at the unattainable. But, in relation to himself, Matthew came to the conclusion that he should succeed. He decided to deal with the weapon later, but change the active skill right now. And as soon as he had performed the necessary manipulations, his face was immediately illuminated by a bright flash of light. The young man was transported to some strange place, and the system informed him that he must prove himself worthy of the new skill he had acquired. In the place where Matthew found himself, there was no one except for some old man armed with a sword, who, upon seeing the approaching uninvited guest, threw off his headdress. Armed with his sword, Matthew suggested ending the matter as quickly as possible. The test was that the boy had to repel 2 attacks from an old man who was called the Demon of Heaven, and then the young man's opponent, with a sharp, precise movement, pulled out his weapon. The young man closely watched every movement of the old man approaching him, where he rushed past the young man so quickly that no one could notice his movement, much less reflect the blow. But the guy managed to hold out, where he found everything that was happening extremely interesting for himself. Turning to face his opponent, he shouted that he had already encountered similar attacks, which were no match for him. The old man then continued to attack the subject, where the energy of his weapon was terrifying. However, as he closed in for his killing blow, Matthew blocked his attack. This was the second attack, which meant that the young man had completed the task where the old man had already put the weapon back into its sheath. Then, a conversation took place between the opponents, where the old man had already heard that the guy had begun to be called the Killer of the Rulers. Saying that he was given this nickname after defeating the Plague Lord, Matthew cheerfully asked if, since the test was over, he could now call upon the old man for battles. But for some reason he did not answer the question, as if he was deeply thinking about something. And when Strick returned to defeating the Plague Lord, his interlocutor could not understand what was so interesting about it. When the Demon of Heaven declared that he liked it very much, the ground under the guy's feet suddenly began to shake violently, In an instant, everything that was around him evaporated, forcing the young man to question what was happening. And suddenly the old man attacked again, demanding that the boy demonstrate to him how well he wielded a sword. Having barely managed to block the attack, Matthew could not understand what was happening, because he had already passed the test. But his opponent did not stop his onslaught and did not give any explanations. Reflecting one attack after another, the young man urged his opponent to be reasonable, because this could end badly for both of them. And then the demon of heaven noticed that the guy was using an unusual weapon in battle. Activating his own skill, the grandfather declared that if Matthew had struck down the Lord with this sword, then in that case, he would not see recognition for now. The guy continued to beg the crazy old man to come to his senses, because he would not be able to defeat him with ordinary equipment and skills. After these words, the demon of heaven suddenly stopped his actions, and the swords he had materialized scattered into the air. Raising his leg sharply, the old man declared that in that case he would give the young man another test, after which he forcefully brought his foot down to the ground, literally breaking it. Matthew, with great difficulty, managed to put his sword under the blow of the same leg, which unexpectedly flew at him. But even if it only hit the blade of the sword, the blow carried incredible force, throwing the guy far back. Coming to his senses, the young man asked his opponent why he had decided to continue the test, and his opponent responded by stating that his interlocutor had somehow managed to kill the ruler. And a moment later, a very young man was standing in front of the guy, who was talking about how perhaps in Matthew, he would find the answer he had been looking for so long. The young man, not hiding his amazement, watched as the transformation of both the old man and his equipment took place. His body was clearly filled with incredible energy, which was emitted by his weapon raised up. Looking intently at the young man, the heavenly demon told him to try to stop him. Matthew watched in horror as something completely unimaginable came rushing towards him. He only had time to put his sword under this incredible blow when suddenly everything stopped. The young man looked at the demon, wondering what this even meant. And the man said that he had spent his whole life wandering, trying to find someone who could resist him. But throughout his life, he was never able to experience the taste of real defeat. Until the very moment of his death, he was never able to understand the essence that can only be seen after losing a duel. He passed into another world without finding what he had been looking for so long, and then he was able to overcome even the angels of death themselves, who came for his soul, which was dissatisfied with life. At that moment, the demon began to realize that someone stronger than him might not exist at all. His blade slew the greatest masters of the earth, slew the angels of death, and therefore life itself lost all meaning. But now, for the first time, he saw before him a man who was able to destroy one of the rulers. Strange things began to happen to the boy's body when his interlocutor wondered whether such a capable young man could be different from all those with whom he had to fight. Or Matthew, like everyone before him, will simply kick the bucket. The young man himself watched in amazement at what was happening to his body. And in his thoughts, one after another, various pictures from his not very distant past appeared. After his first meeting with the head of the association, the young man saw one of the most global breakthroughs that was happening on Earth. But then Jacqueline appeared before his eyes, and she was just beginning to reveal all the secrets of Matthew's personality, where she called him a sweet and gentle man with a warm heart, but with the character of a spoiled child. This picture was instantly replaced by a mournful portrait of a deceased friend. The saint's voice continued to talk about how a game master could spend a week crying over the death of a close comrade. The girl talked about how she listened to him talk about what was going on inside this seemingly unyielding guy. While all this was flashing through the young man's head, Matthew's body seemed to be freed from some kind of restraining shell. Very soon, the young man was already lying in some kind of liquid, and the demon was looking at the next warrior he had defeated. Turning back into an old man, he noticed that this time too he was unable to find what he was looking for, to get an answer to his question. Matthew's voice asking him what specific question he was looking for an answer to today made him perk up. When the saint revealed the secrets of the game master's identity, she mentioned that no matter what, this guy always goes to the very end. And now this truly unbending young man has already begun to rise to his feet. The old man looked at him with surprise, not understanding why this guy was still alive. Straightening up completely, the young man declared that it did not matter to him how much pain or fear he might feel. He would never stop fighting for the future of humanity. It won't stop even when it seems completely pointless to everyone else. Taking the meaning of what was said, the young man added that only that which exists can be broken and defeated. The old man was very surprised both by what a powerful rod was inside this guy and by how wise he was. Well, Matthew added that he had been dead for a very long time, and therefore now nothing could destroy him. Taking out his weapon again, the old man casually stated that the boy was talking to him as if he had already understood the very essence of existence. Pointing the blade at the boy's body, his interlocutor declared that he was nothing more than a man who was running around with his delusional ideas of saving something meaningless. The young man understood that the old man believed that he was acting out of some sense of duty, and so he assured him that he was saving the world every time without any meaning. Even though it has become a common thing for everyone, players still give their all every time for the sake of humanity. But there are others who not only do not help, but also hinder worthy players from saving the world. Exhaling heavily, the young man asked the old man to name something that might be even more meaningless than what he had just described. After thinking for a bit, his interlocutor suddenly declared that he agreed with the guy's arguments. Putting his weapon back into its sheath, he suddenly declared that he would look forward to their next meeting. And a moment later, Matthew found himself in his apartment next to Chernish, receiving a system message that he had been deemed worthy by the demon of heaven himself. Looking up, the young man whispered that this was what it meant to be a hero of humanity. The shadow cat was greatly surprised when he noticed how his master's body suddenly tilted to the side, unnaturally out of balance. However, the young man did not fall, but found himself in a sitting position on the floor of his room. Matthew was already lying in bed listening to the cat's question about why he was so weak, and explaining that he was not weak at all, since he occupied the first place among the players. After petting his shadow pet, Matthew said that he was not sick. Showing the cat what they were writing on the internet, the young man told him that he was simply very annoyed by such comments. There, everyone was heatedly discussing the personality characteristics of the game master that the saint had given, making him a real child, which made the guy urgently want to go play a level 8 or 9 tower, which had not yet appeared this season. The shadow cat reminded him of this, and looking at the calendar, the young man was convinced that it was only March. The level of the towers always changed throughout the season, with the highest levels usually appearing in the territory of one country. And when they were available, the young man had to be ready to start playing immediately. Well, in the meantime, he was thinking about visiting the 7th level tower, but the shadow cat forbade his owner to overexert himself. Deciding to take the initiative, the cat turned his attention to the system window. He found the place that should meet Matthew's requirements for today. And now the young man had already materialized in a tower inhabited by orcs. Looking around, the young man noticed that the world inside this tower was very similar to the one he had already passed through first this season. As he materialized his weapon, he noted that he had not come here for prey, but simply to let off steam, where he decided to test his new skill, which he received after meeting the demon of heaven, where that same old man now literally accompanied the guy on all his forays and battles. But then the system gave a message that using this skill has a strong effect on the player's body, immediately after which the effect of the skill was neutralized and dispelled, and the young man himself literally began to cough up blood, experiencing severe pain. But suddenly, a stream of unknown energy appeared and captured the young man, lifting him into the air. Matthew felt like his body was changing something, preparing it to use the skill. These changes were incredibly difficult, causing the guy to experience some unpleasant sensations. Soon, the system announced that the blessing from the heavenly demon had been received, which meant that the body's modifications for this skill had been completed. Feeling the new strength filling him, Matthew cheerfully noted that perhaps this was what it meant to feel to the marrow of one's bones. The only thing he was worried about, as he watched the movement from above, was that the transformation of his body would not be reflected in his appearance. As it turned out, the orcs inhabiting this world were moving above, and they had come to destroy the uninvited guest. Without a second's hesitation, the guy's opponents rushed to attack, jumping down to where he was. Having deftly parried the first blow, the young man cheerfully noted that now he could test his new abilities. And now he had already activated the power of the heavenly demon, directing it into the sword in his hand. Sitting on the mountain of corpses, Matthew mentally noted that he now had a new technique that was not available to him when using the heavenly demon's advent skill. As he moved on, the young man reflected on the fact that this technique had no name, which was probably due to the underlying meaninglessness. At some point, his thoughts were transported back to the moment when he was in the demon heaven world, where he was most interested in the blade that the rejuvenated old man had summoned from the depths of the unknown. Lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice how he found himself next to a massive door leading to a new room. He wanted to open the door and go inside, but then inexplicable things began to happen to his skills. Frozen in place, he read the message that the synchronization process was already several % complete. He was greatly surprised when the system explained that the process of merging with the deposed ruler was currently underway. At that very second, the young man remembered the final battle that took place in the previous season, where he confronted the Plague Lord himself, who was preparing to descend upon Earth. After which he remembered the words of the demon, who stated that for the first time he met a person who was able to defeat the ruler. Only now did the guy realize why the old man had such a reaction, because the player had killed someone equal to the demon of heaven. He tried to push the door, but then received a message that countless lords were watching him now. One of them was the guy's direct patron, Lord Harlequin. It was not at all him that the young man expected to meet on the other side of the door that he had just opened. Harlequin suddenly broke into a devilish smile, asking the child with 1,000 faces and 1,000 skills why he was so serious. And a moment later, Matthew was again standing next to that very door that he had not managed to open. Noticing that the Lord of the Harlequin was an incredibly creepy guy, the young man pushed the door and found himself in the room where the main orc of this world was. The huge orc immediately jumped up from his place, screaming for the intruder to entertain him before he died under his axe. But this huge monster had no idea who had come to fight him today. It was a single swing and slashing motion of the sword that Matthew made towards the approaching enemy. The monster's body shattered into small pieces, and the system announced to the guy that he had won and passed this tower. Matthew himself was astonished at how powerful the heavenly demon skill truly was. But at some point he suddenly felt an incredibly strong pain in his right wrist, where after a few seconds some uncontrolled process of using force began. This was a consequence of the fact that the guy's body could not completely cope with the new skill, which conflicted with his other skills. It was as if he heard the voice of the demon himself, who was saying that absolutely everything was meaningless. After a few seconds, the young man began to guess that these could be the demon's memories that came to him, along with the power. Together with him, the guy literally plunged into the world of the past of this incredibly strong warrior. However, he was not at all interested in the source of this or that power, because now it belonged exclusively to him. With these thoughts in mind, and in an attempt to control his body and mind, Matthew slammed the tip of his sword into the stone floor of the room with all his might. And then, the uncontrolled flow of energy stopped. Everything around changed dramatically and began to shine in a completely different light, pleasing to the guy's eyes. Already in his own world, the young man called Ryan, who took the opportunity to tease the guy about what the saint had said on the show. Of course, the young man was not very happy with such treatment, once again feeling very awkward. But the man literally fell out of his chair when Matthew suddenly voiced his thoughts about moving to France. When asked what prompted him to make this decision, the young man explained that he needed a good training partner. Already standing in front of the guy, Ryan noted with displeasure that he had to turn the intelligence organization into a fight club, and Matthew cheerfully noted that in that case it was time to change the name of the office, where he proposed to be called Master of the Game and Punching Bags. No one appreciated the joke, and so the conversation continued in a business-like vein, where the guy voiced the conditions according to which he would use only one of his skills. Neither artifacts nor buffs nor the Shadow Cat will be used by him in today's fight. It was a good statement, and Ryan was already asking his friend about how things would go with the weapons. Then he pulled out one of his weapons cards, saying that now everyone would see everything for themselves. Ryan couldn't believe his eyes when he saw a bubbling green liquid appear under the guy's feet, from which, a moment later, 2 trophy blades, which the Plague Lord once possessed, flew straight into the palms of their owner. Observing the appearance of the legendary artifact, all witnesses of this non-trivial event were deeply impressed. But then Ryan, noticing something strange in the young man's behavior, addressed him by name, asking if he was still here with them. Demanding an answer, the man had already begun to materialize his equipment in order to be able to counter the threat. But then he heard a familiar voice and intonation, where Matthew cheerfully noted that there could be no one here except himself. After that, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Ryan asked not to scare him like that again. The weapon that the guy came into possession of was indeed a rare commodity that could not be bought in a store, where the blades had an additional effect of poison. And now, the team that was supposed to train with Matthew was already moving to one of the safe towers. The young man urged everyone to cast aside their gloomy moods, reminding them that he could not use any of his skills except one. At some point, Ryan stopped the young man's movement, saying that he had to promise him something. Noticing that his team now resembled cattle being led to slaughter, he asked the guy to ensure their quick and painless death. Laughing, Matthew promised that none of them would even have time to realize that they had died. A few seconds later, the young man was already in the dark world of another tower, where it was decided to conduct this training. He loudly announced to his lurking opponents that they could begin immediately after the fireworks went off, and asked them to give it their all. There were only a few seconds left before the start of the fight, during which the young man noticed that today, all participants had an excellent opportunity for some personal growth. After a loud bang, the room was illuminated by the explosion of a firework charge, and everyone who had been in cover until that moment immediately rushed to attack. Matthew moved incredibly fast, where the first ones who tried to get him did not have time to close the distance to striking distance. Using an assassin technique, Ryan tried to attack the guy from behind, but this attack also failed. Then the man abruptly broke the distance, avoiding a counterattack from his friend, and today his opponent in the fight. He tried to get him from a distance, throwing his weapon at him, which, after defensive actions, hit members of his own group, which greatly amused the young man, who now had 2 fewer opponents thanks to Ryan's actions. Well, his friend was already pulling out his new blades, preparing to continue trying to win. Having blocked this attack, Matthew noted that such cheap tricks would definitely not work on him. But Ryan didn't answer this, but only smiled mysteriously. And suddenly he disappeared into thin air, where instead of him, 3 shurikens flew straight at the guy's head. But even such a focus could not predetermine the outcome of this confrontation. However, the defensive moves that Matthew made were used by his opponents to launch a new attack. The flashes in the sky were instantly replaced by armed men flying into the attack. But the young man was only amused by all this, where he dealt with the attackers quite easily and quickly. Here, one of those who confronted the guy today used his spider lair skill. At the same time, he himself was out of sight, and therefore Matthew could not stop the effect of this skill on himself. This was skillfully used by other still-living fighters who tried to get the guy. Looking at one of them, the young man cheerfully noted that they almost managed to reach him. But all these attacks went into the void as he jumped out with all his might, leaving his opponent far below. First of all, he was interested in who was so skilled in using the spider's lair against him. And he found this guy who was considered one of the best in the intelligence agency. He tried to attack, but he very cleverly dodged the blow, still managing to make fun of the master of the game. At the same time, the guy noted that he was not going to fight Matthew one-on-one, where opponents were already approaching him from all sides. But none of them had any idea what exactly the young man who wielded the weapon of one of the rulers was capable of. And then Matthew literally soared into the air, sending a powerful stream of energy towards the guys, which literally erased everyone who got in his way from existence itself. As he went down, the young man noted to himself that the twin blades were much more effective than a regular sword. At some point, his attention was drawn to the huge moon, where he found the view stunning. At that moment, his friend Ryan emerged from the dust, holding one of his own and noting that he was really thinking about his imminent death. Sitting down with the guys, Matthew asked them how tired they were of the confrontation. Ryan responded to this by saying that they would hardly be able to fight any further, asking them not to continue this beating. Then, looking around, the man noticed that Matthew had turned this place into real ruins in such a short period of time. The young man laughed when his friend asked him if he had ever thought about taking over the world. As for the young man's doubts about whether he would be able to do this, Ryan firmly stated that he definitely had enough abilities for such a capture. The training was over, and those lucky enough to survive in Matthew's company returned to their world. When Ryan began to wake up his comrades, they, coming to their senses, really did not even understand when they managed to die. Matthew noted that he had fulfilled his promise, and his friend allowed him to seek training whenever necessary. Suddenly, a system message appeared before the guy's eyes, informing the player that he was expected in one of the towers. The young man was genuinely surprised when he read about who exactly was waiting for him. As it turned out, General Thomas Wilson himself was requesting support from player number 1. While Ryan was asking questions about what happened, Matthew pointed out that it must be very shameful for that guy from the US to ask for help. But what interested the young man most was whether there would be a breakthrough later if he refused to help. And now he has already opened his set of skills and artifacts, noting that he has now warmed up quite well. Having thanked his friend for his assistance, the young man accepted the call to the tower and went to help the general, where Ryan was very surprised that Matthew jumped into a new game so quickly. Before moving to the game world, the young man, as usual, studied the plot in detail, as well as the goals and objectives set for the players. And now he heard the familiar voice of a military man who was very angry about something, saying that democracy could not withstand the onslaught. The man was very surprised when he saw Matthew next to him, asking him since when he had such an emotional attitude towards the world inside the tower. Materializing the machine gun, the general, in a not very pleased voice, asked the guest what he was doing in this tower, which had no connection with his country. In exactly the same dissatisfied voice, the young man explained that Thomas himself had sent him a request for help. Getting even more angry, the man shouted that he would never ask for help from the impudent boy. And then the young man received a system message that the Lord Harlequin was rolling on the floor laughing, having arranged all this. Realizing that the request for help was fake, the guy immediately softened, saying that he had been deceived and there was nothing he could do about it. Now all that was left was to act together and complete this game to the victorious end. Now the general also moderated his ardor, realizing that there was nothing they could do about the current circumstances. And now he has returned to the ideology of this world, shouting that capitulation is not a way out, which he knows for sure, as a person who grew up in a democratic state. And when he announced that he was joining the Game Master, Matthew noted that they simply had no choice but to play together. Meanwhile, the system announced that in 30 seconds, players would be transported to the starting point of the game's plot. As the countdown continued, the young man noted that if you unite in the face of danger, your chances of success always increase. After which he reminded the military man of how he had united with a certain famous imperialist. Well, today's unification simply shows that Thomas was afraid of the master of the game. This conversation was interrupted by them being transported to the beginning of the story, where the people in the room began praising the heavens for sending them the players. While Matthew was mentally regretting that he had to get involved in all this, the general was asking the people who met them who they were. He shouted at them so loudly that they all jumped up from their seats and stood at attention. The man in glasses reported that he was the commander of this small partisan detachment. While the report was being given, the young man thought about why they ended up in this underground location and not in a military camp. Thomas had already effectively taken full command, asking to explain everything that was happening here in as much detail as possible. And Matthew, looking out the window, noticed that they were in the very heart of the enemy camp. He was surprised that their enemies were not necromancers, and then the man with glasses explained that necromancers were their elite unit. But the general was only amused by this statement, where he did not consider necromancers to be serious opponents. Getting everyone's attention, Thomas announced that their entire unit had one single, important task. The men's faces were extremely serious as they waited for what their new leader would tell them. And the general did not keep them waiting, ominously declaring that they must kill every last one of their enemies. After which he moved on to communicating to everyone the plan of action he had developed. Once the formalities were completed, Thomas gave the order to begin carrying out the assigned tasks. Screaming that they needed to arrange a cruel and painful death, the man was the first to emerge from the group's shelter. The enemy immediately opened fire on the first person who appeared on the protected territory, but Thomas activated the shield. The fighters following him were amazed that their leader had such powerful equipment as an energy shield. And so he called upon everyone to follow him, where, under the cover of the shield, he would lead the group to victory. Immediately after that, the entire team became active, opening heavy fire on the enemy. Meanwhile, Matthew summoned his trophy Plague Lord blades. The general took real pleasure in conducting a rifle battle, destroying the enemy. Meanwhile, the young man noticed two shooters hiding on the roof, instantly moving behind their backs. With one powerful movement of both hands, he neutralized this threat. Below, things were also going in favor of the breakthrough, where the general prepared to finish off the next enemy. And while he was dealing with it, he watched as his random partner of today moved from the roof of one building to the roof of another, where he easily and deftly destroyed everyone who was sitting in ambush and waiting for the right moment to attack. Very soon, everyone within a radius of 15 to 20 meters was finished off. Using a quadcopter, the general climbed to where the young man was. The man reminded the boy that the enemy must be destroyed in the most brutal ways. To this, Matthew indifferently replied that in any case, all these fighters were dead and did not pose a danger. But the general did not calm down, declaring that others should see what a terrible death their comrades died, which will create in them the fear of experiencing the same torment, and may force them to simply retreat. Overall, Thomas's arguments made sense, and Matthew finally agreed with the man, as he noted that the enemy had begun using aircraft. Horror settled in the hearts of the fighters commanded by the player when they saw a group of planes approaching them. But then the commander-in-chief declared that he would now clearly demonstrate how real aces work. And now he made the familiar movement of his finger to Matthew, opening a portal to an invisible hangar. And then, in the sky, their skins sparkling in the sun, a group of modified stealth aircraft appeared. Against the aircraft summoned by the general, the planes of this world did not stand a single chance. The side that Thomas and Matthew were playing for was indescribably delighted when, just a few seconds later, the enemy forces in the sky were completely destroyed. And while they were praising the players who had come to their aid, the general jumped from the roof to his soldiers. Drawing everyone's attention to himself, the man loudly announced that each of them should remember what they must do for the sake of peace. But he was greatly amused by Matthew's suggestion that peace must be prepared for war, which was consistent with a well-known Latin wisdom, after which the young man became all ears, as he was eager to hear the version of his current playing partner. And so, Thomas spoke his wisdom, saying that in order to find peace, people are obliged to start wars. Meanwhile, the leader of the side opposing the forces of the general and his companion was closely watching the progress of the battle. When Bertrand was informed that two players had sided with the enemy, he turned to the immortal ruler. The man stated that he had completed the task assigned to him, but he needed a little more time to fully implement the ideas. In connection with this, he begged the Lord to postpone the moment of his return to his native world. The Lord showed leniency, and a moment later Bertrand was already reading a message that his return was postponed with permission to continue participating in the game. Having thanked his patron, the man declared that he would prove his loyalty and live up to the expectations placed on him. After Thomas's words about the beginning of the war, his stealths continued to move forward, showering everything in their path with bombs. Matthew simply watched as his partner smashed everything around him. Sitting in the front passenger seat, the general took out a cigar, noting that the smell of napalm in the mornings really invigorated him. The young man sitting behind him did not share these emotions, noting that he did not like the smell of gasoline everywhere. But Thomas insisted that this was exactly how one could smell the coming victory in the war. The young man found this analogy nothing less than incredibly disgusting. Having finished talking about gasoline and victory, the man turned to the driver, asking where the enemy command center was. To this, the man in glasses explained that the enemy command center was now located on land that previously belonged to them, where enemy forces have occupied the tallest skyscraper in the city. Well, the bronze statue of the president became for them a symbol of freedom, for which they supposedly fight. After hearing all this, Thomas immediately ordered to press the gas harder, and Matthew looked around the area with a bored look. But after some time, the general's group had to interrupt its movement, since the road further on was blocked. In addition to the rubble, several people in hoods and holding staffs in their hands towered over the roadway. While the fighters noted with horror that they had stumbled upon a unit of necromancers, Matthew calmly called everyone to calm down, promising to deal with the threat. The general decided to move with the fighters around to the main base while the guy deals with the necromancers. Noticing that the enemy had begun to move, the necromancers immediately used their abilities and summoned the dead. Watching the dead appear, Matthew called his shadow pet, telling him it was time for him to eat. As it turned out, the necromancers summoned a whole pack of dead prisoners to help them. Where were all those who were captured and died in prison? Which the guy initially found to be some kind of madness. But then some inner voice reminded him that such actions were not much different from his own. Where in one of his games there had already been a similar phenomenon with his own soldiers attacking the enemy, who, with the help of Matthew, rose from the dead. The young man smiled in confusion and tried to justify himself by saying that everything was different in that world. Well, while he was immersed in his memories, the dead had already opened fire on him. Watching as their bullets were absorbed by the shadow, the young man noted that he had no choice in any case. Like lightning, he rushed through the dead opposing him, deftly wielding the plague blades. But he did not kill, but only wounded his opponents, after which they became infected and stopped obeying their masters. Instead, they suddenly turned around and opened fire on the necromancers who had summoned them. Feeling the hot lead entering their bodies, the necromancers begged for help, realizing that control over the zombies was lost. Well, Matthew stood and watched as the enemy forces now acted in the interests of Thomas's side. At some point, he heard a familiar voice behind him, asking him if he had had time to fully taste the delights of necromancy, and noting that he had created a lot of noise here. Seeing Bertrand, the young man noticed that he was not the only one making noise there, as he was being kept company by an American player. The leader of the dead did not like the fact that the general was fighting on the side of the forces opposing him. But a second later, he turned his interlocutor's attention to his uniform, noting that this specimen was unique here. However, his interlocutor was not at all impressed by Bertrand's boasting. Calling the man an old, senile fool, the young man prepared for a confrontation where his eyes turned black and flashed red. Bertrand immediately realized that the young man was using the skills of a heavenly demon, and was ready to respond to this by materializing his gigantic skeleton. Watching the old man's actions, Matthew wondered when he managed to acquire such skills if he was constantly sitting around on the board of directors of his company. To this, the man replied that his opponent also possessed unrivaled skills, as well as such a unique artifact as plague blades, where he will be very happy when these twin blades appear in his collection of weapons. But then he noticed how his opponent suddenly removed the blades of the Plague Lord he had defeated. Turning to his cards and system, the young man ordered the replacement of weapons and skills. Bertrand was surprised that the guy decided to fight him without the Lord's weapon, and Matthew calmly explained that there was no point in fighting the Lord of the Dead with a weapon that had the effect of controlling the dead. While the system was giving out a message that unknown rulers were observing the battle, Bertrand was already preparing to strike his first blow. The hand of his huge assistant furrowed the surface on which Matthew was standing, having managed to dodge the blow. But immediately after that, some tentacles that appeared from the ground fettered the movements of the dead people that the guy was controlling. This action ended with the last flesh being torn off these zombies, after which the skeletons were already obeying Bertrand, pointing their weapons at Matthew. But the young man also had something to answer with, where he immediately activated his shadow curtain. And while the darkness enveloped everything around, the young man prepared his ice arrows to attack the enemy. Bertrand boldly declared that the guy was not the only one who was immune to the darkness. Immediately after which, the huge skeleton controlled by the old man released a stream of light energy at Matthew. The man himself shouted that he, too, could see perfectly well in any darkness that was impenetrable to others. But when he tried to attack the guy he had managed to get close to without being noticed, Bertrand was amazed to discover that what was in front of him was nothing more than an illusion. But the sword that immediately attacked him turned out to be real, as did the guy who grabbed him by the head from behind, noticing that the old man could see in the darkness, but not everything. However, the young man was in no hurry to destroy his opponent, deciding to test something on him. And now he has already imposed the effect of his black mark on Bertrand. The effect of this mark began immediately, which the old man felt fully on himself. Then came a blow that split the huge skeleton into two halves, and after the destruction of the skeleton, Matthew directed the impact of his power at the old man himself, where he accompanied this with the words that after this attack, he would no longer be destined to be resurrected. Bertrand couldn't believe it, because there had never been a precedent where one player killed another in a game without the possibility of resurrection in the human world. Understanding the inevitability of what was happening, the old man screamed hysterically, and the Lord of Immortality immediately took measures to remove his player from the dangerous game. When Matthew was left alone, he began to receive messages from the system that both the Harlequin Lord and other unknown lords were making fun of how he had humiliated the Lord of Immortality. Even the Death Lord himself expressed his satisfaction with what player Matthew Hicks was trying to do. Well, the guy himself raised his hands and covered his ears because a moment later a powerful explosion thundered in the enemy's main headquarters. At this point, the game's story was completed, and the young man was already giving an interview about how the general begged him to help him complete the game. However, he did not limit himself to humiliating Thomas, addressing Bertrand, whom he had defeated, live on air, to whom he reminded that despite all his improvements, he will forever remain only number 2. Putting the tablet down on the table with force, the old man turned to his assistant, asking him to send a letter to one person, to whom he plans to visit in the near future. Well, Thomas, who continued to remain in the sights of journalist cameras, quietly asked the guy to shut up and not humiliate him in front of the general public. It was at this moment that the correspondents approached him with a request to give some commentary on the joint game that had taken place. And then the general declared with full responsibility that before becoming a player, he had always been a patriot of his country, and therefore would do everything to return America to its former greatness. He wanted to add something else, but the number 1 player interrupted him and started talking about the greatness of his country. But he was not destined to finish his thought, as the young man's attention was drawn to someone's voice calling him by name. Turning around, the young man saw several men behind him, one of whom invited the guy to follow them. Matthew, amused, noted that he assumed that the people standing in front of him were most likely CIA agents. And when they showed their ID, all that was left was to confirm that this was indeed the case. Looking at the men in glasses, the young man noted that they might greatly regret detaining him without the opportunity to contact the consulate of their country. But they continued to insist on their own, stating that their goal was simply to cooperate with the guy. Of course, he did not plan any cooperation, referring to his manager who should deal with such issues. After which, turning away, Matthew said goodbye to the CIA guys, saying that he had business with his current partner. Before he could take a single step, he suddenly felt the strong arms of one of the agents grab him. Meanwhile, Thomas assured the press that this was nothing more than organizing security in a foreign country for the number 1 hero. After watching the recording of everything that happened, Ryan ordered that the location where Matthew was taken be tracked down. Sprawled on the sofa in the company of his shadow pet, the young man asked the agents why they had organized all this. Without answering the question, the agent stated that they would fly on a private flight, where it would be safer, first and foremost, for the player himself. They had previously looked at over 500 towers, but could not find one that connected to the towers in his country. Both interlocutors agreed that having a couple of such towers would be a very good thing. Realizing that he didn't have much of a choice, the young man said that he would take a nap before the flight. To the purring of the shadow cat, Matthew quickly sank into the world of Morpheus. Through his sleep, the young man clearly heard the agents arguing and cursing about something, which indicated that some kind of incident had occurred. Having come to his senses, the young man asked the men what had caused the alarm, where he had heard it, and his name. To this, one of the agents responded that they had received permission from their superiors to reveal classified information to him, after which he handed the guy a mobile phone, asking him to look carefully at what was visible in the images. The very first photograph looked like a scene from a horror film, where all the walls and the floor of the room were literally smeared with blood. This was followed by photographs of dead people. The agent standing nearby reported where and when these terrible events took place, as a result of which several people lost their lives. Having shown the map to the young man, the agent also said that this evidence was seized by them from the crime scene. This provided answers to all the questions, where once again, none other than the collector of personalities showed himself. After sitting for a few more seconds, the young man suddenly rose to his feet and walked out of the room. Astonished by Matthew's reaction, the agent asked the player where he intended to go. To this, he sharply and firmly stated that he had an irresistible desire to teach someone a good lesson. At some point, the young man turned around and told the agents to accompany him, because they too wanted to catch this killer. The young man stood in the middle of the room, clutching the weapon with which he had carried out the massacre. Humming a cheerful tune, he received a message that the Lord of Mirrors expressed his satisfaction with his actions. After this, the young man pulled at his skin, which peeled off in an instant, and there in his place was a charming girl in the room. While dancing, she received a message from the Lord of Mirrors, inviting her to dive into the game. But when she found herself in front of the mirror, she could see something completely different, her true reflection. Meanwhile, Matthew sat in the car, studying the information in the system window.